Hello, welcome to Ball Street. It's Transfer Deadline Live. It's the live show designed for people who are bored of the mainstream media, people who want to hear more about what the fans have to say. We are taking it back for you. We are taking it back for us. This is your show. You can interact with the show using Twitter at Ball Street. We're going to have your comments read out throughout the show, and hopefully you'll be able to impact the content that we discuss on the show as well. There's a whole host of things going on between now and 7 p.m. tonight, with the window closing at 6. Don't forget, so you can stay tuned all the way through. I'm going to talk you through a little bit of what we're going to be doing. First and foremost, if you come with me, I feel like the world's worst tour guide. We've got the main studio. Ped's going to be leading stuff in there. That's where all our serious, semi-serious discussions going to be going on. Nice one, lads. That was the most underwhelming wave the world has ever seen. We're going to have Jack Reeve from Norwich City. Is going to be in breaking news territory. We're coming to him on the hour and every half hour to keep you up to date with everything that's going on in the transfer window, all the biggest breaking news and all the hottest rumours as well, because why not? And then what's going to stand us apart from everything else is this room in here, the green room. Lads, make some noise. Hey, there we go. Full enthusiasm in there. This is the green room. Welcome. We're going to have the FIFA 98 challenge going on at the minute. We've got Robbie from Arsenal Fan TV. He doesn't want to embarrass himself. He's a big player in the YouTube scene. How are you getting on, Robbie?
Not good. About as well as we do with transfers.
So, and all the way over there, the lads are going to be keeping up to date with Champman 0102. Sorry, Jim, we'll get you set up on that. That's fine. Manager Matt Wilson doesn't seem to be taking the helm at the moment. Anyone who watched the January live stream will know that you can send in which players you want us to be signing in that game. Chat Manager 0102, Team Ball Street. Can we take them to the title before 7 p.m? The answer is no, but we're going to have a very good go, and hopefully a better go than last time. So we're going to be checking in here throughout the day. We're going to be talking about all the completed deals. If breaking news happens, we're going to have the people here to react to it. That's the show. Let's get stuck straight into it. I've got the great privilege of handing over to Mr. Jack Reeve in the breaking news. Hi, Periscope, to give us all the deals that have happened so far today. Let's get everyone up to speed and let's crack on with the show. Jack.
We've already got a lot of breaking news coming straight, and it's been a very busy opening few stages of this deadline day. We had a very busy day yesterday with a lot of deals going through. Norwich City were the team to look out for. Ricky Van Wolfswinkel completing a loan move to Real Betis, and also Diamersi Mbakani completing his move from Dynamo Kiev to Norwich City. So that one went through really well. West Ham, though, are the team to be looking out for today. They are the team making real moves in this window. Alex Song has completed a deal from Barcelona to West Ham United. That's a season-long loan deal. That will be a massive, massive signing for them. Also, Nikica Jelavic linked with a lot of clubs, but he's made the move to West Ham as well. Also, Victor Moses, West Ham going absolutely crazy in this deadline day so far. They have gone for Victor Moses. He has also signed a brand new deal with Chelsea. Manchester United also making a few moves. It looks like the David De Gea deal has fallen through. He will be staying at Manchester United, and Martial will be coming in to Manchester United. So it looks like a fairly good day for them as well. Some other deals going through. Jonas Gutierrez departs Newcastle. He's gone to Deportivo La Coruña. Watford have loaned out Matic Vidra to Reading, and we also see Crystal Palace rejecting a bid, surprisingly, from Aston Villa for Dwight Gale's services. Except for that, there's a lot of rumours going about. The Jose Enrique deal looks to be almost complete. Except for that, we've got a lot of deals going through, but they are the main ones so far. Paul, I'm going to pass it over to you in the green room.
Excellent, and I'm going to pass to Pet.
Oh, thank you very much. We are in the main studio for the whole day, 12 till 7 o'clock. Well, we say 12.
Yeah.
About 12:15, till 7 o'clock. Till
That should be late.
Just after the transfer window closes. I'm here with Sam Peebles from United People TV and Andy Brassel, European expert. That's what it says on his business card anyway.
You already like me, don't you? Because I said when Lucas Toussaint, a great young hope of the future of French football, was signing for Lyon yesterday, he was wearing that very T-shirt. Well, so that is your deadline day T-shirt.
There you go. I've been following his progress all the way through, so he's a very good player. So
does he shop in Wade Smith in Liverpool as well?
He does apparently. So this is actually from my channel on the moment. We won't see more. We're going to start with Manchester United. That's the best place to start, I think. David De Gea, what's happening? What's the current status, and how did it end up in this mess?
Well, they love a bit of brinkmanship, the biggest clubs, don't they, in the transfer window? This is perhaps taking it a little bit far. Of course, the fact is 20 seconds too far. But it seems that, like, you know, a broken fax machine or, you know, malformatted software or whatever, which I think really stinks. If you can stick it in the technical mistake level, you know, that at least gives you a window of hope to rectify it afterwards. But, you know, I think Real Madrid know they've got it wrong. They're trying to make it right, but there's no precedent for that to be done because, of course, the current trial
true,
move to
Sam?
Manchester.
You did have a little look into this.
When Brian Ruiz was Levante were trying to get a loan spell from him in January. I'm not sure it was last year before.
Yeah, it was January.
Yeah, they released a statement saying that the papers were sent 1 minute too late, and we have to accept the Spanish FA's decision to not push this through. So if that happens, then there's always talk about Real Madrid having too much power in Spain.
Well, of course, it kind of happened before, didn't it? Like in the inverse sense with Cohen-Trowell and Manchester United.
Yeah, last year as well.
Didn't it? So, and that wasn't ratified, and he had to stay there and put on his.
So is this just revenge?
Still got on.
Is this just revenge?
I hope it's revenge. I hope it's just Woodward and Van Gaal just playing Real Madrid, because if they want a player, they get their player.
Is this the virus, though? Remember Sir Alex Ferguson said there's a virus. We're going to send the virus.
Late, but
is this the virus then?
Well, he's had time off, hasn't he? With the documents.
Yeah, when he opened his Windows 95 documents. Is this the virus that he was... You know, the revenge is a dish best served cold, isn't it?
But how's it revenge for United? They're basically kissing goodbye to a lot of money.
Money.
Well, they've already done that with the Martial deal, haven't they? So they're probably used to it by this window.
It's not irrelevant, though, is it? If you're
well, it is from a fan's perspective. I don't care about the money.
But ultimately, if you run out of money, if you're losing tens of millions on every deal, like Di Maria, like Martial, ultimately, even a club like Man United are going to run out of money.
No, but United, even regardless of how many years are left on contracts, United are typically bad at getting a good price for a player. I mean, even 80 for Ronaldo looks underpriced now.
Which is weird, because Real Madrid have become really, really good at selling players, haven't they? If you look at what they did with Di Maria, Ozil, you know, this is our classic transfer windows past, isn't it? You know, you think if they were knocking out Karim Benzema, of course, which has been the rumour that wouldn't go away this summer. Firstly, he's a player they really want to keep and who wants to stay. Secondly, he's not going anywhere for 45 million. I mean, it's ridiculous. You look at the prices, they've knocked out players who they didn't want anymore for. Yeah. I mean, you know, you're looking big money, and that is the problem, of course, for Premier League clubs.
I can't fathom.
The whole world knows they've got money.
I can't fathom a world, though, where Real Madrid, without getting into libelous territory, don't find a way to...
It's only far past, you know.
Well, you know, what start as you mean to go on.
Internet.
It's only the internet. Yeah, but you know, Real Madrid, if there's one club that the rules are liable to be bent for, is all I'll say. I'd imagine it'd be Real Madrid, like. You'd have thought.
No, but you imagine the clubs like Man United and Real Madrid, if they wanted this deal to go through, they knew it was going to happen at the start of the summer. So for it to not be done, to then fail for 1 minute...
Is it going to go to UEFA today to be ratified, or do you think that's it? He's bought a suit and everything.
Well, he kept the receipt, don't worry.
Basically, FIFA have got
going back to
Burton's today. As far as they're concerned, it was all good. It went into the transfer matching system on time. It's about the LFP, the Spanish league, registering it. And if they say no, it's a no. It's that simple. Surely common sense has got to be seen here. I've been following Spanish football match, haven't you? Common sense. Steady.
Andy, there's been rumours, you know how Barcelona have got a transfer ban at the moment. Is there any chance that Real Madrid are going to potentially be hit by one in the coming windows? Because that's what I've read somewhere.
Well, going back, I mean, this was a story that came out about 3 months ago. And a lot of clubs were worried when Barcelona got banned, because they were looking at their system of registering young players and thinking, oh, hang on, we could be in a bit of trouble here. It's kind of given Real Madrid a warning. So I think, you know, they've been getting their house in order for the last couple of months. They're pretty confident that they haven't violated anything. But then again, Barcelona were. It was extraordinary when you saw their statement come out about, you know, their transfer ban and what they were charged with in terms of registering young players. And none of it actually addressed the allegations. It said, oh, we provide a great environment for young players to grow in. Basically, it was saying, well, we're Barcelona, we can do what we like.
Yeah.
And it was proven not to be the case. But it's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because when it gets to the next transfer window, of course, we'll be here in like 3 or 4 months' time talking about,
On time,
whatever, hopefully, whatever desperate saps are like paying a fortune for players because they'll be paying a lot more pro rata at the last minute in January. Whereas Barcelona will arguably have 2 of the best January signings ever because they'll have guys who've already been at the club 6 months, who aren't living with their screaming kids in a hotel room anymore, who know their teammates, who know how they train, how the team plays, and they will be ready to go on January the 1st, which is unprecedented.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose we need to talk about the other big Man United deal of the day.
Anthony Martial, is that how you pronounce
Perfect.
it? There you go.
Martial.
You knew that, you just tested me.
There you go.
It's wherever you want it to be. I'm going to go for Marshall because it's just leave it like that. It's nice and easy.
He's going to
He's
get
a big
called Marshall.
He will be called Marshall.
Yeah.
Big toe. Big toe, that's the one. So I've seen about 4 different prices so far for this kid. Is there one that's been nailed down yet?
Well, the front cover of L'Equipe today says more expensive than Zidane. And of course there is inflation and stuff like that, but it's kind of expressive.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it funny. Everyone gets comedy out of inflation.
Let's ignore the comment. We're going for a narrative here. Come on. More expensive than Zidane. Stick to it.
It's not about context. But it kind of is about context because it's like people in France, where he's not yet a household name, he's really, really respected within the game, but he's not yet a household name. There's people getting a handle on it and going, what on earth is happening? You know, people cannot get their heads around it in France. You know, you bear in mind that Tottenham were quoted about a quarter of that a couple of months ago. The fact is, Martial is barring accidents, is going to be a great player. There's no doubt about that. They are paying a fee.
Are you not convinced? Because even though Philip Auclair was taken to social media to say that there was no.
Well,
the jury was very much out on whether on
He's had the Phil Neville seal of approval. Come on, he's guaranteed for the top.
Can he do stepovers like Phil Neville though?
Well, actually, he was Phil Neville seen him at close quarters because he was brilliant when he played at Mestalla in the away leg of Monaco's Champions League playoff against Valencia. And those are the sort of moments that make people like me think this kid's got it. Not just that he's got the ability now and the ability to get much, much better, but the fact that in the biggest games, he plays like he owns it. And I think that's so important psychologically. It's like Julian Draxler, of course, who's going from Schalke to Wolfsburg to replace De Bruyne. You know, he's a guy who, since he was a teenager, has played not like he's scared of the big occasion, but like he owns the big occasion. And I think that's a big deal. That said, it is an extraordinary amount of money, reflecting the fact that Monaco don't really need to sell, reflecting the fact that it seems in the last couple of transfer windows there's some called Manchester United tax associated with transfers.
That's in every window.
It is.
It's at least it's bigger. It's more expensive than VAT. Seriously.
What does this say about Monaco's scouting compared to English club scouting? Because I think I've seen that Monaco have got about 3 players left now from last season, if that. But there's been a massive influx of players come in. They seem to be bringing them in really cheap and then turning them over again, a massive profit for them. Well, so how come they can do that and the English clubs don't seem to be able to do that?
Well, English clubs don't really need to because they've got so much money. The reason Monaco's transfer politics have changed is because their owner, Dmitry Rovlev, who's a Russian magnate who's lived in the Principality for 25 years, he got divorced and, oh my goodness, he got spanked for several £billion. And so since then, is no longer buying Hammers and Falcao. They're kind of turning themselves into a mini Porto, where they're picking up players, selling them on for big fees. And that's the way it's going. I mean, Martial, they paid, people thought they were paying a lot of money for him when they bought him 2 years ago. He was 17 years old. They paid a record French fee for a 17-year-old, which was 5 million euros. And Lyon, down the road, are absolutely laughing their backsides off because really, here's a guy they sold 2 years ago, and they stand from the sell-on clause to get up to 19 million euros for a player that they already sold.
It sounds very much like the fella who owns Home and Bargains in Liverpool.
It does.
It does sound very much like that. It's the same kind of story.
The same vibe.
The same narrative.
I'm amazed no one's put that together.
I'm already loving the domestic shopping narrative.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Obviously,
that's Home Bargains, the people outside.
Well, it's Home Bargains now because she got the rights to the full name.
To the and.
See, now we're educating the people here. That's what changed.
Absolutely.
Some massive money spent in especially in England this year. I mean, how does that compare with Europe? I mean, do they look at us and just laugh? at the money we're spending, or is it comparable to Europe? Are they starting to spend that kind of money?
No, you're right. First time it's jaw-dropping for people. And they knew it would be coming. You know, people were saying, like, you had the co-president of St Etienne, Roland Romier, saying a couple of months ago, look, the English are going to be playing a different sport soon. You know, we won't be able to cope. We won't be able to deal with this. But of course, money doesn't exist in a bubble.
As an Everton fan, sorry, this doesn't really apply to me. I'm just gagging in on the conversation.
You spent 10 million today. Come on, you're high flying.
Yeah, there you go.
10 million on what though?
Well, we'll see. But it's interesting because, you know, but maybe 5 years ago, if they'd have bought Funes Mori and he's rubbish, that would be a disaster. But, you know, they're buying for 9.5 million, and if it doesn't work out, oh, well, it's one of those things, isn't it? You know, it's something that they can just about...
We're still wondering where the Arteta money is, never mind where the Funes Mori money is. So
in fact, if you're watching, do tweet in at Ball Street if you've got an idea of where the Arteta money might be. We need to figure this out at some point.
We need to find out where it is.
The main point is, though, in Europe, they're discovering, having, like, you know...
It's going to be like that Nazi gold they found, isn't it? In about 40 years' time, someone's going to find a secret underground theatre that the Ken might set up, and the Arteta money will be there.
It's here, darling, it's here!
With his face printed on the bullion.
And he'll pick it up and his face will turn to rubber. Like a little fried egg. But I think what clubs on the continent are learning is that money doesn't live in a bubble. So they're wetting themselves about the power of the English earlier in the campaign, earlier in the summer. And now they're thinking, well, hang on, we can fill our beats here.
Yeah.
You know, so especially like mid-ranking clubs, you know, you look at Nantes selling Jordan Verretou, you know, they set a fee that they thought was crazy, of like 15 million euros. And they're like, well, if you want him, you're going to have to pay 15 million euros. And Villa go, yeah, all right then. and then everyone sees the way that's going. So you get Jordan Ayew, I'm not ganging up on Villa here, but you know,
Villa fans.
It's something that happens. You set a prohibitively high price, and all of a sudden you've got a club who are prepared to pay it. And you know, if you take it to its logical conclusion of clubs that are receiving far much more money than they expected for their players. It's how, say, Sevilla, the Europa League winners, who I think will do quite well in the Champions League this season, how they kind of rebuilt because they sold Navas and Negredo to Manchester City for more money than they were asking. And on the back of that, with a good sporting director, Monchi, they completely re-upped their team. And they went from a team who was struggling and didn't have a pot to pee in or a window to throw it out of, to a proper contender in Europe. And, you know, teams are realising, you know, we can have security for the next couple of years. If we use this money right, you know, we can compete. And that's kind of what English clubs are going to have to look out for.
It's crazy, though, because we've been talking about it from a Liverpool perspective over the summer, yes. And how there's like an allure that comes with being an English club, and you look abroad and you'd rather spend £15 million or £20 million on someone you've never heard of, never seen play, sounds good, than someone from England who you know what you're going to get. I mean, Firmino's the best example for us. Is 95% of Liverpool's fan base never seen the guy play before, but they're dead excited to see him. And they spent a lot, you know, because we spent a lot of money and he's foreign. Whereas, you know, so that again, it feeds into that thing. The foreign clubs will be sitting there going, like, these crazy English and their desire to buy. And this doesn't account for Firmino, but in a lot of instances, like you say, like Villa, some distinctly average players for a lot of money.
Well, it's kind of why we're all here, isn't it? Hope is important. Eventually, you know, the fact that, you know, 95%
don't get too poetic on us, mate. It is very early in the day.
95% of us support a team who never wins anything. Yeah, I'm looking at us here.
I'm looking at him as well.
Yeah, fair enough. And you know, you think, you know, there's always next week, and the transfer window and the transfer deadline day is just like an accentuated version of that. It's just, this player could be the player that breaks it open for us. You know, it's nice, isn't it? You know, it's
all about the Jim White Cup today. I think we're leading it anyway, Evan. I think we've got a chance. Right, we're going to hand straight over to Jack, who's got some breaking news. Or has he?
We've got lots more deals coming through. The first one being Jolyon Lescott has completed his move to Aston Villa. That is a fantastic signing for Villa. But let's go to the comments on the YouTube and also the Twitter. Lots and lots of praise for West Ham. No surprises, really. They are being the big movers in this deadline day so far. And loads of people are also talking about David De Gea. They're saying it's Manchester United's loss because at the end of the day, he could be leaving on a free next year. So that's that. Chelsea have also made a signing. I'm going to call him Pappy because I don't really know how to pronounce his surname. He's moved from Nantes to Chelsea. That looks like a cracking signing for them. Also, Jonathan Walters is the man being talked about a lot at the moment. He's being linked with moves to both Norwich City and West Brom, both of them clubs looking for a striker. Could Jonathan Walters be that man, 32 years of age, and also lots and lots of goals to his name? Some sad news for Bournemouth fans, though. It looks like Max Gradle has got an injury and he could be out for 6 months. So could that spark some interest once again in Norwich City's Lewis Grabbans and also Sunderland's Will Buckley? Who knows? They need a striker. It could be one of them too. Also, some news that might interest Robbie in the green room is that Wenger has said that they don't really need to make signings for a charge on the title. He thinks the likes of Sanchez, Giroud and Walcott are capable of winning the league and doing really well for them, and they don't need any more signings. So I want to cross over to Robbie to get his thoughts in the green room.
Welcome to the green room. I've got Robbie from Arsenal Fan TV here. Robbie, what's going on with Arsenal? Not much.
Not a lot. Not a lot. I mean,
I thought you'd be outside the Emirates with millions of people waiting for a...
might be down there later on, but at the moment there's not a lot happening, so there's no point in going down there at the moment. Yeah.
Has anyone had a go on Chapman yet?
It was running for a little bit.
It was running for a little. I'm interested to see how they're getting on. We've got the lads over there on the FIFA 98 challenge gyms. Jim, who are you?
England. I'm school in Italy. 2-1 Southgate, Sheringham double. I'll see me just. I'll see.
Oh my word! Scenes in the green room. Italy have levelled it off against England. Keep all your thoughts and stuff going. Any topics you'd like us to cover, tweet at Ball Street, and you can use the hashtag #FansDeadlineDay. I've also got Baz from Toffee TV. Barry, you okay?
Fine, mate.
Excellent. Are you excited?
Stones on the way, by the way. just had a shout.
Stones is going to be the big topic for you today, isn't it?
He's going nowhere.
Absolutely certain.
Nowhere. He's staying. Yeah?
Simple as that.
Sure, are you sure? You 100% sure on that?
100%.
And Mr. Footy, right? Anything happening?
UEFA have said that De Gea will not be appealed, so he will remain at Manchester United definitely.
Whoa, so that looks as 100%.
Yeah.
I can't believe that. Excellent. So yeah, we've got loads of stuff going on in the green room throughout the day. We're going to be checking back in when Robbie's got loads of breaking news to bring to us. We're going to have Robbie in the main studio in the next hour talking Arsenal and Arsenal Fan TV in far more depth and detail as well. More from these lads later as we go on, and if we have a winner in the crunch England-Italy tie on FIFA Road to World Cup 98, we'll also let you know. Anyway, I'm going to hand back over to Ped in the main studio.
Well, we've just had some breaking news. UEFA have confirmed that De Gea is staying at Manchester United. So what now?
We celebrate. Where are the beers? That's great news.
Well, how does it go on? Because he's obviously a player who wanted to go. Man United have seemed to have found a replacement goalkeeper. I mean, does the other goalkeeper come from Real Madrid still?
Yeah.
So
No.
He stays.
No. He's quite upset about it by all accounts. He'd even packed his little bag, they said in Marca.
Poor Navas.
You kind of imagine like Keylor Navas with like a sort of pole with a spotted handkerchief on the end with like sort of several pairs of goalie gloves in.
With a little handkerchief just whisking goodbye on the back.
So does De Gea go back into the side now once it's sorted?
Straight back in, number one. Everyone's talking about, United are going to lose out on 25 mil, is going to leave on a free. From a fan's perspective, that doesn't matter. And also, I think De Gea is going to be worth more in goal to United this year, or just as much as it would have been to sell him for X amount that Real Madrid would have paid. And that was the problem. If Real Madrid had given the money that United wanted a month and a half ago, he'd be there standing, holding up a Real Madrid shirt. They were being frugal. They wanted to get De Gea at the price they felt was fair because he had 1 year left on his contract. There was disagreements, delayed, and eventually we've turned into this.
Two things. One, you're not allowed to use the word frugal.
Well, I was thinking that was a brilliant word to use, actually. Don't hear that much in Liverpool, to be honest, frugal.
It's not going to happen when we get closer and closer to the actual deadline, is it? The other thing I was going to say is, do you think United, you said how much De Gea will be worth to them this season. Do you think they would have made the Champions League without him last season?
No. Everyone at United is fully aware of how much. I mean, you can look at the game against Everton, you can look at the game against West Ham. There's so many individual moments last year where De Gea's fingers took United into that top four like he's grabbing onto the cliff edge. And we wouldn't have been there with that. And that's the bottom line. And I think that's hopefully going to be the same situation in the Champions League. It's saying, right, we wouldn't have got through the group stage unless David De Gea was there. We don't want that situation again, but having him behind us makes it so much better. And our defence now is actually looking pretty good. We've kept 4 clean sheets in the first 5 games. Only goal we conceded, apart from the Swansea 2. Let's ignore the Swansea game completely out of my head. We've been looking very good, Smalling.
The only goals you've conceded apart from the goals that you've conceded.
No, right, leave it out.
Get on it.
United have been notoriously poor in defence for the past 2 years, apart from David De Gea. And now, if we can combine David De Gea with an actual centre-back partnership, that looks
I
like
don't
they
think
play
you can actually
football.
do that. I don't think genetics have got that far yet that you can actually do that. But do you think, though, if he goes for a free next summer, it'll be worth it? I mean, how well will he have to do for that money to become irrelevant?
Well, they need to go deep into the Champions League. Although someone famous once said that all you really need is like a great goalkeeper and a great number 9, and you can bust the rest. So the question is, have they got a great number 9, or will that great number 9, pull himself together? Naming no names.
Naming no names apart from
isn't he?
He's busy dreaming about
He's in Turkey, isn't he, the great number 9? I know it'll come up so much more today, but it's obviously like the John Stones situation being an Evertonian, and this talk of you can't play an unhappy player. But I just think that's nonsense, personally. I think what cleared it up now is the fact that it's all done and dusted, and he has to play.
So get over it. Sulks only last so long.
I think the fact that De Gea is still not Spain's number 1, and they've got the Euros in the summer coming up. He even if he's just looking, he goes, right, I'm unhappy here at United.
Yeah.
Let me put that to one side. I want to be Spain's number 1. I've got to be the best I can be. Because it is notoriously difficult for a player not playing in a Liga to be up there in the Del Bosque's team selection, isn't it?
But is that true with Casillas as a kind of failing power and stuff, though? More and more you've got, I suppose the old superpowers of the Spanish team are not quite what they used to be. Do you reckon that's still the case?
But perhaps,
You've got to be in Spain.
I suppose you could say that it gives him a great opportunity, because he'll be reprising the sort of role for Spain that he will be for United. Making more saves than you would expect to be making for a top team, quite frankly, which they still are.
You do hope that this year that De Gea will be, if he does stay, which it now looks like he is, that he will be less busy than he has been for the past 2 years, with Darmian and Shaw actually looking like decent fullbacks.
Yes.
Blind and Smalling actually looking like they can defend. He won't be getting peppered with shots. He will still be getting hit with shots, but not as many as the past.
Can I just
years.
flip this on its head? Because I'm sure we've got some Real Madrid fans watching the show. How will this affect Real Madrid? Because there's not been a real Galactico signing this summer, and there's always one, and I think they were always thinking this was going to be the one. So do you think that'll affect the hierarchy? Or?
Speaking as a member of the Goalkeepers Union, though, that
goalkeeping
Galactico.
You've got your certificate from Neville Southall to prove it.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Your Sondico certificate.
Other goalkeeping brands are available, of course. But yeah,
they're just not as good.
They're just not. But not just sorry, carry on. I just like the idea of a goalkeeper.
I think Mike Ashley might own Sondico now, so I think the brand's dead to me. So.
Anyway,
just in case you're watching, Mike.
So continue on the theme of Real Madrid.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think there's that much wrong with the squad. I think they lack a little something in midfield. So, funnily enough, Angel Di Maria would have really sorted that out from a deep position, and it's something that Carlo Ancelotti never wanted to do. He never wanted to move Di Maria on. So really, it's down to maybe what James Rodriguez can do in a deeper position. Frankly, Bale's in the 10 at the moment, and I know he scored a couple against Real Betis at the weekend, but it's James who should be there. He's the man who can make it happen from there. I think they have lightly improved. I think Danilo's a really good signing at right back, and he's going to be the next superstar right back in the Dani Alves mould, especially as
Seamus Coleman role.
Yeah, exactly.
The Chichinho,
especially as Dani Alves is aging quite badly. It's looked like at the start of this season, even though he was excellent last season. I still don't think De Gea would have won Real Madrid the league or the Champions League. I'm really not convinced that's the case. The problem is they sort of, we talked about the brinkmanship before, to sort of like hustle United. They're like, right, we're going to go and buy another goalkeeper. But the fact that it was Kiko Casilla, who, quite frankly, even when he was at Espanyol, you wouldn't have trusted him to like bring you a pint back from the bar without spilling it. I think
you've used that line numerous times.
Just got an image. He keeps making the mistakes. That's what I have to do.
Just got an image of a goalkeeper walking back from the bar with 3 pints and a pair of gloves. Of course he's going to spill.
We've had a tweet in from Blue Moon Rising TV says, surely this isn't a good thing for United. De Gea wanted out. It's all a mess. And Romero stays as number 1. Is that the biggest mess?
I think the Romero situation is going to be tricky. Not as tricky as the Victor Valdez situation, which I have no idea what's going on.
Awkward.
Last night,
Very awkward.
Did you see? Last night is there? No one is all very quiet. Everyone's concentrating on De Gea, and
Telling
he changes
all the
his,
kids, telling all the kids all his Barcelona stories. Oh, Victor.
Oh, God.
Not a, did I tell you the story when Messi scored this amazing
He
goal?
turned down being your
Victor.
number 1 to be our reserve. So that's all right. Anyway, back to the real story. So Valdez is there changing his Facebook profile picture to United's club crest. It's not an actual message, but what is going on? Like, everyone thought he's falling out. Romero started off.
For you to say.
He's making me choke. That's how nervous he makes me. But he does. He's got that nervous streak in him, and he saw it against Swansea. His positioning for the winner was awful. He hesitated to come off his line. So I think De Gea will go straight back in, straight in number 1, and then we've got Lindegaard, who's finally left. Romero, who's come in and done a job for a few games, but he'll now be pushed back to the sidelines. Valdez.
And he's used to it over the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's been
Sampdoria and Monaco, so he'll get over it.
I think he will get over it, and he's in a nice plump pay package. He's in Manchester. I don't think he'll be too unhappy. Yeah. And I don't think... Blue Moon Rising can sod off. That is the best thing that could have happened for United, is he could have stayed, because he will play just like De Gea does. He loves the club. He loves the fans. It's just not in Madrid. That was the problem.
I'm sure this question will come up all day with all of our guests, but is this another example of why the window should close before the season starts?
The thing is, I don't see how that's practically possible, because all the seasons start at a different time. Even if you had like a pan-European window, say at the start of August or something like that, or if you factor in Scotland, middle of July, because their season always starts quite early.
No, don't factor Scotland in there.
Okay, fair enough.
They're independent now, go on.
I just think, it just makes football more Eurocentric again, which I don't think is necessarily a good thing. I just think, you've got to bear in mind Brazil, for a start, Argentina, and, there's more and more interaction between like Premier League clubs and bringing players over from over there. Then you've got Norway, Sweden, Russia and Ukraine always start quite early in July. I just don't see where you put it. Just do your business early. Be sensible.
Yeah.
Easier said than done, eh?
Yeah, it's just the way to do it.
But then we won't be here next year. So I'll take that back.
No, it's an interesting one though. You say we've got the lads from Beesotted, who are Brentford fans, we have Leeds United fans on later. I think there'll might have a different take on it, I guess. But if you watch it, do let us know your thoughts on that. Tweet at Ball Street. Do you believe the window should shut before the season starts? I guess focusing more on the English leagues and anything else. Let us know your thoughts. Do tweet, and we'll hopefully Jack will organise a little bit of a reading of some of that stuff. What else would you like to discuss?
Well, I think what's your feelings on Chelsea and their non-signings almost and anything else, which I'm very happy about, obviously, but because they last season was a massive failure in the Champions League, getting beat by Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah, and in the manner in which they lost as well.
10-man
embarrassment. Do you think they've done enough? Well, they haven't really done anything, but do you think they've done enough to try and kickstart the Champions League game? Because surely that's got to be the number one thing for Jose Mourinho.
I still think their squad's the best in England. They've started this season badly, and there's no getting around that. But I think it's not just the lack of signings; it's weird signings. Happy Djilobodji is a weird signing. And I say that as someone who's a big fan of it and watched him a lot. He's really solid.
Who was the player they unveiled with a picture of him in front of like a park bench, which just couldn't have been more apt than I think. Maybe it wasn't him, I don't know. I just saw a picture of it. Of Chelsea. But again, a kind of weird sign. Falcao could work out for them, I think, because him and Diego Costa showed that they could play together at Atletico Madrid, so maybe it could work. Now he's had a bit more recovery time, all the rest of it. But if you look at the best defenders in the French league, you've got Thiago Silva, obviously, and up there with him you've got Nicolas Nkoulou from Marseille, you've got Samuel Umtiti at Lyon, and Djilobodji's just a little bit below that. And here's a guy who's doing everything he could do to get a move to Celta Vigo, like 3 weeks ago. So how does he end up? He must be sat there in the canteen at Cobham, just taking selfies with his new teammates. He will absolutely not be.
Maybe they'll put him on loan
to believe it.
There's no precedent for that kind of game.
Maybe they'll put him on loan and then sell him for more money.
Yeah, well, it would be to a Football League club, wouldn't it, now? Because, of course, the window's shut in all the other major European countries. But for me, the big problem with Chelsea this summer is they haven't got a backup for Matic. And that is a huge problem.
John Obi Mikel, if you're watching, you can tweet Andy Brassel in with any abuse you might have towards him and his underhanded assessment of your career.
You saw that last year when they played City, when Matic was out for the first game. I think they had a long string of wins, and then he was out and they lost.
Yeah, it was in Newcastle, wasn't it?
Yeah, Newcastle. Sorry.
Do you think the big...
Sorry, we're speaking a different language here.
Do you think the big failure this summer, for Chelsea has been the fact that they haven't gone and just paid the money, where we've seen Manchester City go and get De Bruyne and just pay what was asked? Whereas like the summer before, they did that. They just went and paid what was asked. I mean, obviously, John Stones again springs to mind. I think if they'd come in and just offered Everton 35 million in the first place, Everton probably wouldn't have had any choice.
Rather than going up and increments.
But they just went open up and just annoying Everton. And I think that was one of the things in the end. Everton were just so annoyed with Chelsea. It was like, well, we just can't be bothered selling to anymore.
They muted that WhatsApp group there.
Everton have only just been invited into it as well.
I'm not sure City are a great template for spending. Even if they go on to win the league this year, I'm not convinced De Bruyne is the wisest signing, even though, taking into account that he's a fantastic player and we're going to really enjoy watching him and all the rest of it. But I think you've got to bear in mind where Chelsea's heads have been at, not just like this summer and last summer, but over a number of years really. Because even those signings that they made of Matic, and I know people saying, you buy back a player for 25 million euros that you sold for 3 million euros or whatever, which I don't think really mattered because you were selling and buying a different player. The way he developed in the meantime. I just think, it was offset against the fact that they were selling Lukaku, they were selling De Bruyne, they were selling Mo Salah eventually. Whereas they've almost run out of chaff to sell now, haven't they? So
they can always buy more chaff. There's always more chaff to have.
Plenty more where that came from. Can we just transition slightly though, just onto the City thing?
We're transition. Don't hear that very much.
Don't hear that from managers on Merseyside very often.
We're all part of the group. So.
Let's talk about the character of the group is the most important.
It's phenomenal.
Let's not forget it.
It's phenomenal.
Let's just move over on to City because we've sort of touched on it there with De Bruyne. We've not mentioned Raheem Sterling as well. I mean, the big question, I guess, Andy, is that enough for them to, because we've seen they've started the Premier League like a house on fire, but obviously the Champions League has been an embarrassment since they've been a Champions League side, and for all it's going to get bandied around it, the Premier League's on the verge of losing its 4th Champions League spot. They're the club as responsible for that as any. Are those the players needed to actually make a concerted effort, or is it managerial? Is it tactical? Is it the fact that they just they don't have any pedigree in that competition?
Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced whether the signing's going to make a difference. They'll help because all three of them, Otamendi, De Bruyne and Sterling, are outstanding players. I think if something's going to help them get on, it's the fact that something's changed in Pellegrini's head. And that they're playing 4-2-3-1 makes a huge difference. You can't go into Europe and play 4-4-2 the way they did against teams like Bayern or Barcelona, when they got absolutely roasted at the City of Manchester Stadium. And the only reason they got into the last 16 last year was because they beat Bayern, who were played 85 minutes with 10 men in the luckiest circumstances possible.
You sound like a Bayern fan. not that I'm defending City here. Just clarify that.
I just.
I did sound like a little bit City defense, if I'm honest.
They were super lucky. I don't think you get away from that.
Let me backtrack.
I'm rubbish.
That's something I think that's really helped City this year that I didn't really expect is Kompany and Yaya Toure look like they want to play football again.
Yeah. Because
they've always been the spine with Aguero.
Or maybe they feel more comfortable. Like they've got a lot more players who look like they're at it because they're comfortable with their position in the team. Fernandinho looks 3 times the player he did last season. I think that's really important. The thing that worries me when you talk about players feeling comfortable is De Bruyne. Like, to me, it's a weird signing simply because he's a guy who needs to play as a number 10 and he needs to run the game. He had all that at Wolfsburg. He could have, if he'd have stayed, they were going to like give him more than twice what he was getting paid. I think he would have been better staying for that, counting his money as you always count at Wolfsburg, and you know, going into Euro 2016, which will be one of the biggest tournaments of his career. Absolutely on fire. If he starts out on the wing for City, I mean, I understand how it's meant to work. The way you've got De Bruyne, Silva in the middle, and no one's going to shift Silva from the middle. Let's face it.
No.
And Sterling on the other side, and they'll all, you know, interact in some wonderful playmaker menage a trois. Like, whether that'll work like that in reality, because you know, De Bruyne, you know, Mourinho said a couple of weeks ago that he didn't regret getting rid of him. Because, and he made no secret of the time, but he meant it, he really meant it, because De Bruyne was such a little sulk that he had to get rid of him. He was used to being the centre of things at Werder Bremen, then he came back and he's, why am I not in the team? Why am I not the centre of everything? Well, because you're at Chelsea.
Surely he showed at Wolfsburg that he says, well, I should be the centre of attention, look at me, look how well I've done.
I agree, but he won't be that at City. That is the problem, isn't it?
But is that long? Is there some degree? And I know this is weird to say from Man City, but some degree of longer term thinking in the first team anyway.
Well,
I know they've got the academy. But
that's a foreign language. Come on.
Well, yeah, but they've got the academy set up spot on now, haven't they?
Yes,
They are thinking long term.
yes.
But in terms of the first team, David Silva's not going to be around, and he's not going to be at the peak of his powers for too much longer.
No, that's
you'd
true.
think. And so you know, you get him in now, you get him bedded in.
That's an expensive long-term signing, though, surely.
Presumably. Well,
I don't think money comes into it for a club like Manchester City, does it? I don't think it even matters now.
Yeah. I mean, it won't weigh on his mind. I think he needs to know that he's important in the team. That's the bottom line. But in terms of long-term thinking, you know, it would be great to think that they are thinking like that. The Otamendi signing, and he was the best defender in La Liga last season. Make no mistake about that. No one could touch him. He was brilliant. His signing makes me think that there's not necessarily a long-term plan, because they've signed him on the back of one sensational season and a very, very good World Cup. Before that, at Porto, I would have touched him with a barge pole. Yeah. He was so inconsistent. He made loads of daft mistakes. And so basically, they've signed him.
Sounds like a Liverpool centre-back signing, if I'm honest.
Well, they've signed him and De Bruyne off the back of dazzling form in the short term. So
it's like some sort of nouveau riche, bizarre version of Moneyball, isn't it? Like someone watched it but didn't quite understand the message. Like they've looked and gone, oh, look at this guy's stats. But you know, De Bruyne's the top, most creative player in all the Europe leagues or whatever. Yeah. And they go, great, that's a great stat. And then instead of like, you know, eking out some sort of value from there, just pay all the money. It'll be fine.
To be honest, I was just trying to think where I'd left my barge pole, but
Oxford or Cambridge?
Yeah, I don't know. The strange. It's almost a paradox at Man City, isn't it? Because we have seen that amazing academy and the amazing mini stadiums, and yet, as you just said, two signings that seem very short term.
Yeah, but they have sold. Was it Lopez they sold recently? Who was considered one of the better players coming out of their academy.
It's sad, really, isn't it? It's kind of.
There's mixed messages coming from it. They've got such amazing facilities, and that's a problem with United's academy right now. Is Andy Mitten wrote quite a long article about it. The problem for United's academy is not the 16 to 18-year-olds, it's the 11 to the 16-year-olds. It's getting those really younger players to come into the academy. Because now City do have a really nice shiny academy they can offer.
But you've got to bust them up from London as well. I mean, you know,
it's a long bus.
11 to 16, that's a difficult trip.
No, the problem is City are there offering schools, full education. United can only offer part-time school. So I think City's whole offer for a younger kid now, from a parent's perspective, is much more appealing. So it might take 5 or 6 years, but it will probably start coming to fruition. But there is mixed messages coming out if they're spending 60 mil.
Plenty of empty seats for their family to watch them as well.
That's got to be the weirdest thing you've ever seen in your life. Why would they expand the Etihad? Is it just because they can?
Yeah, and I think by doing that, they're trying to get the tickets cheaper as well. So fair play to them.
Yeah, if that's the case. It does seem ridiculous when you expand the stadium and they went on about, and this is the record. We've broken the record for the amount of people in there, and then you just empty seats everywhere, awash with empty seats.
The Ronnie Lopez thing does sadden me, though. I mean, you know, there's an expression that he's.
When you say sadden,
well,
on a scale of 1 to 10, rate the sadness that transfers.
I can see it in his face.
Bearing in mind
Lost me barge pole.
Old Yeller.
Bearing in mind that you know, I was so angry at the poor quality of Lupe Fiasco's third album that I didn't listen to his first two for about a year afterwards. Probably only about 6.
Yeah.
But I think that, the thing is he performed like quite well in France last year. I don't think he's ready for City yet, but maybe another loan, I think, to Monaco. But the fact that they've, basically said, look, we've got to admit, we're never going to get you in the team. There's an expression of value there, because they've sold him for 10 million euros. When he's playing
what about
for first team games.
Guidetti as well?
Yeah, well, that's different, because he was really ill and he got kind of stuck, didn't he? I think there was a sense that his potential wasn't going to turn into what they wanted it to. So I think that's maybe a different situation. But with Ronnie Lopez, this is a bloke who every time he gets interviewed, like after a Champions League game in Portugal or Spain, they ask him, so what are you going to choose, Portugal or Brazil? So people believe in him, and he always teases them a little bit.
Well, they're coming out in like a half and half shirt, half and half scarves, painted one side yellow, one side maroon.
In the game, half and half shirts. Whoa.
Yeah, that is the next thing.
Too many football fans with sewing machines these days.
I love it. How much that must cost? What happens to the other halves? Or do they give it to the mate? We make 2, and you get 2 shirts, 2 half and half shirts. Like
the halves that I didn't want.
I'd be interested to know if anyone's watching. Does anyone watching have a half and half shirt? Because I think half and half scarves are one thing, and I think there is a level of justification for them. But in terms of like half and half,
what? Last time I was at Old Trafford, I was up there for the Portugal-Argentina friendly last summer, and with work's budget, admittedly, I bought a half and half Ronaldo and Messi scarf with like little crappy pixelated drawings of their faces on it.
Where's everybody?
I thought it's so bad, I have to have it.
Yeah.
I have to have it.
Seen one Liverpool and Bournemouth last week.
And the thing is, I just thought, we'll say we've got a minute or two before we go back over to Jack with to get us back up to date with all the latest happenings. So let's talk more about half and half scarves. They look ridiculous, and the kind of people who buy them are generally the kind of people who, I guess, the football militants would rather not have in the ground. But no, but it's right though, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean? It's the selfie stick. It's the selfie stick republic. Like,
You mean the people who are going to fill Liverpool's new stand?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and the ones who
don't come to Goodison Park.
The ones who simply don't come to Goodison Park. What's on the other side of Never mind. Look, we're putting this aside for now, for the day. But no, it's that idea of if you go to a football game to take it in, it's a memento more than it is anything, a signifier of what team you support or whatever.
I've got one from last season. I went to Wolfsburg, and it was a momentum of the day.
Yeah.
And that was it. It was just. And it was freezing as well, so to be fair, it was Germany at the end of November. I needed something, to be fair.
It's like in Paul Carr's video diary, isn't it? Where he talks about his ex-girlfriend keeping his scarf, and his mate, Fat Bob, goes, "How does that make you feel?" And he goes, "Cold."
That's exactly it.
We need more Paul Carr, I think, never mind anything else. Right, it is 1 o'clock already. We've already done an hour. We're going to go straight over to Jack with all the latest breaking news. Has he got a yellow tie on yet?
No yellow
just got a terrible shirt on.
We'll set fire to one later. It's a great shirt, what are you talking about? Go on, Jack.
Got some abuse coming in for the shirt. I think that's fashion, mate. I think it's fashion. Anyway, we've got lots and lots of rumours coming in right now. Harry Redknapp really piping up in the media at the moment. He said that Saido Berahino will be a Tottenham player by the end of the day, and he's also saying that Chelsea will be going into panic mode if they don't sign John Stones. That rumour seems to have quieted down a bit today. So, Harry Redknapp, he's talking a lot in the media at the moment. We've also got some comments, lots of people talking about Martial Al-Thani. He's one of the worst signings of the transfer window so far. And also, lots of Arsenal fans seem to be arguing in the comments about Cavani, whether he'd be a good signing, whether he wouldn't be. Still, that deal hasn't really picked up just yet. We've also got Aston Villa. They've inquired for Liverpool's Thiago Ilori. He turned down a move to Sunderland earlier on. Ipswich Town have said they will not be making any signings today. Mick McCarthy has confirmed that their business is done. So Ipswich Town fans, it looks like it's going to be a very quiet day for you, and possibly a boring one. Manchester United are also being linked with a £26 million move for Hakim Çalhanoğlu. He seems to be a decent player at the moment. One Vine seems to be doing its rounds on Twitter at the moment. A fantastic free kick he scored earlier in the season. Still, Charlie Austin, though, seems to be the player that is being talked about a lot at the moment. How he is still at QPR, I don't know. He's been linked with moves to Crystal Palace and Newcastle, but that deal has been rumbling on for a long, long while. So Charlie Austin, who knows, might be a QPR player at the end of the day. A bit of Championship news for you. Sheffield Wednesday are inquiring for Norwich City's Gary Hooper. That deal looks like it might go through today. Sheffield Wednesday have been linked with him for a while. A bit of Everton news as well. We've got Ramiro Mori. That deal looked like it had gone through at £6 million. Today it's being talked about at £9.5 million. So a bit of confusion to do with the fee. Southampton fans are going to be very happy also that Virgil van Dijk looks to have completed a move to them from Celtic. £11.5 million looks to be the final fee for him. What a fantastic player he is moving from Celtic. And finally, Chelsea are looking at signing Reading defender Hector. He's been a non-league journeyman so far, so a strange move for Chelsea. Maybe are they panicking, as Harry Redknapp said, about the failed deal for John Stones. Sounds like they're having a lot of fun in the green room, so let's pass over to them guys right now.
Keeping us all up to date with what's going on. That wasn't even a coherent sentence, but we're going to run with it anyway. We're in the green room. It's all going off. It sounds quiet, but trust me, it is all going off. We got FIFA 98 challenge. Nick from West Ham Fan TV has just stepped in. I mean, first of all, mate, can I just add, what was the Italy thinking in this one? Did you not want the claret and blue mix-ups?
I jumped in on an empty seat.
Ah, sounds. So I realised that I've just stepped in and cost you the goal there, mate.
No,
so
that was me. That was me. I scored.
Ah, all right. Then,
Good luck, Charmer.
Good luck. Well, I'll stick around here for a bit more. Now, we had you over on Retro Football TV in the week. You played 2001 against Chris from Redmen TV. It didn't go so well.
No, it went horribly wrong in the end. Started well, but I don't know. As I was saying, my trained fingers can't take all this nonsense these days.
The triangle button being run. Yeah, so lads are playing FIFA Road to World Cup 98 on the PS. We're going to be having this throughout the day. What we're going to have is hopefully winner stays on, and the person with the longest streak at the end of the day wins a prize. If you want to suggest what that prize might be, because I haven't got any suggestions, do tweet us at Ball Street. We're going to head over now, though. We've got the Champman 0102 Challenge. Team Ball Street being managed by Barry from Toffee TV. Baz, how are you faring?
It's not being managed very well. I've just realised the squad didn't have a goalie. So it's kind of essential, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Trying to play, so.
How far are we into any pre-season games coming up?
Just about to play Aston Villa. We've got no keeper.
Excellent. The perfect pre-season preparation.
Villa, so we might get away with it.
So botched. He's not paying attention. Botched pre-season preparation, something you're very familiar with, I guess.
Yeah, it's been an Evertonian. It's fallen in quite nicely with our preparations for pre-season.
Have you managed to pick any players up at all yet?
I'm just about to try and sign Nigel Martin.
Nigel Martin, wow, classic.
Keeper.
Any moves for Taribo West on a free?
I'm looking, but it's telling me his age is 21 and I don't believe it.
The Bakayoko shout as well. Mr. Footy Writer, what's going on?
There is a lot actually just happened. Apparently, UEFA have deleted those tweets about David De Gea.
Ooh, juicy.
So, yeah, there's probably just an administrative error, but it gets everyone talking about De Gea for another 5 minutes, so maybe that's interesting. And also, Leicester made an approach for Jonathan Walters from Stoke.
Very good.
Yes.
To be honest, I was hoping Liverpool would have one game of playing him out of the way, which we have done. The fact that the potential means we've got to play him another 2 times this season. Never good for a Liverpool fan. If you enjoy the show, do tweet in where you're watching the show from at Ball Street. Use hashtag fans deadline day, which is a mouthful, I know, but just do it. It just means you've got to be cleverer and more succinct with how you use your 140 characters. That's a challenge in and of itself. Any suggestions for players that Barry should be signing for Team Ball Street? In fact, I'll tell you what, should we have a quick look around before we am back? Let's quickly have a look at the squad.
The reins here, by the way. I've only just taken the reins. Look, you're playing in goal.
You've got Pajak in goal, Chris Pajak at Redmen TV. I'm not entirely certain why he's in the team or why I'm in there. That might be my laptop. That's why. We've got the Beast there, Achim Fenway, Kev Gallagher, Georgie King-Clancy.
Yeah, he's a player.
Yeah, Callum's picked up Georgie King-Clancy. The Man City fans will be absolutely over the blue moon with that. Bit of Jimmy Bullard there. Cherno Sambit, of course, the absolute hero of Champ Manager 01, 02.
You and Robert's the dream boy.
I'm the Championship manager.
There you go. You and Robert's another Ball Street regular as well. Do check back. Well, I will be checking back in here for more updates as the day progresses. We'll be doing a little bit more of a focus on the FIFA stuff. Do keep your suggestions for players coming in to us at Ball Street. We're going to head now over to the main studio to see what's going on. Ped, who have you got?
Welcome back to the studio. We have got Robbie from Arsenal Fan TV joining us. This must be like Christmas Day to you, this. Deadline day.
He hate Christmas Day, I'll tell you that.
It's Groundhog Day, not
It's not Christmas, yeah, Groundhog Day, more like Groundhog Day.
Row with the relatives, drunk on lunchtime.
What have you made of Arsenal's transfer business so far this summer?
Or lack thereof.
Started off brilliantly with the acquisition of Petr Cech. I thought that was an outstanding signing, possibly one of the best signings of the window. But then since then, there's been nothing, has there? I think it looked like we were pinning our hopes on trying to get Benzema, which if we would have been able to have pulled that off, that would have been, again, another amazing signing. I'm a bit very disappointed that we haven't had like it's not looking at the moment like we've got like a plan B, that if Benzema doesn't, if it didn't happen, somebody else.
Cavani's getting mentioned a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. I always have sort of thought to myself with the Cavani thing that why would PSG sell Cavani? I've just always thought. I mean, the problem is that I think, as we've seen with what Manchester United did yesterday, there's just a lack of real top quality strikers around that are available. And you're going to have to pay way over the odds to bring somebody in, which I think is what United have done with this Marshall kid. He may be very good, but they've had to pay over the odds. I think with Arsenal, they've just looked on it and thought to themselves, well, they've looked at some of the players available. Are they better than what we've got? If not, we're just going to have to roll with what we've got. But I am still very disappointed because I feel that with transfers sometimes, it's more than just the player. It gives the whole place a lift. It gives the other players a lift. I remember I interviewed Santi Cazorla near the end of the season, and he was saying to me, a couple of signings. He said that to me. Yeah. And I think we can do something next year. We've only made one signing, Petr Cech, no outfield player. We've only spent £10 million. You know, we had like a director who said to all the Arsenal fans, sort of midway through the window, that we've got nearly £200 million available, which if you take out sort of fees and stuff like that we pay on a day-to-day basis for the club, it's probably about 70 million available on transfers. So to only spend 10 million, very, very disappointing. It's an anticlimax. I'm just hoping that maybe something might be pulled out of the hat, but even then, I don't know what it could be at this stage that would get me excited.
What's the reason behind Arsenal not doing it? Because, you know, you paid off your stadium, you've made progress, you've got Ozil, you've got Sanchez, you've made real progress on the pitch. It seems really stupid to then go and have a really crap transfer window.
I think it's the type of player that we're after. Definitely we're after a striker. And I don't think they want any old striker. I think they want somebody who's like a real marquee. It's Benzema they wanted, basically. Benzema is who they wanted.
And Man City not showing what you need to do now if you want to play, you've just got to go out and spend the money. Is this Arsene Wenger's biggest problem? Over the last couple of summers, he has splashed the cash. Do you think oh, hang on, we've got to go straight over to Jack for some breaking transfer news.
We all thought this first breaking news would be a signing, but no. Manchester United have been, well, there's rats all over the kitchen. It's all gone wrong for Manchester United. Manchester United have found themselves in hot water with the Trafford Council over a mouse infestation at Old Trafford. It really is all going wrong at Old Trafford. There's people here from the Manchester Evening News saying you are failing to implement adequate procedures to control pests within the food areas. It is suggested that we arrange a meeting to discuss these requirements and the way forward from here. It really is all going wrong at Manchester United. I think this is breaking news. You can see here the rat on screen at Old Trafford. We've seen that they've had problems before, but nobody expected this to be breaking news on deadline day. Back to the main studio.
Hashtag mouse signings at Ball Street. We want your best mouse signings of the day.
Rats at Man United's not breaking news.
Oh. Who's let the Scousers in?
Right, going back to Arsene Wenger, is that his biggest problem, that he just won't pay the money out, pay over the odds just to bring a player in, no matter what it is that his biggest failing?
But I think the problem has been this window is that yes, that has been a problem in the past. But I don't even think them players that you're going to pay the over the odds for have really been there. Because I think he's set his sights on Benzema. That's what I think. And I think even paying over the odds for Benzema wouldn't have got him, because basically Real Madrid have not had that normal marquee signing that if they did shift him out, that they could replace him with. And that's basically why. I mean, my only thing I would say would be there have been players like, say, Jackson Martinez and that maybe earlier on in the window who we could have went in and maybe got someone like that. But then I suppose if you go in and get somebody like that earlier on in the window and then Benzema becomes available and, say, ends up at Man United, then people will be looking at it and say, well, why didn't you wait? I mean, it is a hard one, but I do feel that we should have had some sort of plan that if Benzema didn't work out, we could go in and bring in somebody else. And also, I still feel like a defensive midfielder, even though I really rate Coquelin, I still think we're lacking in that area. We're putting faith in Mikel Arteta, who's a great servant to the club, but I would have still have gone for an upgrade on him. And if we didn't win the title last year with the team that we've got, and we've only brought in a goalkeeper, are we going to win it by not making those couple of additions? And that's what's really disappointing me.
Andy, who have they missed out on this summer? Do you think, you mentioned Benzema, is there names out there that they really should have gone for that might have gone under the radar?
I think Jackson's a really good choice. I think he'll be brilliant for Atletico. It's a huge upgrade on Giroud. And I like Olivier Giroud a lot, but you have to admit there's a big difference between the two. I think the problem with Benzema, I agree with Robbie, I think they're playing it slightly wrong. They've always known that Real Madrid didn't want to sell and that he didn't want to come. But it's your job, I think, as a big club, to keep asking the question, because things change. So it's fine for them to keep on asking the question, but you've got to have, you've got to work on the basis that it's not going to change.
Yeah.
Like everyone in the game knows that Real Madrid want to keep Benzema and they've stuck with him all the time. That when he was a right little brat when he got there, and he didn't adapt culturally very well. That he had a poor first season. That they had to send him off to fat camp after a couple of years, all that sort of stuff. But they stuck with him because he feeds Cristiano Ronaldo like no other striker. And if Cristiano's happy, they're happy. Certainly in an attacking sense, and that's always made him hang on. And that's what makes him such a particular striker. And I guess what makes Arsenal want him so much.
That seems to be the oddest thing, though, isn't it? Real Madrid have never really felt like they were putting out any noises to sell him. Yet Arsenal have always maintained that he was the number one target. That doesn't make any sense to me.
That's naive from Arsenal, if anything, because United were linked with him as well. But you can't put all your eggs in one basket in a transfer window, because you know what goes on. The one thing could switch a deal overnight.
Yeah, well, I think Jackson was great. I think Edin Dzeko would have been great. In terms of defensive midfielders, I think Gianelli Mbula, who left Marseille for Porto, would have been really good.
Signing,
and I mean, he's an Arsenal
Kondogbia as well would have been decent.
Kondogbia is interesting. I think the thing that I like about Mbula is he's a really modern sort of defensive midfield player who can dribble it out, and you can see what a number 6 who can do that has done for Chelsea. Like with Matic, for example. I mean, we've heard Krychowiak of Sevilla being mentioned again and again and again. For me, love him to bits. Can't pass the ball well enough for Arsenal, in my opinion.
I would have minded Wanyama as well. I mean, I just think that he knows the Premier League. He's a very physical player, and although a lot of people say that technically he's not the greatest, but I always remember that game he played for Celtic against Barcelona, and he was probably the best player on the pitch. He was outstanding. And I think at Arsenal, he's just the sort of player that we need.
And he seems unsettled as well. He seems like he wants to go.
I think he's trying to angle probably for Tottenham, but we could have went in there.
That must hurt.
But we could have went in there and put an offer in, because Champions League football, playing for Arsenal, I'm sure he would rather come to us. So again, but I think I've always sort of thought throughout the window that defensive midfielder, I didn't think that Arsene Wenger was going to sign anyone. I always kept thinking to myself, he's probably going to keep faith in Arteta. But striker, I know, they were definitely trying to get Benzema. And I take your point, what you're saying about it being naive, but I think the way they've been looking on it is that we're only going to go and get somebody who's better than what we already have. And maybe they've looked at some of the other strikers and they thought to themselves, yeah, they're okay, but are they going to be better than you know, if we move Alexis Sanchez in there, is he better than Giroud? Is he better than Welbeck? No, or he's just about the same. And if he is, what's the point? We might as well wait to see when the real marquee signings do come up. But for us as fans, and as I said, for giving a lift around the place, which I think we need at the moment, because we've had a shaky start to the season, I don't think it's good that what we've been doing in this window. We haven't handled the window well at all.
I was going to say, I think there's probably a Southampton midfielder you should have signed as well that you might have missed out on.
Schneiderlin, yeah, listen, I think Schneiderlin was always on the cards, but because Coquelin's done so well, you know, that's why, you know, maybe they didn't move him for Schneider. I would have liked to have seen Schneiderlin in. I think it's been a good signing for Man United. You seem to sign a lot of defensive midfielders. You know,
well, we
need
about
5 there. You know, but yeah, Schneiderlin would have been a good signing. But for me, the striker position is the main position that I would have liked to have seen addressed with that real worldy striker. I think that's what could have carried us to really challenge for the league.
Bumper new contract though. Doesn't he want to play up front?
Yes, he does want to play up front. I personally prefer Theo Walcott on the right-hand side or interchanging across the front three. In some games, very effective as a striker. He's got a good goal-scoring record as well. But I don't know if he's out-and-out striker. I mean, we're trying to find like a real world-class striker, and there's not many around.
While we're on that, I suppose, like talking about a new contract, the transfer window is a time when you can really play for a new contract.
Yeah.
If you say this club is interested in me, that club's interested in me. I mean, for me, Walcott's people have played it very well. Like when he's on it, great, fantastic. Do you think it's good value for money?
Walcott, I think Walcott, when he's fit, his problem is fitness. When he's fit, he scores lots of goals for Arsenal. He does. He's very consistent in scoring. So as long as Walcott's fit, I think, yeah, and you know, I think I like Walcott at the club. He poses a lot of problems to defences when he's firing, but it's keeping him injury-free for a season. That's what's been the problem.
It's not going to happen, is it?
You know, so if we could keep him injury-free for the season, listen, I like our forward players. We've got very good forward players, but I just feel that world-class striker is what we're missing. You know.
Well, Sky Sports are reporting that Arsenal are not willing to pay 50 million for Cavani anyway, so that doesn't look like it's going anywhere.
That wouldn't even get him.
I don't think that would get him. I don't think that would get him.
And I think, again, it's like Robbie said, there's no inclination from Paris Saint-Germain to let him go. They really want to build around him post-Zlatan, because Zlatan's out of the contract in a year and he'll probably hop it to the MLS. That looks the most likely scenario at the moment. But I don't know. I think, like I said, there's nothing wrong with continuing to ask the question. I think, you know, to be ready to catch when that mega signing falls, fair enough, but you have to assume that it's not going to happen.
There's also
really
reports,
funny with
reports that Arsenal linked with Adrian Rabiot from Paris Saint-Germain if they can get rid of Flamini.
He's a good player. It's not a game changer. It's that simple.
Is that the problem?
It's a young player, isn't he?
I couldn't even see him like walking straight into Arsenal's 11.
He wouldn't get straight into that.
They've got a really, really strong midfield.
We were here about 3 weeks ago when you were very confident. Very, very confident.
Because I thought we might be getting
Arsenal were going to win the league. You were massively confident.
No, I actually said at the time when I was there a couple of weeks ago, I go, if we make a couple of signings, the right ones, I think we can win the league. I thought if we got Benzema in and a defensive midfielder or another very good player, I felt that would give us enough. But without Benzema, you know, without a top-class striker, and I was going to say, I'm not even sure about Cavani, because I remember, like, I've been doing my transfer shows throughout the season. Earlier on in the season, most Arsenal fans, when I mentioned Cavani, they were saying they don't think he's clinical enough. He hasn't, for me, he hasn't been brilliant since, he's not been the Napoli Cavani.
He plays out of position, doesn't he, most of the time?
He plays on the left, doesn't he?
Yeah, but you know what? The problem with that is far more in his head than it is in reality. The thing is, if you play on the left in the front three with Zlatan in the middle, Zlatan's always going to wander off 40 yards back. So, in effect, you drift into the centre-forward role anyway. Every time Zlatan has been out of the team, and Cavani's had that moment to say, you belong as a centre-forward, he's not done it. He's missed big chances, as Robbie was saying, in loads of games. You think that, like season 4 last, when they lost in the quarter-finals at Chelsea, if he'd have had his shooting boots on, Chelsea would have been dust.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's, you know, and for 50 million as well. I mean, listen, why should we care? We just want to. But then I suppose when you think about the money guys who are making these decisions, if you look at Cavani, I was looking at he's 29 in February, right? 50 million for a 29.
But should that matter though? Because when Manchester United bought Robin van Persie, a lot of people thought they overpaid, but they got the league out of him.
Yeah, that was 25 million. He's talking about 50
About
million.
get a
25 million
centre-back now.
well spent, I'd say.
Premier League inflation is totally out of control, so I think you've got to bear that in mind. I think you've also got to bear in mind when we talk about ages, that people peak at different ages. And I think recently when you've had, like, you know, Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo becoming, you know, the best players in the world so relatively quickly in their footballing careers, and you know, when you go back to the previous generation of the best players and you look at Kaká and Ronaldinho and how they fell off so quickly, it's easy to say now that players peak at 23, 24 and they're done by 29. But that's not necessarily the case for everyone.
Depends on the player.
Between players, yeah.
Depends on the player. What would if you look at the evidence over the past couple of seasons, it would suggest that Cavani maybe is peaked already. But listen, if you turn around to me in half an hour's time and you said to me, we're about to sign Cavani, I would still be happy.
You've made loads of videos out of it, that's why. Where do you think Arsenal can realistically finish with the start that they've had, and obviously the deficiencies in the squad as well?
Top 3, no problem. Maybe even second, depending what happens to Chelsea. But I wouldn't say any higher than that. I can't see them winning.
Do you think the big thing's got to be trying to get past that second round of the Champions League? You know, because they always seem to finish second in the group and then get someone difficult in that first knockout game.
Yeah, that would help, definitely, winning the group. Although winning the group wasn't such a big deal in last year's Champions League as it was the year before, where there was that huge division. And obviously, the fact that
Yeah, good luck with that one this year, mate.
Got Bayern Munich in our group this year.
Yeah, exactly. But the fact that it went awry at Napoli the season before last, and you know it could have been playing Zenit, and they ended up playing Bayern. You know, everyone really fixates on that. You know, maybe they'll finish second and get a really good draw this year. Who knows? But I just think it's like Robbie's been saying, that the 2 points where they're weakest are just so obvious. They're so obvious, and it's negligent to have not dealt with it.
United are in the exact same problem though. It's so obvious that United need a centre back. It's so obvious that United need a striker. And here we are on deadline day. Martial.
That's the question.
It's the problem that they're just not there.
Well, that's the question actually. If like let's throw the money aside. Let's say we're not bothered about the money, it's signings to lift the place and all that sort of stuff. She said, if Martial was signing for Arsenal now, how would you feel?
Listen, I would take it. Of course, I'd take it because it's a striker. I'd be thinking to myself, well, I'd still be saying to myself, it's not Benzema. I'd still be saying to myself, it's a big risk. For 36 million, I'd be like, are you sure? We couldn't have got somebody better. But listen, we need a striker, so I'd still be hopeful. I'm sure with all United fans, they're hopeful because, you know, you hear people saying he could be the new Thierry Henry. And I must admit, when Monaco played against us, I never noticed him.
Too busy watching Berbatov score.
Do you think there's a...
But he is in the French national team now, ahead of Lacazette as well.
Do you think there's a case of teams like Manchester City and Chelsea that they don't mind paying over the odds for players because it forces clubs like Arsenal into a position that they don't want to go into? They don't want to pay, over 40, 50 million for a player who mightn't do it. But Man City can do that because they've got the money to write off.
That's maybe the case for City. It's not the case for Chelsea anymore. But like I said, like keeping it tight matters to them. You know, I can't think of a giant club who's better set for FFP than them. And what they've done in terms of selling...
FF what? That doesn't exist no more, does it?
But they've set their whole idea for it. And, you know, even before that, they were preparing for it. Because Abramovich, you know, as early as 2006, said, look, this club wants to break even. And back then, people laughed. They thought it would be impossible. But you know what? They got there.
But if they would have signed Stones, though, surely they would have gone off of the FFP. If they would have signed Stones.
Like you said, it's not so much of a consideration now. But the fact is, in terms of balance, they know it's going to have to be a monster to replace Terry eventually. You know, they know it's going to be. The guy was the best centre back in the league last season. There's no doubt about that.
So the wheels are off on that one, though.
They were never getting Stones. So is it the Arsenal board or is it Arsene Wenger's stubbornness that is stopping Arsenal from reaching those levels?
That's a good question. I think there's a bit of stubbornness in Arsene Wenger in that he really does not want to go for players that he feels are not right for him. So I think it's more the selection of these players more down to Arsene Wenger than the board, from what I understand. I think he is very stubborn. I think he does have his set players that he thinks he would like to get, and he's just like, well, if I can't get him, I'm not just going to go and buy a player for the sake of it, which I suppose is probably the right thing to do, but it's for a fan of the club, it's very frustrating because I do think that there are players that, all right, it may not be as good as Benzema, but maybe Carlos Bacca that was at Sevilla is another one that I felt to myself, why not take a little
gamble?
Yeah, the age ain't great. He's moving on in age-wise, but he's always been banging in the goals year after year.
Yeah, but if you do you want Benzema, you can only get Benzema. Say, right, okay, ignore that. Get Bacca. Surely you can have him for a year. Does well. Sell him, and then get your Benzema.
Well, I think with Bacca, it's that age, isn't it? So you're not going to get great sell-ons. You know, everyone's seen
quite late, and I don't know. Should sell-on still matter to Arsenal?
It shouldn't. It does.
It matters to Spurs, but should it matter to Arsenal?
Unfortunately, it does matter to Arsenal.
Not buying.
And you can see that in their policy that sell-on does matter to Arsenal, and you know it doesn't matter to City and clubs like that, Man United, but obviously you can see in the way in which we buy players that they still make that as a big consideration.
Is that a problem in mentality? Does that need to change?
Yeah, well, I think, again, similar to what you were saying, a lot of Arsenal's policies been built around all this FFP. But to me, with the FFP completely out of the window now, we've seen what Manchester City have done this season. I think we now need to readjust our policy at Arsenal to suit that. That, you know, the FFP is dead, as far as I'm concerned.
It predates that, doesn't it? Because it's to do with the stadium. It's to do with Wenger's mentality that, as you say, is so deeply entrenched in. And we're not talking about any other coach here. We're not talking about Martinez. We're not talking about Van Gaal. We're not talking about anyone. We're talking about a guy who's got more power. He's a manager. He's not just a head coach. You know, most of them, 19 of the other ones, are head coaches. He's a manager, and he wields such extraordinary power. Who can really step to him there? Especially post everything, who can step to him?
I'll step to him.
Right. On that note, I think we'll leave it there. Right, we're going to go straight.
What a player!
We're going to go straight over to Jack, who's got some breaking transfer news.
First, it was mice at Manchester United. Now, Heathrow Airport are getting on the act with some deadline day banter. They are saying they've planned the journey from Heathrow to the Emirates for Arsenal's new striker, if one ever arrives. So they've planned the route out there on Google Maps. They've tweeted it out. Heathrow Airport clearly wanting to get in the act on this fantastic deadline day here. We've also got some comments from you guys in the YouTube comments. Samrat says that Wenger out if he signs Cavani, he gets one more year at most. Some Arsenal fans clearly getting a bit fidgety with Wenger's transfer stuff so far. Pills saying Zlatan has won the league with every club he's ever played for. Some great statistics from Pills there. And Double Trouble FIFA saying Benzema might leave though because Madrid have Bale and Ronaldo and they can play some of their midfielders up front. So Double Trouble FIFA thinking Benzema might move away. Let's go though to the media outlets. Leicester have joined the race to sign Stoke's Jonathan Walters. Of course, Jonathan Walters has been linked to the move away from Stoke. He handed in his transfer request because he's just not getting game time there anymore. The 32-year-old, as I said earlier, has scored goals a lot in his career, so an attractive move for some clubs down the bottom. Obviously, West Brom were linked with him. And now Leicester have joined the race alongside Norwich City. Leeds United with some championship transfers. They are doing very well in this transfer window so far. Really are trying to push for them playoff spots this year. They're unbeaten this season, Leeds United, so they're doing very well. They've just signed Jordan Bataka from Excelsior. As I said, they are doing really well in this transfer window. They're pushing for them playoff spots. Emmanuel Adebayor has been a player who's been linked with a lot of clubs this summer. He clearly wants to move away from Tottenham. West Ham apparently will complete a move for him today. West Ham have been the club with the most signings today so far. They are doing some fantastic business, and they could add Adebayor to their squad by the end of today. Jonathan de Guzman, you will all remember from Swansea. Well, he might be wearing a Bournemouth shirt come the next game. He has been linked with a move to Bournemouth after 2 successful spells at Swansea. Bournemouth need to add to their squad, and de Guzman could be the player they get to strengthen and try and stay up this season. Aaron Lennon as well. He's been linked with a move to Everton. Tottenham have got a bit of a conundrum on their hands, really. They either let him go this season for a cut price or free for next season. He could be a really great addition for Everton. And finally, Antonio to West Ham from Nottingham Forest could be a move that interests West Ham again. West Ham really doing fantastic things in this transfer window so far. West Ham fans, let us know what you think in the YouTube comments of this live stream, and also tweet us at Ball Street. I'm going to head over to Paul in the green room.
Kicking off in the green room, isn't it?
Yep.
It looks like it, doesn't it? Hey.
There we go, and all that stuff. We're going to catch up on how bad he's getting on the chat man 102 front. His face pretty much tells you everything you need to know, I guess. But let's have a chat through. Obviously, Jack's obviously gives a lot of the breaking news. The Jose Enrique one's a bit weird. Anyone want to give me a little bit on that? Callum, go on, talk.
Me? Okay. It's basically you're
The views of Callum do not necessarily represent them.
Jose Enrique was earlier seen heading towards West Brom, we believe, but now it's being rumoured that he could be going to Sunderland instead.
Was he pictured with a
West Brom shirt? West Brom shirt, and I guess he just turned up at the training ground and put it on, apparently, because
he's mad like that. He's just tried that. That's what he's probably forgotten. He's made it public.
He's West Brom, he's up Wenger all over again.
You know what he's done there? He's opened Instagram, and instead of going into his folder to get a pre-taken picture, he's taken a picture in Instagram. He's posted it. He's probably in some sports shop seeing if it looks good. See if it matches his tan.
He likes the selfie.
He does. He's a big fan of the selfie. As Jose Enrique. That, to be honest, we kind of said that. I mean, Enrique is mad as a bag of snakes, like. So I you know, or whatever.
Wasn't it a box of frogs?
Or a box of frogs, or a big bag of breasts. But you know, he's mad at all those things. So I kind of didn't expect any transfer involving Jose Enrique to go simple as that.
Easy, yeah.
And so is what Callum says. Is that?
Well, it looks like he's going to sign for West Brom, or he's on his way to Sunderland. West Brom haven't ruled it out completely, but they have said that no deal has been done. So, and whereas him appearing in a West Brom shirt would suggest that it had.
Yeah. For any normal human being. He's probably watching this because he's bored. I bet he's watching this while he's driving as well. Do not watch live streams and drive. I cannot state that clearly enough. Particularly if it means you might damage any potential transfer away from Liverpool Football Club. Barry, quickly then, how you faring? Not so good.
Very well.
You signed a goalkeeper?
I've signed Nigel Martin, and he got injured in training, so I need to have a word.
How long's he out for?
2 weeks. Got Chris Pajak and goalies having a mare, but we did get through in the League Cup. Therefore, that makes me Everton's most successful manager over the last 35 years in that competition.
Yeah, have you signed any more players?
Just about to sign Mark here from Falkirk, who is unknown but is very good on this.
On that game.
Exactly.
Excellent. Do keep your suggestions for players who Barry should sign to save his career. And Paul Street, or I suppose you can tweet at Toffee TV as well. Toffee TV, is it just Toffee TV or is Toffee TV?
Toffee TV 1.
Yeah, the one and only.
And only.
For your CM0102 suggestions. Nick,
Hello, mate.
How did your FIFA 98 go before?
No, it didn't go very well. Oh, that's 4-1. He was here, I was West Ham. So Wimbledon are better than West Ham on that game.
Remember Wimbledon? So we've got a few questions while we got the lads here. We did send these over in advance for pre-preparation. It seems that
we didn't get the memo.
Yeah. So we're going to see how we get on with this. I want to know, and we'll go around. We'll start with Nick first, but we'll get it from everyone. What are your top 3 signings of the window so far? Don't necessarily have to go all 3 now. Don't go mad if you want to just throw one out.
I'm going to put one in there now. Alex Song.
That is and that's only just gone through.
Great bit of business
today.
Great bit.
A loan again.
Yeah.
It's a loan.
Yeah.
With an option to loan him again next year, and then he's out of contract, so we we're free to sign him.
So you'll sign for Spurs at the end of it.
No. He's coming. He's staying with us. If he's good, you know, we can send him away, and if he's bad, we can send him away. If he's good, option to keep him free.
So was he good last season? Nah, he looked good against Liverpool.
Do you know what he was? Class first half of the season. I mean, world class. You know what I mean? But second half of the season wasn't great, but no one was. You know, so I'll put it down to that. It's that the manager was on the way out, but he was class first half of the season. If he brings any of that form into the new season, you know, we've got a world class player on our hands for free.
Anyone want to throw out any of today's deals? We've got Song there. We've got our high tech deals board, as you can see there. Has Mr. White got one of them? Yes. But it's on a big touchscreen computer, no doubt, but we haven't got that. We've got a whiteboard, because that's all you need. I don't think anyone can really give a shout for Martial, because no one's heard of him.
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah. Have you heard, really?
I bought him on FIFA.
Was he any good?
Yeah, he's average, I'll be honest.
Let's hope.
But I'm not saying he's average for United, he's just on FIFA. Might be my FIFA skills.
Maybe that's it. Not better than you. CM skills?
Early days. I got given this, I just got put into this job. I didn't even want it.
It's quite telling, those of us joining us. Welcome to Boss Street. It's Deadline Day Live. We're in the green room, so it's not all like this, don't worry. But we're playing Chapman 102. Barry's been handed the reins. I point out that the manager's name is Matt Wilson, who is the CEO of Ball Street, who has gone AWOL today, probably to get some nice hair products or something, I don't know.
His hair is looking excellent.
His hair is looking different, but that will see a little bit of Matt later on in the day. But yeah, anyone want to put any more signings?
Young Kabaya, it's got to be the signing of the summer. I was just looking through that board there.
Yeah.
And bringing to the team, he's going to bring the most out of any other player I think that's been signed over the summer.
I guess it's borderline going to be disrespectful to Palace, because that's how all these kind of things start, I guess. Yeah. But that, I'm amazed that no one else was in for Kabaya.
We was.
He wanted to play under Pardew.
We were.
He wanted to play under Pardew. That's what he come out and said. There was a French report, and he come out and said, I chose Palace because I want to play under Pardew again. It's where I play my best football, and I want to be playing regularly.
It's probably the great nights out that he has, you know what I mean?
It's a good time in the time.
Yeah.
I know, it's amazing. I totally agree with that. He's a phenomenal player. I think there was... It obviously didn't work out for him in PSG.
Yeah.
But he was one of the top midfielders in the Premier League when he left.
Yeah.
It's a coup at the very least. Any more?
Joe Gomez.
I'd absolutely 100% agree with Joe Gomez until the weekend.
Right. Okay.
I do agree.
3.5 million in this window for. Okay. Yes, he was unproven. That was the risk, but it looks like he's going straight in at left back. Manager that has confidence in him. Toffee TV, not so much. I'll go for another one, the neutral one. Sami Khedira was the value signing on a free to Juve. Yes, he got injured, but he's apparently not on huge figures. He's on less than 100 grand a week, which is a cut from Real Madrid, and he can shore up that Italian team easily. So
yeah. So what about Fernandez Mori or whatever he's called?
Am I going to have to break this up?
Whatever. Yeah. Obviously you're going to be on the main studio. You'll be able to talk about Evan in a lot more depth and detail. But
why have we gone to him? Why I was going to talk
about value. You spent £9.5 million on him.
Yeah, have we?
Well, or have you? Or have you?
You tell me.
What do you know?
Tell me. I'd be surprised if it's 9.5 million. If we win a World Cup, it might be 9.5 million. But
I like that. Hang on.
If we go back to signings,
are we? All right.
now we're representing current share.
Current share, yeah. That's it. Kip bag, I'd be happy with that one, yeah. So, good to see Pets keep him busy. Go on, get the bog. And get something to drink. We messing around with it, yeah.
It's all something to drink, by the way.
I know, yeah. So, I mean, you don't want to talk about him too much then. In terms of Everton's business then, who's been your best move of the summer?
Delafeu.
Yeah.
Delafeu, 3.5 million.
A bargain considering that you'd have probably, if you've got him on the back of his first loan, you'd have probably paid double figures, millions for him.
Easily.
What's happening with Aaron Lennon?
What is happening with Aaron Lennon?
Apparently he's having a medical.
Really?
Yeah.
Barry's
Barry, what are you saving it for, Baz?
Saving it for our own channel. Breaking news.
That's the spirit, all in this together.
Alan Lennon will.
Yeah, 5
Will.
million.
I mean, I think everybody knew that. He said himself in about May, he'd wait till the very last moment.
I thought the consensus was that he might have hung on till January before getting the moves, but no.
It was Spurs lowered their price from 10 to 7, and Everton wanted to pay 5, and now he's gone.
Yeah, I think it'd be about 4 or 5.
Happy with that then?
Delighted.
He had an impact at the
I
end of
think
last
he
season.
was, even in the second half of the season, he was our best player, but I think Evertonians will be disappointed if we don't bring in the mysterious number 10.
Is that not Ross Barkley's show?
Well, our manager said he wanted a mysterious number 10.
A mysterious number 10. Like, I like
Maybe
that.
just wants the number 10.
Let's run with that. Who would be the most mysterious number 10? Imagine like Darkwing Duck, kind of mysterious, like, you know what I mean?
Wrestling thing, you let it go.
No, Darkwing Duck.
No, but I said Ray. You said Mysterio. No.
Ray Mysterio.
I'm just leaving that.
Barry,
really?
Sorry, I didn't expect it from you.
I told you, but I can pull the wrestling.
Barry's watched wrestling twice, and that you just pull a Rey Mysterio quote out. Let me know your suggestion for who could be, not just, I don't mean sensible suggestions, I don't mean who they might actually be in for. I want to know who would be a great shout for a mysterious number 10.
David De Gea.
Why not?
As for the business, as for your original question, and to keep this relevant,
yeah, of course,
before it goes off.
That's what the green room's all about, relevance. And
I'd still say that, for me, Czech's the best bit of business this summer.
I think that's a great shout.
And I think people have jumped on. Yeah, again, look, he gave your boys won't win many away games. Oh, hang on, yeah, he will. But, no. But I think that he had the mare that day against West Ham. But I think he's still a top keeper, and I think for Arsenal, it's a really, really good.
Well, I said when they announced that deal that he's a goalkeeper enough to propel you from a third or fourth to the title, but it's you talk about identifying problems, and again, I'm sure we've got Robbie who can discuss the Arsenal stuff better than us, of course, but they haven't had a decent goalkeeper since David Seaman, and that was that's a box ticked as far as I'm concerned for Arsenal. So no, good shout for that. Anyone want to throw any more? I'll throw a random one out. Maybe. Pedro, I'll have Pedro a shot. You know what, a random one, and maybe because I didn't get too far down the list of transfer ins and outs before I did this segment, Artur Boruc for Bournemouth. And you know why? Just because he's been a fancy football stalwart for about 10 years. If you want a good solid goalkeeper in fancy football, makes loads of saves, doesn't concede too many goals. Depends a lot on the team he's playing for, of course, but Artur Boruc is a shout there.
That's why he did terrible Mondo goals.
Mondo goal. Not Mundo goals. Mondo goal. Those of you who don't know what Cam's referring to there, we might as well give it a plug because we're here. Mondo goal, fancy forfeit battle, Redmen TV taking on Arsenal Fan TV, taking on Ball Street and their 7 million interns. Across all 3 channels. There's a forfeit coming up in the next week or two. It's either going to be myself, Chris Pajak from Redman, Robbie from Arsenal Fan TV, or Lawrence from Ball Street are going to be taking a zip wire across Liverpool City Centre. Yeah, they tuned in for that. It seemed like a good idea at the time until I went to see how high it was. Not so much. Yeah, well, let's have quickly. Nick, I'll just get one more question from you, and we'll hand back over to the boys in the studio again. Is there any signing in this window that secretly made you a little bit jealous?
No, we've signed all the good ones. I think Ayew. We was in for Ayew.
That's a great shout.
Swansea's scored a lot of goals since he's been there. Yeah, I'd like to have taken him.
That's a bit. He's one of those players. I think Liverpool have been linked with him. I've done stuff for Redmen TV about him years and years in the past. And he seems to be one of those names that was constantly linked with the Premier League. Never seemed to happen. He's come in. And you can't argue that. Yeah, he looks fantastic, doesn't he? Although typically, if he'd signed for Liverpool, he'd have just been rubbish. He's one of them players. Just would have been absolutely terrible. But anyone, one more show? Anything makes you jealous? Every signing outside of Southend?
Nah, Football League. Yeah, but Premier League. I don't have a Premier League club, do I? So, I've nothing to be jealous about.
Anything in and around? Where are Southend these things?
League One. What am I jealous of? Wolves just signed Nathan Byrne today from Swindon. And real class player. You'll see him in the Championship this year.
Shonny, we're going to offend. Sorry, Callum. What's going on? You're 2-1 up against Luton.
The League Cup again.
The League Cup, the lucky League Cup for Ball Street.
No, go for later.
Injury time, that's it. Do you want to show Jack again? Injury time.
Dropping it, where is he? Yeah. You rubbish in goal. Forget Dizzy Pens. You rubbish in goal.
Yeah, Chris was in the resis with me.
Injured 94th minute.
Anyone wondering where Chris is today? Chris is the man behind the cam. Right there, looking gorgeous.
Awful in goal, apparently.
yeah, I think you're a defensive midfielder on it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Why are you playing me in goal then?
I've got no keeper.
So actually, we could really do some suggestions for goalkeepers.
I've got one.
Another one. Injured. No, but you're not going to mount a serious title challenge with an injured Nigel Martin.
We only buy one player. we don't do squads. We just buy one.
So Glenn Murray's just happened. Well, I'm sure Jack will have some more news on that. I'll have some Crystal Palace guys in to talk Crystal Palace later on. I have an important button to press to remind people that I'm still talking. Thanks for watching. If you just joined us, welcome. It's Deadline Day Live. We're in the green room. We're going to head back over to the main studio to pick up from Ped and the panel.
Cheers, Paul, in the green room. Lots of fun. I like the top sitting behind him as well. It's fantastic that. It suits the green room well. Big thanks to Andy Bressel, who's left us now. We've been joined by Steve Green from Aston Villa Review podcast. We're going to talk about a little bit about Aston Villa in a moment. Big thanks to everyone who's watching. Make sure you spread the link, get the link out there. We're going to be here till 7 o'clock. Get the link out there, spread it round. Listen, Jim White, he's boring. Swerve him, just get rid of him. Stick with us till 7 o'clock. Yeah.
I like the yellow band there as well.
Yeah, I've got yellow band, there you go, that'll do. A couple of questions come in, Robbie. One of the interviews, Claude mentions his sources. Who are his sources? He said he would the club were buying 2 players.
Sounds about right.
Well, that's what he said.
I think what his sources were telling him a couple of weeks ago was Cavani and Rabiot. So those were the players I think that they were talking about. Listen, I get loads of people, and some of them decent sources, letting me know about certain players. So for all summer, I've had one person in particular who has got links saying to me, Robbie, they are definitely 100% after Benzema. And I think it's been kind of proven that they have been after Benzema. But you can have a source, doesn't mean it's going to come off.
Yeah.
Unless your source is Arsene Wenger.
I wouldn't believe a word that comes out of Wenger's mouth.
Yeah, I don't even know if I believe him, you know what I mean? Because you cannot second guess Arsenal's transfers. I mean, there's nobody who predicted last season that we were going to get Welbeck. Nobody predicted when we signed Kim Kallstrom. You know, I mean,
for good reason. Yeah, you should have got Kim Kardashian.
I know, it would have been better if I would have preferred Kim Kardashian, I'll tell you that. But yeah, so you can't second guess it. You know, you can get all kind of sources and links and stuff like that, but it's. I remember last season I got tripped up on a source. Said to me, he goes, 100% Robbie, we're going to be signing. What's his name from who went to Chelsea?
Could be literally. And now you're only limiting it down to
striker who went to Chelsea.
Costa.
Not Costa. Loic Remy. He said to me, Robbie, 100% we're getting Remy. And you know what? I think he was very close because remember Remy was at Arsenal, watching Arsenal from the stands.
That put him off.
That was after probably, but that was after the source had told me. He actually the week after that he was in. So I was thinking, it's definitely going to happen. And I put it out there it was going to happen, and he ended up at Chelsea.
You ended up with egg on your face.
You ended up, you can end up with egg on your face from some of these sources, but people do sometimes genuinely get some really good links, but it doesn't mean it's going to come off. Doesn't mean it.
Steve, we had a question in for you from Dave Thomas, who said, on a scale of 1 to 10, how terrible are Villa?
Probably about 4 right now.
That's generous.
I don't think so. I think where last season we were terrible, what we've done is after losing 2 key players, we've spread the quality about a bit. And in the opening 4 games, you can sort of see that it's not a bad team, but it's an undercooked team.
The question was actually how terrible are Villa on a scale from 1 to Villa, but I just didn't want to be that cruel, to be perfectly honest. It looks like Joleon Lescott's coming in, and I think that would be an excellent sign. I think he's an excellent player. I'm a bit disappointed Everton didn't go for him, to be honest. I'm not sure how that would have worked, but have you been happy with what's happened so far this summer? Obviously, Benteke going out. the most loyalist man in football, Fabian Delph, has gone as well. So you're happy who you brought in as replacements?
It's the jury's still out, I think, at the moment, because we're all still figuring out who these players are and what they can actually do.
Hopefully the manager's not in the same boat as that as
Exactly,
well.
that's the main problem.
How's his injury, by the way? I've seen he got a bit of a nasty...
I think he'll be out for a while.
Calf injury
on the
Saturday.
bench. Yeah, that was weird. But, I don't know, I'm pretty pleased with the amount of players we've brought in. It was quite clear that a lot was needed. And it wasn't just one or two players, it was an overhaul that was needed. And we're still stuck with a few players that we'll probably try and shift before the end of the day, but might have a bit of trouble doing so.
As a fan of a traditional club, like myself,
One of very
does it
few.
sicken you when you see the amount of money that gets bandied about by these like lesser clubs? You know, these plazzy clubs
Your
like
Arsenals
Chelsea and that. I wouldn't say Arsenal. I think Arsenal are like Arsenal are like they're a proper club as well.
They're probably in your band, aren't they?
They're a proper club like us, but you know, the likes of Chelsea and you know upstarts like Man City. Does it sicken you when you see the amount of money that they're throwing at players?
Yes and no. I think that's sort of what's needed now to compete at the highest level.
Is that why you're doing so bad?
Maybe. It's probably why we've spent so much. But I think when you're a club like Chelsea and City who don't have the strongest sort of youth setup, that's how you're going to get, you know, there's the success that you want, whilst you're still sort of building that, if you are building that at all, which, you know, Chelsea have done a little bit towards that with guys like Izzy Brown and Loftus-Cheek, but City, you know, where are their young players? No one's coming through and establishing that connection between the club and the fans.
We were having this argument in the green room. None of them are going to get a chance to come through. That's
Well, exactly.
what the problem is,
It's always the
because they've got excellent academies, Chelsea and Man City. If you ever go and see Manchester City's academy, it's absolutely incredible, right? Now, why did they have to go and buy Delph from you guys? Why couldn't they have bought one of those players that they've got in their youth team that's been doing really, really well over the past couple of years? Surely they could have promoted one of them, but these clubs at the moment are just not willing to take the chance.
It's the mentality switch.
Yeah, it's the same with Chelsea. You know, yeah, Loftus-Cheek, he's played the odd game, 15 minutes there, 20 minutes there, but he's not getting a chance to get in the team. They'll just go and buy that player. They won't give these guys a chance, and that's what I don't like about both those clubs.
Have you made your peace with it? Because I know it can be hard. I know there's a lot of Everton fans in the same boat. There's fans that have sort of made the peace with it. You see what's going on and go, well, what can you do? And there's other fans that are angry that you're not a big club. You know, obviously you got Randy Lerner in, and he tried it and he only got like 5th or 6th. He couldn't even get past Everton, even though he threw all that money at it. But that was the problem, wasn't it? It was like he threw all that money and went, well, what's the point? So are you one of those fans who just goes, well, that's just the way it is, or does that anger you the way it is now?
I was really annoyed at first. I was really upset about it, but I've sort of made my peace with it now. But that said, November 8th when Man City come down, I'm going and I plan to lose my voice. We're just booing him. But I mean, nobody would have been upset if he'd just kept his mouth shut about loyalty, because that's a word that's in short shrift in football these days. And I think the fans of clubs like Villa, when that's said, people really take it to heart, and I think that was the most hurtful thing about it, is that he had such a good connection with the fans. We loved him, he seemed to love us, and when he signed that deal in January, he thought, well, if we do stay up, I think, you know, we can all see him staying. But he kept his mouth shut. No one would have begrudged him that move, because it is obviously a step up.
At least he didn't accidentally put in a transfer request.
I think that's not even work.
At least he didn't do that. You know, I meant to put my holidays in, but I put a transfer request in by accident. You know, so
sent the wrong attachment. Sorry about
you're right though, aren't you? You can't begrudge anybody moving to one of the bigger clubs. But if they're honest about it and open about it, I mean, that's probably why John Stones isn't getting a lot of flack from Everton fans, is because he's been quite open about it. He put a transfer request in, but it is people like, you know, Fabian Delph who, you know, I want to stay in the next minute.
I mean, the funniest thing about it, and probably what's made it easier, is that you look at the start City have made. As it stands, there's no chance he's getting into that midfield.
Is he the new Scott Sinclair then? Is he just going to be sitting
Is he the new
Possibly, yeah.
enter name here? Is he the new enter name
Online
here? Jack
to Sunderland
Rodwell.
in a year's time.
The next one will be, is he the new Fabian Delph?
Well, hopefully.
Look forward to
That's how he's going to set up his legacy.
I just want them all to go away, by the way. I just want all the big clubs to just go away and have their own European Super League, and then we can get back to being...
You'd be bored, mate. You'd be bored.
But, well, I wouldn't.
You would?
I honestly wouldn't. Yeah, because you wouldn't be going in the European Super League. Sam, we've ignored you for about the last part of 2 hours on Manchester United. We've done it on purpose, to be honest. We just wanted to sit here and make fun of a Cockney who supports Man United.
That's an age-old one.
Are you satisfied with what Manchester United have done this summer?
If you'd asked me that 2 weeks ago, I would have said yes. Now it's looking a bit fishy. I've just had a little look. I think we've got about 18 players in our first team squad now. That's desperately thin for a team who Van Gaal says wants to challenge on all fronts. You know injuries are going to come in. You know that Smalling's going to pick up a knock, be out for 3 weeks. Carrick will play at centre-back. Then it's just going to all go all over the shop. The depth in the squad isn't there. We're too reliant on individuals, which is all good and well when they're playing and they're fit. But as soon as those injuries come in, I mean, in August was crazy. We had 6 games in 30 days. September's going to be equally as busy. I think we've got 5 games, and then you've got the big December rush that always happens. United are going to be playing every 4 or 5 days for the whole season. You can't expect Carrick's legs to survive that. Schweinsteiger hasn't got the legs of old. He can only really, I don't know if he can play 90 minutes yet. He hasn't at the moment. But our problem at the moment is up front as a striker, same as Arsenal, and as a centre-back. If we were to bring in Martial, whatever you want to call him, Anthony, easier.
Big toe.
Big Tony. If we bring him up front, that's hedging a lot of bets on a youngster who's not proven, but it's better than doing it on thin air. So I will take that. And we need a centre-back. It's always been the focus. If you ask all United fans going into the summer what are your 2 main priorities, they would have said keeping David De Gea, which looks like it's going to be happening by hook or by crook, and
what
sign
sort of De Gea?
Huh?
What sort of De Gea, though? That's the thing.
De Gea's going to be there fully. I don't get the idea that he's going to be there kicking off a fuss and he's not going to be playing well. If he's not focused on United, he'll be focused on Spain. He's got the Euros coming up and he's a professional. I think he's shown he can tackle adversity, is what he's done in his first 18 months of his United career. And I think he'll come back, I wouldn't say he'll come back stronger, not at the start. It might take him a couple of weeks to brush it off. But United fans won't give him any stick at all. He's been, you're talking about how maybe it's best just sometimes not to say anything at all. That's what De Gea's done all summer. He's just kept it stum, which has been slightly frustrating, but it's better than him coming out and saying, I want to leave, please take me to Madrid, take me now. Which we all know was what he wanted because his girlfriend, his family's there, he's from Madrid. If you took Manchester and you put it in Madrid, he'd be delighted. He loves the club, he loves the fans, but it's not in Madrid. That's
what
the problem.
did you say about centre-back? Marcus Rojo. What's happened to him? You bought him last season.
He's injured.
He's a centre-back. Well, how long's he out for?
He wasn't injured. He came back from pre-season looking a bit plump. I think he might have enjoyed a couple of steaks.
The Luke Shaw diet, they call it.
No, that was last summer. He's done well this year.
You just bought that guy last year. He's like an Argentinian international. He's young. Why can't he play centre-back?
No, he can play centre-back, but because he was in the Copa America with Argentina, they got the whole way to the final. Came back, I think, missed the whole pre-season, came back a week and a half too late. So he played Ajax's reserves last week, played 60 minutes. So he's coming back towards fitness. So we'll have a genuine option to Blind, who nobody expected to play at centre-back, but all of a sudden actually looks all right at centre-back. Probably because he hasn't been tested that much. Same as Romero. Before the Swansea game, he looked really good. After the Swansea game, he looks... I don't know what he looks like, but he looks like a bag of spaghetti, really.
That's just one game, though. I mean,
so
you can't...
where do you think, looking at the moment, Manchester United will finish this season?
I do think we've got a better squad than we had last year, and we finished 4th. I think that Arsenal, I thought Arsenal were going to be title contenders this year, but I think because they've been stagnating so hard, I don't think they will be at all. So I think it'll probably be us two fighting for 4th and 3rd. I think it'll be Chelsea. I'm not really as sure about Chelsea finishing in the top 2 as I was at the start of the season. I thought Chelsea always start the season really strong. I think this is the first year I can remember they really started and not done flying out the blocks. So there's trouble there, they've got the medical staff issue going on. Mourinho's trying to deflect his old Mourinho tactics, and it's backfiring on him at the moment. Terry's sitting there, first time he took him off, and he's sitting there looking with deadpan face. So it's good to see problems at Chelsea. I like that.
With the way the season started for them, any minor problem is going to get pounced upon and it's going to get magnified.
Good, I want that.
That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Right, it's 2 o'clock. It's we're 2 hours in. I'm going to go straight over to Jack, who's got all the latest transfer news.
Thanks very much, guys. We have got some breaking news. It started off slowly this past half an hour, but it really has picked up now. You can see here on the screen, breaking news that Glenn Murray has completed his move to Bournemouth from Crystal Palace. It has been speculated for a few weeks now. This move has finally gone through, and it looks like a good deal for Bournemouth. Also, some other news. West Ham might be making their 4th signing with a move for Antonio from Nottingham Forest. This is just an unbelievable day for West Ham. They're picking up another fantastic signing, and we're 3-4 hours into the day. Absolutely incredible news for them. Some slightly less great news comes for Wolves. Nuwa Dicko, one of their key strikers, has been ruled out for the season, which pretty much means that the Afobe deal will not be going through to Norwich. So Benik Afobe probably won't be leaving Wolves, which is good news for them, but at the same time, Nuwa Dicko has been ruled out for the season. Some more transfer news. Swansea have been offered the chance to sign Junior Hoylett. Will they be making a move for him? Who knows? They've made a great start to the season, so not too sure about that one. Joe Ledley, on the other hand, has been granted permission to leave the Wales squad, and Cardiff, obviously Swansea's rivals, might be making a move for them. Ian Holloway, we know he likes to have an opinion. He has said that the price tag and expectation is too high for Martial to fill. So obviously the Manchester United signing, Ian Holloway, with some big opinions, has been coming in and talking about Manchester United today. But Swansea fans, let us know in the comments, do you want to go for Junior Hoylett, or do you think you've got your business done early on? Is that the best way to do your business? To get it done early, to settle the squad down, and to get rolling from there. Finally, the last bit of breaking news is Derby have completed a move for Huddersfield's Jacob Butterfield. He moved to Norwich a few years ago, had a pretty unsuccessful spell there. Wasn't really given the chance. Moved to Huddersfield. Looks to be the main man there. But Derby have completed a big money move for Jacob Butterfield. And I believe we've got Matt in the green room, who was our expert Huddersfield fan. So over to them.
Okay, it's time for some hot Huddersfield action. We've got Matt Wilson here. Do you want to just... I'm not happy with these set changes happening behind me back, but at least the Liverpool shirt has been restored at the expense of one of the Man United shirts. Hang on, we need to sort that out. Anyway, Matt, Huddersfield involved in a good deal of transfer action at the minute.
Yeah, it's not good. Deadline day is never, in fact, no day is a good day to be a Huddersfield Town fan. It doesn't matter what. Christmas Day, that's not good either. Deadline day certainly isn't, because nothing happens. And every Saturday is the worst. You know?
Is it like just like your turkey goes in the oven and then you go to get it and someone's had it off?
Exactly.
They paid slightly less than you paid for it.
Yeah. Oh, we've given it away for nothing. To give away our turkey on Christmas morning. So yeah, Jacob Butterfield, who anybody that's watched Huddersfield or that's seen us play, is the heartbeat of the team.
Yeah.
He's really strong both sides. He takes all our corners. He takes all our free kicks. Literally, he's the only guy that can kind of act comfortable in possession of the football. Derby have had a few nibbles at him this window, and apparently now, as Jack's just said, he's going. So at least we've left ourselves, 2 hours, 3 hours to replace him. Typical Town. So yes, he's going, which is bad for us. And then there's rumours as well that Varney, who obviously Pad and Baz.
James Vaughan.
Yeah, James Vaughan. They'll know him really well, and he again, he's like, when he's fit, he's a very important player for us.
And that would be an interesting thing. If we used that expression in front of the Toffee TV lads and said, James Vaughan, when he's fit, I bet that would probably get a smirk or two.
Yeah,
out of them, I'd imagine.
Yeah, but he's massive for us. He's such a presence, and you can tell that everybody else he's a leader on the field, and so if we lose Butterfield and Vaughan on the same day, that would be quite disappointing for us. And we haven't won a game yet this year, so it's not looking too good. So that kind of puts the nails in the coffin, I think, of #championship problems.
Shans, there you go. Anything else you'd like to any slight notes of positivity on that?
No. We might be getting. So what's it called? Jamie Patterson. Jamie Patterson is rumoured to be joining us from...
Oh, hang on, sorry, we've got Baz here actually. Yeah. If we said to you, James Vaughan, if he just stays fit...
Awesome.
He would be, wouldn't he?
If James Vaughan was great, he was absolutely great, but he's never fit.
No.
Exactly that.
James Patterson, not from Orlando City.
No, Jamie Patterson.
That's Mark. That's
from,
Mark.
Yeah, Jamie Patterson from Forest is apparently coming our way, but Leeds.
Dirty
That's
Leeds.
dirty Leeds.
Sorry, Leeds fans.
Leeds United.
I mean, I agree, but I should be more neutral than that.
No, Leeds Urinals. They are apparently trying to steal him as well, and they look like they might have a decent season. But apparently, it's just us, Charlton, and Leeds looking for Patterson. And I know where I wouldn't be going if I was Patterson.
There you go. Matt, quickly before we go,
Yes.
any signing of the summer that's secretly made you jealous? I know it's hard to put it in the Huddersfield context, but or I'll tell you what, let's make it easy.
Cheers for the surprise question.
Give us a shout for what you think's been the best signing of the summer so far.
I think it's difficult to say. I think that it's almost a shame that the Sterling one happened so early, because that would have been a nice saga.
I can't say I agree with that, but the carry on.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, rather than signings that are made, I think it's the signings that aren't made at this stage that are the interesting one. You know I'm going to answer it.
No, I just like the way Matt's got a long career in politics. It's a very interesting, a very righteous question that you asked there, and I appreciate your ability to ask it to me, allowing me several more moments while I continue to talk while I think of a reasonable answer to give.
No, what I would like to see happen with
Petr Cech, yes,
excellent. No, what the thing that always disappoints me on these windows is there's a few teams that they only need to add a little bit to really get to that next level. And just because I was chatting to the guys at Arsenal Fan TV earlier, I think Arsenal again, like look at it now, Chelsea, United, Liverpool, everybody is in a little bit of disarray, and they've got the opportunity just to take that next step. And they need that marquee guy, and they need to go out and spend some money. And for me, it's like you're so close, and all you've got to do is push that extra bit harder. Someone like Zlatan or someone like that, just to kind of intimidate the opposition's defenders. Because Giroud and that are good on their day, but they don't do it consistently enough, and they don't scare anybody in those 0-0, in them tight games, in the last minute. And that's what they need to do.
In fact, I'm going to say, before we hand over, Robbie, Matt says you just need to sign Zlatan Ibrahimovic and you'll win the title. Right?
And a defender.
You just need to sign Zlatan and you'll win it. There you go. Could not have framed it any better myself. Anyway, we'll have more action from the green room. We're going to get some guys involved in the FIFA 98 challenge. We're going to get Baz back behind the reins of Ball Street on CM01. Oh, we can do that too, Defo. But we're going to hand back to the main studio now. Ped, what is going on?
Welcome back to the main studio. Big thanks to everyone out there watching. Don't forget, push the stream. Get it out there. Get more people watching this. It's better than all those other channels who just waffle on all the same stuff all day. We're going live to someone's training ground and there's a fella hanging out the window saying nothing's going on. Stay here with the real fans. We're talking about what's really going on. Joined here by Howard Smith, Leeds United fan, and from Beesotted Brentford, Dave and Billy. And we're going to have a bit of a championship special. So stick with us for the next hour as we get into it. Gents, thanks for being here.
Pleasure.
What's transfer deadline day like for fans of teams in the Championship? Is it just as exciting, or is it with the little bit more time for loans and etc.? Does it drag on a little bit?
I mean, it drags on, but it's also a bit of a dread for us, I think, actually. I mean, look at a team like us, Brentford. We did really well last season, and I know a lot of teams can say that as well. But all of a sudden, you come in and you get obliterated. You get the teams with the big money. They come in, they buy your players. You get the desperate teams who are absolutely struggling, and they come out there with the wheelbarrows and they whip your players away from you. And we're sort of trying to hang on to a certain extent to try and keep things together.
I don't really think it's helped us this year at all. I think the transfer window should have shut before the season started. Especially for our club. We've lost 2 or 3 really good players that, if the season had started a little bit later for us, we might have kept them. So it's been quite disruptive for us.
And I echo the sentiments exactly. I don't know about closing the transfer window before the season. I think it's here to stay the way it is. It depends if you're a buying or a selling club. If you're a buying club, you want it open. If you're a selling club, you want it shut. And unless you want the money. Yeah, of course it's not the money. No.
Well, you've seen it both sides. I mean, what's it like to see it on?
Yeah.
Well, not just both, all different kinds of spectrums as a Leeds United fan. I'm at a club who's gone out and splashed a massive amount of money.
Yeah.
And it's obviously put you in this position now where you're on the other end of it.
Yeah, well, it's been so long since we were at the other end of it that that just seems like a different club.
Yeah.
What's it like for us now? I mean, the last transfer window, the equivalent transfer window of this last year was when we got trolled by our own official Twitter account when they said at 11 o'clock, don't go to bed yet, one more bit of business to do, 11:30, we've sold Matt Smith to Fulham. Good night. God. It's just brilliant, thanks guys. So hoping for none of that. But it works both ways. I mean, when I heard we'd spent 3 million on Chris Wood, I was like, well, if you go back, Danny Murphy, not Danny Murphy, but Luke Murphy, we signed him 2 transfer windows ago for $1 million. And that's the first time we'd spent £1 million on a player for 8 years. And spending 3 million on Chris Wood, like most Leeds fans, I was like, well, who are we selling?
World Cup striker.
He is after that goal at the weekend. But yeah, it's a mixture of fit. I mean, look, there's a rumour that Sam Byram's gonna go, which is a shame. But you know, it's poacher gamekeeper, isn't it?
But
you know,
in the Championship, you know, especially depends where you are at in your parachute payment cycle. You know, for clubs that have come down and still got money to spend in this window, then they really are at an advantage. They can see how their season started. They can see how strong the rest of the division is. It gives them a little bit more time, and then they can go and cherry pick. So
well, basically, financially, there's 3 Premier League teams in the Championship. You know, from as of the beginning of the season. Yeah. So they've got the wherewithal to just go and pretty much take whoever they want. Or even more, actually, if you think about it, because the teams that came down for the seasons before also got parachute payments as well. But there is a theory, actually, that we got about transfer window day. I mean, it doesn't really exist, really, actually, does it?
No, we reckon all these deals were actually done back in June and July, and they've just been.
It just makes good
they like feed them out now, and it just reaches
just
this
for Sky.
It's like a feeding frenzy now. Just for Sky.
What's the league called? Sky Bet.
Yeah. That's a very good point, actually. There's probably. I'm surprised there's not a transfer deadline day app. You know, where you're just battered with transfer news from all around the world. Right. But I think you're onto something there, but also I think it's the good old-fashioned everybody waits to the last minute. But everybody, it's brinksmanship. It's a game of chicken. It's a Mexican standoff, and the deals are done. But he wants to go. They want to know.
We've got a Dutch manager, Marinus Dijkhuizen. Very organised, you know, he does his things in his right way. Did very well in Holland with the team Excelsior. Leeds have just bought a player from Excelsior as well. We might be able to get a few Excelsior fans on the phone later to see how he's going to get on with you. But very, very organised person. You know, he had a minuscule budget of like €1 million, and he kept them in the Eredivisie last season. So he's come over to England. He's taken over Brentford, and he's doing his thing. We've got all our players in from Europe very early, sort of 4, 5, 6 players coming all nice and early. And all of a sudden, it's like the sky's fallen in. Like, you know, he's just gone, oh my God, what's going on here? Because he's not used to all this stuff happening. He goes, this is completely different to the world that I'm used to, where everything's done early, everything's really organised. Whereas over here, it's just mayhem at the last minute. People are throwing in grenades left, right, and centre just to upset people.
Are you a bit? Does that worry you a bit that he's that?
Well, no, he's cool.
That's the right way, though, isn't it? I've said this for a while. I feel like we've been pushed into this situation where. It's almost like this is the wrong way round.
I'm not sure. I think you're spot on. I don't think anyone actually wants this. I don't think the fans want it. I'm not sure I'm not sure the clubs want it. The players and the agents might want it.
You've just said a really good point there. If you buy someone in July and it's just a normal player and it goes, might go on the front pages. But if you do that same deal today, it's somehow magnified and made to look like a triumph.
You've got his flight number, taxi route from the airport to the...
Well, it's the closest we've got to a draft, which they have in America, for all their major sports, and they have it's a big pomp and ceremony, and this is the closest thing we've got. And as you were saying before, we want the transfer window to be smaller, but you can only see it getting bigger and expanded to fit in with 24-hour news and what we're doing now.
Especially with some of the fees that are going on, even in the Championship now.
Well, that's what a point I wanted to come on to. Sean Dyche has complained about the prices, and obviously we've seen some ridiculous prices in the Premier League. I mean, you have to look at my club. I mean, the money they're asking for John Stones, is it right, is it wrong? I don't know. But you got Raheem Sterling. Your players have literally done nothing, but they're asking 40 million, 50 million for them, and that seems to be dripping into the Championship now. You know, £9-10 million players.
Yeah.
You know, surely the league can't keep up with that.
I mean, there's two arguments to that, and we're not saying it's right or wrong at all, but, you know, this has happened because of money going into football, money going into football at the top end from TV. People are basically buying their way out, so all of a sudden the prices go up. The agents think we could push our prices up, the players go, we could push our prices up, and all of a sudden if the players in the lower down the leagues think they can get a move, they'll do the same thing as well. We say that probably the first time it kind of blew up was actually, forget about what's happening now, but it was Ross McCormack going to Fulham for 11 million. It was like, whoa, I mean...
I remember that.
You know, and then also the other one was, because he played in our league when we were there as well, it was Assombalonga. So Assombalonga was at Posh, all right player, you know, played against us, scored a few goals, yeah, not bad, quite strong on the ball. Bosh, £5.5 million Forest. We thought, it's no, God, blimey. £5.5 million before, they've gone absolutely mad. But now it's almost like £5.5 million, what's it, 2 years later? It's almost like the norm.
But isn't that so? I suppose it's, again, I'll go back to the John Stones situation because I'm familiar with it. we got him for £3 million. Now we agreed a sell-on fee.
25%.
You know, so I think it's more about 15. But probably someone else will probably tell you it's 5. So, but do you think that now the clubs are getting wise to that and thinking, well, hang on, why are we selling for £3 million when those players are going for £40 million? Why aren't we selling for £10 million?
Well, there's another way of looking at this, and that is that this is the trickle-down effect. This is how the Championship and League One, this is how we benefit from the huge TV deals and everything else. Is that, you know, that's how we get some of that big pie.
But if it's teams within the same division, is that where the problem starts occurring?
It's a big problem.
Well, you know, it's sustainability. And what the other big problem is as well is the expectation levels rise with fans. They begin to think that if you're not spending that kind of money, you haven't got ambition. And, you know, when you've got financial fair play to compete with, you really, unless you really have got that parachute payment, unless you've got 100 mil sitting in your back pocket, it's really hard to justify spending that money trying to get to the Premier League. But if you get there...
Yeah, but all I'd say to anybody out there watching this about we're not spending enough money, be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, you know that.
Right?
That's all I hear.
10 years in the wilderness. Yeah. 10 years in the wilderness. Hey, don't complain. You're in the Premiership.
But the Everton scenario here is like, this proves that every club is a selling club, no matter how hard you want to keep hold of them. No, well, there's only a couple of clubs that are.
Yeah, but every club is if the player wants to go. But also, people talk about, and this is something that's very, well, it's happened to us as a club. People talk about, you know, where's the loyalty from players and criticising people like Raheem Sterling. It works two ways. Yeah. If your club want to sell you, you're gone. I mean, when we were hemorrhaging money, we were selling players. You're getting sold. They didn't want to go. They would refuse to agree terms on purpose. We still get rid of them. So it comes both ways.
I mean, we're on the flip side situation. I mean, obviously we're in the centre of one of the biggest Championship transfers this season so far. You know, we bought Andre Gray for £500,000 from Luton. We just come up from Division 1. We can't afford to buy players for big, so we've got a system which we might talk about a little bit later, which looks a little bit out of the box to try and find players. Found Andre Gray through particular methods. He's come in 500 grand. Everyone laughed at us. They said, oh, you're not going to do any good in the Championship because you haven't got a Championship manager. B, you haven't got any Championship players. You've got this player from the conference who you've made your main striker. He's come out, he scored 18 goals. 12 months later, or 9 months later, Burnley come in and £9 million or 9 million plus, but he's gone to Burnley for again. And there's a lot of malarkey going on with him. But should we have sold him? Shouldn't we have sold him? But the fact is that, you know, you've got a team who's come in and offered you £9 million for a player who cost you 500 grand, who, you know, a year later.
Well, I mean, I wanted to go on to your system. I mean, it is really interesting. It is the purest form of like a Moneyball idea in football, and you know, how have you seen it work at the club?
It's early. First of all, it's early days. Yeah. And the second thing about it is that we've actually been doing it for years, but we're actually mixing and matching it. The problem is that all these stories have come out and the press have picked up on one particular point. All they talk about is stats. the fact is that we do traditional coaching. We've got an academy. We pick up these players from we've just picked up a Liverpool player, which we'll probably talk about later as well. Sergi Canos, I think his name is. Sergi Canos. We picked him up yesterday straight out of the academy. We mix and match all sorts of different approaches. But the problem is that we cannot. If you flip it on its head, if Andre Gray was playing for Burnley and we were looking for a striker, we couldn't afford to pay £9 million for Andre Gray. End of story. Or £6 million or £4 million or whatever it may be. And we're in that situation until we get bigger, we get a bigger ground, and we get money coming in from other areas. We can't do that. So we've got to be a bit cleverer. So what they do is that they use systems which we've got in place, which we own, which allows us to identify players which other people can't find. They might find them 6 months later or 2 years later. So they identify them. They say, right, here you go. This player's really good. Go and have a look at him. They'll have a look at him. Some of them they'll get. Some of them they may not get. It's not really rocket science. Basically, it's a filter. It's a filter for actually filtering.
It's a system, isn't it? It's a system of...
And still we're not going to get it right every time. Not every transfer is going to work.
But with the money you're paying for these players, the risk's worth taking, I suppose, though.
I guess so, but we are paying. We paid 2.3 million for Bielend. We've gone over £1 million £2 or 3 times. So it's not like they're all £50,000. There is some serious investment there. It's obviously they're getting better calibre of statistical analysis as well. So I think the owners know and the coach knows that we still need some proven quality in this division. It can't always be rookies, but we're equally able to take a few risks, and we've got some exciting players this way. We still need some steel in the centre of the park. And I'm hoping today's transfer of Wood from Shrewsbury is going to get that.
As a club like Leeds and everything you've gone through, does it sadden you that you've gone in the last year? You've gone through more dramas than you've gone in the last year than most teams go through ever, and you've had to put up with this for years.
Well,
does it sadden you that a club like Leeds can't identify a system or a way of just sticking to one thing and going with it?
Well, I think. When you've got an owner like we have, stability's not really.
I don't think anyone else has got an owner like you have.
No. Let's face it. He's certifiable. He bought the club without doing the financial due diligence. That gives you an idea of how mad he is. He's not just he's a bit of a character mad. He's mad, right? That's just proper insane.
He didn't bring the fish tank back, did he?
No, he didn't. He didn't. But he bought the club, and at the time, a friend of mine said, "I love him for doing that, but also that is a warning of some of the nuts things that he's going to do once he owns us." And last season, basically, we had David Hockaday, bless him. I believe he's connected to football somehow. We had him as a manager. He wasn't for long. 6 games, off you go. And we had a press conference. Cellino was doing all the talking. He sat there, and we just he lasted 6 games. Then we got another guy in. Exactly. Next cab on the rank. In you come. But they all just kept having to deal with Serie B players who weren't wanted at their clubs, and Cellino just flooded the club full of a lot of players who'd come over to the Championship. And I mean, they say in the Premiership they say, they take a season to adapt. In the Championship, it takes a season of getting kicked to death. And we were lucky to stay up. Redfern kept us up. And in the this summer, we've had like an outbreak of sanity. It's been really weird. We've got Pearson in as director of football, who's a proper football man. We never had anybody in that position before. We just had Cellino running the whole thing. So we've brought him in, we've brought Rosler in. Rosler's been given money to spend. We've brought players in. We've tied our young stars down to contracts. And
it almost sounds like a proper football club.
You ask any Leeds fan,
almost
and
had 6 weeks of stability.
Well, exactly, and we are all going like, this is the calm before the storm. This is like, wait until you find that we've sold the ground to McDonald's and we're moving to we're going to play on the hard shoulder of the M62 or something. It's weird. It is really weird.
I mean, we know Uwe Rosler quite well.
Of course, yes.
From his time at him, used to talk to him quite a lot, and I can imagine that he's gone in, he's taken the gig. He could have got a few gigs. He's taken that gig, but he's sat down with Cellino and said, "Look, I know what you like, mate, but this is what I'm going to do." And I think he's because he's quite sort of set in his ways of what he's going to do, and I think that he's probably maybe calmed him down a little bit for you. Yeah,
You know,
we've got that famous axis of allegiance, which is Italian-German dream team.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting.
Yes.
When it kicks off, it will kick off.
Yeah.
But no, I think you're right, and also I think Cellino sort of saw what happened with his idea, which was we could well have gone down last season because he was packing. You can't pack a team. And it sounds like really outdated, but especially in the Championship, you can't pack a team full of foreign players on loan.
Yeah.
You just can't do it, especially not Serie B.
But you mentioned loan there, and you mentioned Sergio Canos before. I mean, how important are these loan deals from Premier League clubs going into the Championship? I mean, not every team has a lot of them, but just as the stop gaps or the fillers, or
I think you're right. Yeah, you can't have too many. You need a core of the team that identifies with your club and the badge and the fans. But sometimes we had Alex Pritchard last year on loan from Spurs. He was outstanding. It took a couple of weeks or 3 or 4 weeks to bed in, but then you really understood why he had so many people raving about him, why he's central part of that England under-21 team, why Spurs won't sell him. So there are examples where a player can come to you and really add something. But then we had Berahino came to us when we were in League One and from West Brom, and he did pretty well. We were sent home. So
it was an attitude thing.
If a player comes and wants to learn and use it as an experience, then fantastic. But we've used Everton's academy fairly well with Forshaw and Bidwell and Long. He came in for a little time last year, so
and it worked really well for us as well.
Is that something you'd like to see more of? In the Championship, getting link ups with other clubs where.
No. It's really difficult because what's happened is that you haven't necessarily got them. Like, say for example, in League One, right, we use the loan system quite a lot. I mean, the Portsmouth fans, people like Adrian Durham, called us Loanford, right, on TV, which is on radio, which was his joke.
Sorry,
about
we were
us,
ever loan.
which was like. But the fact is that what we did is that all our players weren't loans, and what they cleverly did when Mark Warburton was sporting director is that what they did is they picked these players on loan, say from Everton, that they knew that probably would never get in the side.
Yeah.
So you loan them for a season, then you go, hello mate, you're quite good, why don't you come and join us? So it's kind of a bit of a loan to buy thing. Yeah. And quite cleverly you're loaning them to buy. Sometimes it doesn't work out, like we had John Terrell last season, and we were looking to buy him this season, hasn't quite worked out. Obviously Pritchard, he was actually too good. If he wasn't as good, we'd probably be in the Brentford team now, and then he could have got good this season. So that was a bit rubbish for us, but in effect, it works well for you in that situation. But this season, or last season, we had less loans. We just picked 1 or 2 because you really do need a body of players for your team. But
you've got to be. I mean, what we found is you've got to be careful with loans because ultimately you're going to have, as you're alluding to, like Premiership loans and things like that. Players whose future is not bound to the club, they're just there to get fit.
Yeah,
it's not great. And as mad as he is, Cellino's come out and said something which is really interesting. Apparently at Leeds, we are not going to take any player on loan that we do not have an option to buy on, and the reason for that is, as far as he's concerned, otherwise you're just basically training up other clubs' players for free.
But doesn't that happen everywhere? I mean, again, Everton had Gerard Deulofeu for a year, done really well, sent him back to Barcelona. Everyone thought he was going to become this world star, and then a season after he's back with us, he's our player now. It happens. It happens.
Yeah, but you've got a buyback agreement as well, though.
Well, they have, but I think they only do that for political reasons.
Let's face it, Barcelona don't need a buyback clause.
No.
No, I'm not going to go there.
Yeah. But to be honest, it depends on the player. Yeah. We had the Arsenal goalkeeper we had on loan.
Szczesny.
We had Szczesny on loan. He was just back in the dressing room somewhere in Arsenal. They sent him out to us. But the fact is that when he came to Brentford, he was brilliant. I think he was probably the best goalkeeper ever.
Yeah, I've heard this.
And the reason why is because he was absolutely potty for it. He was he was more Brentford than we were. We were just like, come on down, mate. No. He was. Remember that time he had a punch up in the tunnel with the Peterborough players as well. He
allegedly.
Allegedly. Sorry, Mr. Lawyer.
Well, he's now. Well, he's gone from Brentford now. He's on loan at Roma. So he's gone down.
But
Yeah, but he's not above sending a lawsuit over here.
No, definitely. And also the Liverpool player that we just talked about now as well, he's come in because we've got a hold, because Hotter, who we bought, the player, and he got injured first game of the season, first game of the season, so he's out for 3 months. So for us, we bought him in, he's going to get 3 months, we'll get 3 months, and it works for us till Hotter comes back.
Yeah,
so
everyone's happy. Right, we are going to go over to Jack, who's got some breaking news on the transfer front.
Thanks very much, guys. Some great expert analysis into the Championship there. As said, we've got some breaking news going into the transfer market. The first one being Leicester City have signed Swansea winger Nathan Dyer on a season-long loan. Nathan Dyer, obviously, somehow not getting into the Swansea squad due to their very strong squad at the moment. So a cracking deal for them. Watford are also making moves for Obi Alani, who has just arrived at Watford at the training ground for a season-long loan. Some Norwich City transfer news now. Kyle Lafferty last night was being reported that he was going to be moving to Greece. That deal wasn't done in time. Obviously now the Greece transfer window has slammed shut, so that deal isn't going to be happening. It looks like Kyle Lafferty will be staying at Norwich City, but probably not going to be getting game time, which is a shame for him. More news on Saido Berahino. Obviously, Harry Redknapp said earlier that I was reporting on that he was definitely going to be moving from Tottenham. Now, Sky Bet is saying that there's been a flurry of big bets saying Saido Berahino is staying at West Brom. He's now 1-6 on to stay at West Brom. Sheffield Wednesday are making moves. Apparently Stevie May will be leaving and going to Preston, which means that Gary Hooper might be going in to Sheffield Wednesday, although Fulham have just made inquiries to try and get Gary Hooper. So Norwich City's Gary Hooper might be going to a Championship club. I'm sure that will be wrapped up very soon. Unfortunate news earlier, of course, that Nua Dicko's been ruled out for the season, so Wolves manager Kenny Jackett wants some strikers in there. And here we have on screen, Chelsea have sent out 26 players on loan so far this transfer window. Absolutely ridiculous stuff from Chelsea. 26 players, unbelievable. Anyway, I'm going to cross over to the green room. We have got footy writer talking about David De Gea and also Jimmy Bullard's agent, Jim Irwood, talking about how agents cope in the transfer window.
Excellent. Welcome back to the green room. The David De Gea stuff, which Mr. Footy Writer, we thought was done and dusted for the day. There's infighting galore going on between Madrid and Man United, which is bosh. Let's be perfectly honest, because we like a little bit of deadline day needle. What's going on?
There were a lot of people that said there'd be no animosity between the two clubs. Guarantee you that is not right, because Real Madrid have released their official statement and it has trashed Manchester United in just about every way possible. It was Manchester United's fault that negotiations didn't open sooner than yesterday. It was Manchester United's fault that they didn't send the details through until bang on midnight, which came through at 2 minutes past the deadline to Real Madrid. Real Madrid say that they filed at 12:26 Spanish time, but that was 26 minutes too late, and that they have done everything in their power to make the De Gea deal possible, and Manchester United screwed it up. Intentional?
Do we await Manchester United's return
They
with bated breath?
They are. They're putting one together now, apparently.
I'm
so
expecting Woodward to come out and say something and then drop the mic at the end. It's a mad one, because obviously this is mass confusion. We've got Jim Hayward with us, agent to the stars. I mean, you've been in transfer negotiations in the past. Have you ever known anything like this?
Mate, I've had to come down here because I just read some idiot on Twitter was blaming the agent. And look, the agents get blamed for pretty much everything, but 100% this one isn't the agent's fault. 100%. The agent's probably fuming because he's lost out on his commission. Yeah. So he's going to be sitting there absolutely furious. So, no, I've had a couple of close calls. I had a guy who's playing the Premiership now, who's a big target of your team, actually, but I probably shouldn't mention him. And he was sat halfway between Cardiff and Swansea, and we didn't know which one he was going to go, and it was on transfer deadline day, and literally I got the call, and he's like, right, you've got to go that way, up north, and literally it was like Challenge Annika. I don't know if people remember that. I was on the phone to him, he was literally running up the steps, and it was the secretary at the particular club was great. She had everything in order, and it was done, and literally the fax went through, and I had like the fax. Because back in the day when I was doing it, it was like fax, and the fax time
How
came
big was
through.
your mobile phone at the time?
Yeah, probably old school one.
Dom
Yeah, probably
Jolly.
old school. No, actually, too, it was the geezer in the EastEnders had a little flip one, so I thought I was a businessman. The guy from Spandau Ballet. But anyway, so it was a close call. So the clubs and the agents really rely on that paperwork getting done by the secretary. So someone's getting booted today. whether it's the Real Madrid secretary or the United one. Now I'm beginning to think, reading between the lines, who's this on the lines? United secretary trying to stay a job. But I think, reading between the lines now, it looks, if the United wanted this deal to happen, it should have happened, because they employ probably not one person, probably 3 people to make sure these kind of situations don't happen. If it was the reverse situation, if they wanted to play, you can bet that Man United secretary had the paperwork ready to go, bish bash bosh, there wouldn't have been any of these problems that you're hearing about now. So I'm beginning to think that United are trying to just make a play to show De Gea that they tried to do their best, stick with us for another transfer window, and we'll see how we go, to keep the player happy and get the best out of it.
Well, it's funny because I had a friend who was secretary at Rotherham years ago, and she said, like, it was mental, running around, facts and stuff, being the important linchpin in a massive business deal. But you can't imagine that's what it's like at Man United. They must, it can't just be some underpaid and overworked person running around with bits of paper. It must be I think it feeds into that notion that Man United have maybe been a little bit...
Well, it won't be Woodward. Woodward would have done everything, I guess, but there would be a secretary. There'll be a secretary, and it'll be his or her position to make sure that paperwork is done, all the signatures are in place, and maybe Woodward, and I perhaps shouldn't say this, he might have said, make sure it's 1 minute late. You don't know. But those things, I guess they do go on.
Yeah.
They do go on.
Well, that's one way to, I say, that'd be one way to do it, wouldn't it? Oh, oops. Because they ultimately don't care that David De Gea has bought a suit.
You wouldn't put it past someone like, Man United. I mean, it's...
I would past that any big business to put them, to think, well, we get to keep our player, who wanted to leave, he's now got no choice but to stay.
Yeah.
Soz.
Especially with them kind of struggling a little bit in the league. The supporters are obviously, it's a key time for them, isn't it? If they've had it, what they consider as being rough for a couple of seasons. If that continues, then they're going to get a lot of pressure on Van Gaal, which kind of, I don't know where that would leave them. So I can see them wanting to keep him and not wanting to be seen as selling to a rival, because that would disillusion the fan base further.
Absolutely. Let us know in the comments alongside the video. Tweet us at Boss. Is it conspiracy central at Old Trafford? Have they just done that to stitch David De Gea up and keep themselves with a good goalkeeper as opposed to the alternatives? Do tweet your thoughts in at Ball Street in the comments below. When we come back to the green room next time, it's going to be head-to-head FIFA Road to World Cup 98 action. It's going to be myself taking on Mr. Barry Cash from Toffee TV, the battle for the ages, the battle of the century. You may have seen us, we have a channel called Retro Football TV, where we've not played so many good games so far. No, but this is a better one.
You've stitched me up many times.
We've played ISS Pro, and we've played Adidas Power Soccer in the past, which you can check out on Retro Football TV. But we'll step it up a notch to Road to World Cup. Anyway, do keep your thoughts as always coming in for the show. We want you to get as many of your thoughts across, and we'll try and get Jack to read a few of them out as well when he comes back. But first and foremost, let's head straight back over to Ped in the main studio.
Welcome back. This is a bit of a championship special here. We're talking with the lads of everything championship. One of the things, gents, is obviously we're talking about money. We're talking about the increased bids flying in. You're talking about selling a play for 9 million. Sheffield Wednesday trying to buy players for 10, 12 million. Has the quality gone up in the championship to go with the fees? That's the main question.
Well, you can ask that about football in general. You get one window and they say that we spent 100 million and Spain have spent like loads of less money less than us. The fact is that if clubs in general actually spent less money, player's not going to chop half his leg off, is he?
No. Yeah.
That's all the same player. It's just that everything's just gone a bit mental.
No, you're absolutely right. It's just market forces. It's just the finances changed. The human beings involved haven't. It's just if we sell Sam Byram today, let's say we sell him for 20 million, and 3 seasons ago we'd have maybe sold him for 5 million in the same scenario. It just means it's just inflation basically.
Well,
that's all.
There is that, but I also think the standard will get better. I think it's inevitably that the championship seems to be more and more like a Premiership light. And the clubs that the championship teams are going to and buying, and the calibre that you look at they're all international standard under 21. We're not taking, there's fewer and fewer random punts, and I think the standard will get better.
Do you think it's because as the Premier League has got better and better and better, that it's just started to drift into the championship rather than go maybe elsewhere because the money's so good?
Well, there's also a lot more people coming into England to play football because...
hang on.
Oh, there's some
Breaking
sort of
news, over with Jack and his big horn.
Some sort of horn blows.
One of the biggest deals has just gone through. It is Virgil van Dijk from Celtics to Southampton. It is a done deal. We've been talking about it all day, but it's finally done. £11.5 million is the fee. He's joined Southampton on a 5-year deal. Van Dijk was one of Celtic's key men, and since they didn't qualify for the Champions League, he wanted the move. He got the move. Southampton is the place he has gone to. A massive, massive signing for Southampton. They looked a little weak at the back at the weekend, but they did win 3-0 over Norwich City nonetheless. But a fantastic signing nonetheless. That is the breaking news. Virgil van Dijk has signed for Southampton.
Good to see Dick's lad doing so well. Back to the Championship.
I thought a clown had died.
You normally make a thud rather than a horn noise. Back to the Championship. Obviously, we're talking about the money and the quality. I mean, you're talking about players going into the Championship, so it's not improving. What's going on?
Well, I'm not saying there's more players coming, that come in the Championship because obviously there's more money in the football, in the UK. So lots of people think, I want to play in the UK. There's more money, the profile, there's more TV. So what's happened is that in general, you sort of think about it, you've got an influx of players that are coming from all over the place. So of course the standard may also go up to a certain extent because you've got players coming from everywhere else.
And we did talk about the teams that are coming down from the Prem having an unfair advantage possibly with their parachute payments.
Yeah.
It also seems to be examples of random clubs are willing to just chuck in almost 10 mil for a player. So you've got Bristol City who are in for Andre Gray.
That was bizarre.
You've got Sheffield Wednesday now coming for Ross McCormack. These are teams that really need more than one landmark player. Bristol City are going to survive in this division, as we found out last year. You need to have a particularly good season. That's not one player is not going to sort you out. So unless you're going to go and spend 30 million on your squad, almost 9 or 10 million, that's a massive risk. And Sheffield Wednesday last season, they were one of the poorest teams we saw all season. They beat us up at Hillsborough. I don't know how that happened, but so they need to spend more than one player and spend on more than one player.
Well, I suppose the other thing about it is as well, I mean, there's that much money you get in the Premier League that a club who's selling to another team who's trying to get there will obviously put the money up as well because the rewards are so high. I mean, you're looking at someone, is it Jordan Rhodes at the moment? There's some ridiculous money getting soaked back in.
£18 million they're talking about for Jordan Rhodes, which is, fair play. But again, you get to that stage where there's two things. Yes, he scores goals, but, when you pay that type of money, is his peak gone? Is he already gone over that hill of peak of scoring? And clubs are so desperate to pay that money. Is it only going to be Premier League clubs? They're talking about Palace at some time. They're talking about Arsenal as well, which I think is. I think that's got to be a fluke. All due respect to Jordan, I mean, he played for Brentford again. Great player. We made him actually, which is. Just thought we'd
I'm sure he'd agree.
He started his career at Brentford. He was at Ipswich, and they didn't want him, so they sent him over to us, and he started scoring.
You mentioned the parachute payments there. That's changing, isn't it? I think they're taking a year off that, and there's going to be less money. Do you think that'll help? Because we've seen this trend where teams go up, know they're not going to stay up, don't spend any money, come back down, but have that money and then reinvest.
It might help, but the fact is that if everyone in this division spent 100 million quid, then someone's still going to finish top and someone's still going to finish bottom. So they're all taking points off of each other. So you can spend as much as you want, but unless what you're spending on is so much better than everyone else, you're actually not necessarily going to progress faster.
And the reality of it as well is that the parachute payment system, and we can go into this, which is a different argument altogether, is completely and utterly ludicrous. Basically, you're paying people for failure. They've put it into place because obviously they didn't think about it longer enough when they actually when the clubs put together their contracts, when they put together the whole league system and everything like that, and they thought, oh no, we've got to keep these people happy because they're paying all these people lots of money and they're going to go skint. So it's a completely ridiculous system, and you just lob a little bit off the top of it. It doesn't really make that difference because it's the principle behind it anyway, that somebody else is getting a load more money than the other teams in the same division.
Well, it's basically like compensating people for sacking them. They haven't been good enough, so just get rid of them.
And don't talk about it.
But to come back what you were saying about is the quality improving? I just think there's a higher turnover of players as well.
Is that one of the things you have to sort of adjust to when you support a Championship team? Because
We're not a championship
I've
team.
always thought, I mean, obviously, I'm lucky I've always supported a team that's always been in the Premier League, and, you know, for as long as I've been alive, Everton have been in the top flight. And you get used to, or you feel like you get used to having players for 3-4 years. I mean, that's starting to change. We're starting to feel that. If you're in the Championship or League One, I mean, especially League Two, you just have to get used to those players just leaving you year in, year out.
I don't buy a Leeds United calendar anymore. Right? Because I don't want to spend most of the year looking at pictures of players that we don't have anymore. Right, it's like by the time
in January.
That's it. Yeah. But yeah, exactly.
I'm sure that you will speak from experience in your lifetime of seeing Everton in the Championship. But you know, you do have to get used to that. I mean, sometimes the great players that you want to sign will only come to you if you're a springboard for them. So sometimes you can't really stand in their way either. So it's like having an honest relationship with someone.
Does that make you appreciate your club more? Because
yes.
I know when Everton sold Wayne Rooney, I think a lot of people drifted away from the football club because they felt like this gem had been ripped away from us, and it just meant football was rotten and you lost all hope of football. Now, that happens to everybody else all the time, I suppose. So does that just make the bond better with you and your club? Because it is just about you and your club. Forget about the players and the manager. It's you and your club.
I mean, that is the key. I mean, and I think, you know, we talk to the managers, you know, people within the club, we say to them, like, us, particularly as fans, we'll always be there. So players will come and go, managers will come and go, everything will come and go, the club go bust, and we'll be actually the only people that will be there picking up the pieces at the end of the day. So I think you've got to be pretty aware of how football runs and because with football is so emotional. It's easy to get emotional. So you go, oh no, they've just sold our best player. Why did they do that? So you get the emotion in there. But there could be a million reasons behind it. He might have done something, you know, in the background that you don't know about, or somebody's come in and they just paid so much money. So the fact is that.
Or he just wants to go.
Yeah, he just wants to go, which is
or his wife wants to go.
You know, which is the situation. So as fans, we will be emotional, but I think it helps if you actually understand.
But the little things wind you up, because I'm just thinking then, Chris Long, you had on loan from Everton last season, seemed to do quite well, seemed to find his feet there, come back to the club, didn't think there was any future for him, and he's gone to Burnley. Now, it was like what you were talking about before. You give him a chance last season.
Well,
you probably thought you could cement that relationship.
We really tried to buy him, like really hardcore tried to buy him. Even before the season was out yesterday, it was all in place and we were trying to buy him. But at the end of the day, if we talk about parachute payments, Burnley came in and they paid more money. And that was it. End of story. Better deal. He's gone inside there.
But equally, you know, there's still expectations that rise. You know, at Brentford, within 10 years, we were rattling buckets outside the ground, trying to help our club survive.
Yeah.
A decade later on, we were knocking on the door of the Premier League, finished 5th in the playoffs, lost to Middlesbrough, deservedly over 2 legs. But that's how far we've come. But there are fans now that just demand that. Last year was a benchmark, and we can't fall below that. And by selling any players, by not being, having a 100% record so far this season, then you're failing. And I sometimes you just need to see where you've come from, especially in our situation, and just take stock of where you are, who you are.
I'm enjoying the Championship, and yes, I do feel more in touch with the club. I feel more in touch with the players. It's the club still needs you because there isn't ridiculous TV money around. And I'd like to see this season. I'd like to see Leeds win the Championship, and then next season stay and defend our title. Because going up to the Premiership, we'll just get battered. So I think the holy grail for me about the Premiership is like, really, is it where you want to go? It's so different from your experience now. And it is so corporate and it's so detached.
I think what's going to be really fascinating from our point of view is to see how Bournemouth change and how they evolve, and how things that they've loved about their club may or may not be the same a year or 2 years down the line. So I think if you can go up to that, the top table, but actually retain the heart and soul of your club, then I guess you would want that all day long. But if everything fundamentally changes about your club and you end up being the opposite of what it is you supported the club in the first place, then I guess you wouldn't wish for that.
That's a really good point, actually, because we're sort of making a joke about before, the likes of Liverpool and Arsenal. The joke is that the tourist fan that kind of fan that they have to attract, who's not really into football, brings the selfie stick and all the rest of it. But if you don't have those people, you will not make it in the Premier League, sadly. And that's you know, certainly my club doesn't have that. And you find that you need them now. And that's the really sort of sad part of Premier League football.
But the flip side of it also as well, I mean, you talk about, you know, certain fans, and if like Bournemouth fans, they go up to the Premier League, and if all of a sudden, you know, it's not quite the same and they might lose those fans. But the thing is that if they replace those fans completely with a new set of fans that came in week in and week out, this is the scary thing about it, because a lot of clubs will be really happy because they just sort of see it as money coming in, and maybe they're not like that old lot, because that old lot all moaned about the good old times, but these lot will just do as they're told. They'll turn up, they'll buy the burgers, they'll buy the drinks, and stuff like that.
It's called fulhamisation.
You know, fulhamisation as we call it. Like, you know? But the problem with that is that it's great when you're doing all right, but then when you drop down or have a little blip, what you do is you find a way that that's gone, because what happens?
You find out who your friends are.
You know, you haven't got people that have been, you know, that built a good base with the club and grown with it. They're there when it's having the good times, but when it doesn't happen, they'll fall away. And clubs make that mistake in big time, and that's when they fall down a division or two, they start to struggle.
Do you think another problem, or I certainly don't know if it's a problem, but do you think your club's ready for the Premier League? And if it's not ready for the Premier League, would you want to go up like that? Because that seems to catch a lot of teams out as well. That they get on that run, that playoff run, and they get in there and they push forward, get in, and then they get in, they go, oh, what's this? And it catches them out very quickly, and then it does start to unravel. And because those fans have got higher expectations, they fall the other way very, very fast and keep tumbling.
We did there was a lot of talk about this last year, because, you know, we weren't quite sure where this adventure was going to end. And for a lot of the season we were good enough to go up. You know, we were better than everyone in the division, apart from maybe Bournemouth in the end. We were playing great football. So yeah, this conversation happened in pubs all the way around Brentford, and, you know,
all four corners of the ground.
Yeah, you know,
three now.
The precise answer to that was, were we ready to go up, and are we? Is no. No, we're not. But do you take the opportunity if it's biting your bum? Then yeah, you do.
And also, we were going to do it. We'd do it for the laugh, because the fact is that we're actually we thought we'll go up. But
I don't think you can afford to have a laugh in the Premier League, I'm afraid.
No, well, the thing about it is, and this is the whole cynical thing about it, is that the money that comes in, because it is what it is, the money comes in and then you might go down again, you're actually better equipped when you're down again. And the system is wrong and it's horrible. But at the moment now, we're fighting off people who want to sign Andre Gray for 9 mil. We can't do nothing about it, you know?
The analogy really is like, if you find 50,000 quid in a suitcase at the station, do you keep it or do you hand it in? You probably keep it.
Well, the thing is, as well, is that we all have these discussions in various pubs saying, oh, you know, no, I don't want to go up this season, I'll go up next season, we need another season. The truth is, you don't get to choose.
No.
If you go up, you go up. If you don't, you don't. As simple as that.
We can't choose, no.
Well, no, it's like, you know, if you overperform one season, end up going up, you're going up. You can't go, can we wait a season? You know, you've just got to grab it with both hands.
You've just got to dream, I mean, you've got to dream. Right, we're going to go over to the green room. There is a big FIFA 98 game going on. It is the Redmen TV versus Toffee TV. I know who I want to win anyway. So come on, Baz, or you're out.
Yeah, welcome back to the green room. Yeah, I've got Barry here from Toffee TV. It's me, Paul, from Redmen TV. I will put my Redmen TV hat on for the moment, but also we've got our conjoined Retro Football TV hats on. You can check us out doing more of this kind of stuff on that channel, but now it's FIFA Road to World Cup 98. It's on the PlayStation 1. I've got the full-on, in Scouse terminology, JAG original PlayStation pad, pre-analog. So there's probably people watching this stream who've I've never had a control pad that didn't have analog sticks. So there you go.
I have them, but it's not going to make any difference.
You've got a PS2 pad, mate. It's all going on.
I've got souped up pimp my joypad thing going on. So,
Exhibit would love that so much. Anyway, should we get it underway?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, hang on a second, where's my support? Is that, you know what, let's give this a bit of...
Why am I wearing a Man City kit?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That looks like a City kit.
That's your kit when you had that random
this
yellow
This is 1998.
Oh, look at... And go, whoa.
It's a foul! Dave Watson.
Come on, waggy lad.
Behaviour.
The needs you set.
Come on, waggy lad. Disgusting behaviour. Who's this? Paul Ince. What can he do? What can Paul Ince do? Bangs it!
Let me just get me there.
That's not Paul Gerrard, is it?
That could well be Paul Gerrard.
You wouldn't have held it if it was Paul Gerrard.
Go on, lad! Go on, lad! Go on! Oh! Bit of slow motion.
Well, you know, just in case.
Calling the Sky Blues.
Why am Man City or Coventry is beyond
The
me.
1-to-1 kid.
Nah. Are you sure this pad's working, by the way?
Have you got the analog stick turned off?
No. Technical confusion.
It's off.
It's
Listen, this is,
It's
been
on.
on 20 games so
It's
far.
on.
No
Let's go.
one person has complained about that pad.
Someone turned it off, it was you, I know how you work.
It shouldn't be on, that's what I'm saying.
Sorted now.
There's something in it, look, there's been a
Oh,
big change
yes.
now.
Oh.
Ball's getting turned all ends up.
Ah, what's he doing?
The concentration.
I know, it's too important. It's all well and good when we're messing around in the retro studio, but now we're live on Ball Street.
What? Klaus. Who's picked
Thompson.
these teams? Klaus Thompson.
Hey, listen, I had no hand in picking the teams, Aubrey.
I know. For Klaus Thompson in the starting 11.
Do you want to give a little background to any of our younger viewers who Klaus Thompson is and the kind of success he had whilst at the club?
He was marvellous, yeah. That's it. Think of the worst.
Bang!
Think of the worst play you can think of, and then
it's like
he
that.
was a little bit worse than that.
It's like the Stars line. There's a bright sense of the universe. It's the point that it's furthest from. It's like the hymn of football.
He
Like.
came from the dark side of the moon. Put him that way. He was up there with this Van Cosme for your boys.
Oh, I've had a shot. Didn't mean to do that.
Ooh! He nearly caught out. It could be Tommy Marder actually. If this is 98.
Oh, that's
Oh, that, he's caught on ref.
Again, that's got to be a red
Card for the kids.
I think.
Don't forget, this is 1998 again when you didn't get cards in football matches.
Yeah, you just let you get on with it. Some would say how it used to be. The proper game. There's no diving. I think I'd like to just stay on my feet to tackle.
Oh!
I had it covered.
Dancing.
Oh, this is deadly. I just want that first goal just to settle the nerves.
Ticky tacky. Get it long.
That's a terrible foul. That's off the ball.
Well, the game that didn't have diving in, all of a sudden,
This give him a card for the kids.
Well in, Waggy.
There's children watching this at home.
Well in, Waggy.
This is an absolute disgrace. EA, what were you thinking 17 years ago?
Cards will never be popular in games.
They'll never catch on.
No. We don't want to reduce players. We want full 11.
Oh, it's a penalty! And he's finally booked! It's a goal scoring
He's
opportunity.
giving balls away there. Don't be complaining now. I've got that. Should I not have analog on?
No.
Rigged. I don't know what's going on.
Look at this.
I know. You can't hide your joypad. In dubious penalty.
Dubious penalty, Liverpool.
Yeah, there you go.
Add that to the list of Everton conspiracies against them.
You know, Derek Monfield's in goal for me. That's all I'm going to say.
Who is that in goal? It's a terrific moustache.
The ghost of Paul Gerrard.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
I mean, he didn't even dive.
I know.
What is
There's
going
major
on?
question marks over his general quality there.
Come on, boys. At least have a go.
Oh, the crowd.
What'd be good is...
Oh, come on! Barry!
Tony Grant.
Tony Grant.
You know what it is? I just haven't got a clue what these are. What's run?
Triangle.
Yeah, no, no, 3. I can read. What's run? R1 or R2?
Triangle.
Triangle's run. Where's... Forgot me roots, haven't I?
You've forgotten your
I've
roots.
gone all... You know what I mean? I'm all about the R1 and...
Real
bumpers
men
and-
play Pro Evo.
At this time I was Pro Evo.
He's off! Rightfully shot. And it's a straight red. It's a straight
A strange rep. Kalina when he's got here, he's done worse than this.
Sorry, headphone users. Why is Paul Ince on me free kicks? Doesn't matter, play it short.
Change everything for you.
Bang it in! Oh!
Faced it over. You have definitely played this recently.
Who's playing it when you were out there?
I'm gonna say I've seen him.
You've been in this room all this time. You've had a chance to have a go.
I couldn't get there.
All you've done is say,
managing.
all you've done is what
I was
asked to play
managing.
for a good game. You've
This
got a
isn't.
good game. This is, oh, is it not? So,
We want the ISS Pro through ball.
let us know your thoughts if you're watching the comments. Is Barry right? Is FIFA 98 Road to World Cup not a good game? It's not how you'd normally describe it, but you came with it. It's good to see. Right, half time, 1-0 to the mighty Reds. Don't want to make any changes at half time?
No. I think you picked me team for me with Klaus Thompson, it's fine.
Oh, but did you actually pick his team?
No.
What is going on here? My joypad not even moving. Look, you said triangle was wrong. It stands still.
Tap it.
You've turned analog off. You're using the analog.
He told me to turn it off.
Using the analog stick for a start, which didn't exist in 1998.
Well, you told me triangle was wrong.
Tap triangle runs. Tap
Oh,
it.
God.
Tap it.
Tap it.
Tap it.
Chippy
Just
tappy.
tap it in.
Where would you go home? Not tippy tappy.
Oh, come
Was that a
on.
penalty?
That is. This is not football, Barry. I know. This is the remnant of the Dogs of War. Oh, look at that. That
was a foul by me.
Williamson, don't know who he is.
Danny Williamson. 10 to 2
That's the
feet.
bloke on this game that he didn't in real life.
I'm telling you. So I've had Tony Grant, Danny Williamson.
All-star team,
It's amazing. Klaus Thompson. If Mitch Ward and Carl Tyler are playing, you're in trouble. It's well being big.
Oh, there's a jump. Don't know how I did it, but I'll do it again.
Oh, you will as well.
Ah.
You're not beating him from there. Mountfield doesn't get beat from there.
Go on the Degs. Is that Derek Mountfield?
It's not really, it just looks like.
It looks a bit like David Seaman as well.
To be fair, it could look like anybody.
Yeah.
It's like Crime Watch from the 80s. Like a photo fit.
5-3 ball, let me triangle. Started running. Go ahead, lad, run. Go on! Go ahead, go on! Michael Branch.
Oh, that's a tap. Look at that.
That was Alan.
No!
Alan Hansen.
No! Shut out.
You know what I could do with it?
You could throw it to one of your players and get on with the game.
I just assume when you press X, you'd throw it. Didn't realise you have to press circle. Run, lad.
Don't know what I did there.
So at the moment, he's doing tricks. Like I said to you,
Oh, it's a ball out!
Like I said to you before, you don't beat Derek Mountfield like that. No one puts Dexy in the corner. Oh, he's gone all Stoke on me.
Oh, he's gone walking after Karl-Heinz Riedler.
I've got Danny Williamson, you've got Karl-Heinz Riedler.
European Cup winner,
Yeah.
Karl-Heinz Riedler.
Yeah.
Lovely little dance. He forced the ground. He's delighted.
That's El Barrett.
El Barrett, yeah. He's given us a sort of facial hair to keep now. Look at that. Look at that.
Where's my goalie?
Lethal.
Where was
Lethal
Paul
from
Gerrard?
the former German international.
This has not been a good day, is it? Let's be honest.
This is very un-90s like for this game though, to be honest. Like Liverpool, I think he's had a very good little run. Paul Ince has taken it himself.
Paul Ince is like Pele.
Amazing.
So every free kick, corner, penalty.
He's the Ronaldinho of Liverpool.
Lovely little animation there, from spinning the tango.
Oh, big head there. Come on, one more.
I've
We want
you,
one
You
more.
know what, Paul? I've got to say, you've just been.
Oh, look at that.
I've got no answer. I've got no answer.
In fact,
Quite literally.
I'm mad to if I come back with 3 now.
No, Christ.
You'll never hear the end of it. Sit yourself back down.
Oh, look at that. That is textbook
I've
FIFA
got
98.
nothing to say. I've gone back to the analog, even though it's not working. Oh. What's going on here? Tony Grant, get in the game, lad. Come on, Branchy.
Go on, lad, go on, lad.
Best move of the match, that. Real football, passed it out, good little 1-2, played it. No dodgy, it's a dodgy pen, a long throw.
Points
A
for
Stoke in the building.
Quality of football. I'd have still won by quite a margin.
You know, like I said, mate, get.
What was that?
Look what the keeper done!
Yeah! Oh,
the Fowler! The Fowler!
yourself.
Red hot Robbie Fowler!
Has anyone got headphones in? Because they don't have any ears from that. With Mr. Matey.
Poor Tom.
It's Tom. Is he?
Fuming at you too.
He can't be fuming at me, I've said nothing.
Well, if you weren't so rubbish, he wouldn't score so many goals.
Tom, if you're listening.
Tom, if you're listening, he's absolutely schooled me.
Well played, mate. Good game, good game.
If I'd have known it was that, I'd have brought ISS Pro.
So, if you're watching, Barry's off. Who do you want to see take on each other head-to-head on FIFA Road to World Cup 98? We've got Robbie, Arsenal Fan TV, we've got Baz there, of course, we've got myself. We can maybe even convince Mr. Chris Page to come in at some point as well. We've got a whole host of people. Anyway, that was loads of fun. I enjoyed it anyway, I don't know if you did. We're going to hand back over to Jack Reeve with some breaking news and an update or two. Should we do that? Yeah? Yeah.
Well, there we go. Absolute carnage in the green room with a FIFA 98 going head-to-head there. Some breaking news, though, from Sholing FC as the transfer news goes past, as the transfer window total goes past 800 million. Sholing have been given the go-ahead to buy a brand new Hoover for the clubhouse. So Sholing FC might be really poor on the pitch this season, but at least they'll have fantastic, clean floors in the clubhouse. So great news for them. And that just sort of puts it into perspective. The non-league clubs are doing business as well. Sholing FC have just bought a Hoover. Breaking news there. Haris Vukanic at Newcastle has just signed a new deal. The youngster there has been given a new deal by Newcastle. I'm not sure if Alan Pardew sees him as a player for the future or simply a player to try and make profit on. But he has just been loaned straight out to Wigan. So a move for Vukanic to Wigan that will strengthen their side and hopefully get them up through League One. But also a fantastic new deal for Vukanic at Newcastle. Everton's Naismith, he has said that apparently he is not for sale. He was linked with Norwich City earlier on. Naismith is apparently not for sale, but this could be something to do with the Aaron Lennon deal. Lennon thoughts where he was going to Everton earlier. That looks like it might not happen now with the Naismith news saying apparently Naismith is not for sale. So Norwich City still on the hunt for a player with just 3 hours left to go. It's getting a bit worrying for them now, actually. Bournemouth have rejected a swap deal for Steve Cook with Lewis Grabban thought to be involved with that swap deal. Bournemouth have rejected it, although they did put a bid in for Lewis Grabban when he walked out of the team hotel last Tuesday after the Capital One Cup game against Rotherham, where he was left on the substitute bench. So Lewis Grabban wants out of Norwich City. Bournemouth want him in, but they don't want to let Steve Cook go in that deal. An interesting thing there, Norwich City fans and Bournemouth fans, let us know what you think about that one. It looks like QPR have completed the signing of Gabriel. He will be going in there on loan deal. Gabriel Ancella from Watford. He featured 35 times for Watford last season. That's a cracking deal for QPR. They're doing some good business today. Here's a fact for you guys. Arsenal are the only club in the Europe's top 5 divisions not to sign an outfield player this season. We know there's a lot of Arsenal fans in the comments. They are the only club in the Europe's top 5 leagues not to sign an outfield player this season. Let us know what you think about that in the comments. This is an interesting quote from Javier Hernandez as well. Hernandez has said that he wanted to go to Bayer Leverkusen because he wants to feel happy and important again. So maybe Louis van Gaal's management technique going under the knife there. Javier Hernandez did not want to stay at Manchester United. He is now happy and feels important at Bayer Leverkusen. Some odds on Cavani to Arsenal is being cut to 8-1 now, down from 12-1. So Cavani, that's leaking around. We've got Robbie in the main studio. We're going to be going to him very shortly. We all know that you want to see Robbie. He might be talking about that stat about Arsenal not signing an outfield player, but they could do if this Cavani deal possibly goes through. And finally, we've got Jose Enrique should be completing his move to either West Brom or Sunderland very soon. And Nick Blackman has gone to Wolves, or will be going to Wolves very soon. Kenny Jackett wants them to sign strikers. So we're now going to head over to the main studio where Robbie will talk about Arsenal.
I didn't know Robbie was talking about Arsenal, but I'm sure we'll come on to it. We've been joined in the studio by Barry Cass from the excellent Toffee TV. We've also got Stevie from the Aston Villa Review, and obviously Robbie from Arsenal Fan TV. That's a damning stat, Rob. That is a damning stat. The only team not to buy an outfield player. And you've also bought a rubbish goalie, so that doesn't help either, does it?
You've got a great goalie. You've got a great goalie,
so,
at least.
What's going on? Are Arsenal going to do anything today? Can't they just buy anybody just to say, we've signed someone?
That'd be like Man United then, wouldn't it? Panic buying. No, listen, it's very, very disappointing. I've just been checking my Twitter feed, and I must admit that there's a lot of very, very frustrated Arsenal fans on there. It is a damning stat. It is damning. We've had all summer, and at the moment, it's looking like it could be just Petr Cech, which fantastic signing, but we should have just followed that up with something of the same ilk, but on the actual pitch. And it is a damning stat. I can't deny it. It's not nice for me being here. Every time Arsenal's getting mentioned today, everyone's got a little laugh on their face, you know.
And heart bleeds for you.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. So no, it's very disappointing at the moment. I'm just hoping what we got 3 hours left, maybe we get something done. But then do we want to sign somebody just for the sake of signing it, like what we did in 2011 when we just went and signed loads of players, which was a bit of a panic buy, Andre Santos and people like that. I don't want us to do that either, but it would give Arsenal such a lift if they was able to get something across the line. So it's a damning stat. That's all I can say.
There you go. We can't really say much more than that. Arsenal fans, get in touch with us at Ball Street. Let us know what you think. Should Arsenal go and just buy anyone for the sake of it?
No, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that.
So I'm not buying anyone for the sake of it, Baz. Let's talk about Everton.
It'd be nice for us to buy anyone.
Let's talk about Everton. Everton have bought Romario Fumes Murray this morning for a price tag of 9.5 million. Where did that extra £4 million come from, Baz? Come on, illuminators.
No idea.
You should know. You're the man in the know.
No idea.
DM him and ask him if you want to know.
No idea. I thought it was 5.5, 6 million, and then
so
9.5.
I mean, we spoke about it numerous times, but I mean, overall, what are your feelings on
about him or just in
nobody knows anything about him. Let's be honest. On Everton's business so far this summer, because a lot of Blues out there will be watching this really disappointed that we haven't been talking about Everton every 5 minutes, because that's what some people expected today. Where's our mythical number 10? Where's this player that we were promised by Roberto Martinez that has not materialised or even has been rumoured about? Everton just don't seem to have gone out and done the business that, as fans, we know what they should have done.
Well, the Yarmolenko thing, wasn't it? They put obviously threw all the eggs in one basket, which you never ever do on transfer. As you're edging towards a transfer.
We were linked to Yarmolenko as well, actually.
Well, I think he's been linked with everyone, but I know Everton had sat down with him, and it's not happened. But I mean, if you look at it at the moment, it's very disappointing, really, isn't it? Because we didn't have a great season last season. Yes, Cleverly's come in and done really, really well. To be fair to him. We've got Gerard Deulofeu, who's obviously, we've got high hopes for it, who looks a really good player. And then it's been, Mason Holgate from Barnsley, not ready, obviously. We've just got Leandro Rodriguez from Uruguay, we know nothing about. And we've got now, Murray, that's what I'm just going to call him, Murray. For a £9.5 million fee, which, if that's what it is,
that's what it is, isn't it?
A bit stay. I mean, obviously that'll be including add-ons and when Everton win the World Cup and everything else.
Yeah, when we do a West Ham.
When we just have someone who scores all the goals in the World Cup final and we call it Everton rather than the country. But who knows? I mean, other than that, people, we were lucky enough to have an interview with Martinez in May, and he went on about this number 10 and a left winger and things like that, and here we are with less than 3 hours to go, and we don't seem to have a left winger.
Aaron Lennon.
Well, Aaron Lennon seems to have been one that's been talked about for a while. Everton sort of keeping that up the sleeve for today to say we've signed someone. It always seemed like it was going to get done. There's rumours that he's having a medical. If it gets done, it gets done. It's not exactly exciting, is it? I mean,
no, but I think he was excellent for Everton when he came on loan. He was Everton. To be fair, he was Everton's best player in that second half of the season. So I think, in his own right, he's a decent signing, but he would have been a decent signing a fortnight ago, and then it builds you up to the next one. I don't think we should take away from, you know, we've done really well for Everton. He will bring something to them, but if that's all it is, people are going to be...
But we were talking before, when we were saying about how our signing, our big signing can excite everyone, you know, excites the fans, you're talking about it excites players when you bring people in. Everton haven't really done that this summer, have they? Okay, I think Delafeu got a few people excited, but apart from that, none of the signings have really made anyone stand up, and it's the fact that we haven't sold someone that it seems to be putting, you know, seems to be getting on the back of newspapers rather than who we have signed, and surely that's not good enough, isn't it? We can't, our business can't be dictated by who we didn't sell rather than who we did buy.
No, but I don't think, and I'm not defending anyone in any way, shape or form, but I don't think you can overlook the fact that Chelsea come knocking with a big checkbook and Everton stood strong. You know, people would have, if we'd have sold John Stones for 34, 37, 40 million, whatever, and bought a player today, you know, I don't know, Charlie Austin or another striker who's knocking around 15, 20 million, well, people have been happy. Then with the negativity side would have been, yeah, but we've lost John Stones. Forget John Stones and who we haven't or have sold. The important thing was the manager quite vocally identified the position that he wanted to fill. That was he was going to buy from Europe, anywhere in Europe or South America, whatever. And like you say, with 3 hours to go, we haven't filled that position. And I think the thing for me is, it's great getting Cleverley and Delafeu and people like that, because it does make the squad better. And they are. Cleverley's been excellent for us, and we will miss him, he's injured. But it's glaring to me that under Lukaku, there's nothing else. And if Everton keep Ron fit, great. You know, I've seen a board in there which is quite offensive to Evertonians, the positions where they're going to finish it. Some of the clubs, honestly, it's embarrassing. But I don't know.
You were saying with that board that you feel you're going to finish above Swansea.
Yeah, I still do.
I don't.
I still do. Well, that's okay.
You said you were going to win the league.
You told me you were going to win the league. So we're making random.
I'm being realistic now. Now listen, Swansea are a very good team now.
Swansea are a good
side.
But
we're not here about Swansea. No. So, Steve, I want to bring you on this because you've obviously seen Benteke leave your club this summer to not a big club either, disappointingly. What have you made of Everton's stance over John Stones?
I've been a bit confused for it, because if someone offered Villa that much money for, I don't know, Kieran Clark.
I'm not talking about Kieran Clark, I'm talking about John Stones.
Yeah, if someone made that offer for someone like that, I'd snap their hand off for 40 million. A guy, like, as good as he is, he's not worth 40 million yet. I'd probably say he probably never will be either, really. And I think if you've got that kind of money, when Everton have had this perception of not spending a lot of money over the years, that's a massive injection. Take the money and run.
What do you think about the actual stance, though? I mean, that Everton are turning the back on a big club who've come in and we're led to believe I've almost tried to bully Everton in a way. You know, do you think that's an important stance for some clubs to take, though?
I think it is in the way that Chelsea have gone about it. It's been very public on their behalf, and it's not, it's not on really the way that they have virtually tapped him up. And I really admire Everton for doing that, absolutely. But I think at the same time, it's a business, and you need to make a business decision.
I think just the thing with Everton's thinking is, and as I was saying this to Rob before in the green room, is that the next summer this price tag's only going to go up.
True.
He's got a Euros coming up. He's going to be in England side by then, because if Gary Cahill's the best we can come up with, then obviously he's got, we're going to have him in. Stones will be in, and then other clubs will come in next summer. And I think that's what Everton and a lot of Evertonians now hope that a Manchester City or a Barcelona or someone come in for him, because there's a feeling now the way Chelsea have gone about it, and the way Jose spat his dummy out and everything else, that it's anyone but Chelsea now. If we're going to lose him, it's anyone but, even your boys, Rob. If Arsene can find the key to the Al safe and get his hands in his pocket, and spend big, people will be happy to see him.
It's a lot of money for a centre back. That's the only thing I would say. I mean, the fee for a centre back is humongous.
Robbie, Chelsea got 50 million for Sideshow Bob. And that's the marker.
True, but then you could argue though that he's played in the World Cup, he's played in the Champions League.
He was in there.
We're talking about a very young player who's still got a lot to do. He's a great prospect, but still got a lot to do. And when you look at the sort of price that's being quoted for him, I think you then realise why so many clubs go abroad to buy players.
To be fair though, a price has never been quoted for John Stones. The only thing that's ever been quoted is not for sale. That's all ever been done. So, I mean, it's okay for Chelsea or newspapers or whoever to say he's worth this much. Or Everton have just said he's not for sale. So,
but with me, I think it's a hard one. I kind of admire Everton what they're doing by not selling to Chelsea, because I hate the fact that sometimes it is the big boys just roll up and, you know. But then, are you just delaying the inevitable though? It's just come January. It's going to be the same again, all over again, with Stones. And remember, he did put in a transfer request, so he did want to play. So you're going to
by accident,
by accident. But you're going to have all that again in January, and then when the summer comes, you're going to have all that again, and inevitably, you're probably going to have to let him go.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
So I don't know. It's a hard one. Should you just take the 40 million now? Suppose he gets injured. Suppose his form dips. You might not get that sort of money again. I mean, I admire the stance. I do admire the stance by Everton. The fact that you've got a player, he's under contract, and you know what, we're not prepared to sell, and Chelsea get lost, and we're not selling to you. I admire that, but I just wonder if it's just delaying what's inevitable.
Do you think that's the problem with football as a whole, though? That we used to all think we could win things. And we kept our best players to win things, and that's almost like the stance I feel like Everton is saying. It's not. He's not for sale. We want this much or we want that much next season. We just want our best players to stay, so we can try and win something.
That is fantastic, but we all know what's going to happen. That by next season he'll still be gone, and that's the thing about it. When you look at it that way, you think to yourself, well, should you just take the money and be sensible and take the money? The stance is great and it's admirable. And I personally like what they've done, but then when I think of it business-wise, it's a bit like when we sold Van Persie to Man United. And listen, I was really upset about it at the time. But when you look at it from a business sense, the guy's in the last year of his contract, and the club are giving you 25 million for a guy that's just going to walk away at the end anyway. It does make sense with the De Gea thing. United fans might be saying, "Oh, it's great, De Gea stayed." But he can walk away at the end of the season for absolutely nothing.
But what if he gets
like 30 million?
We spoke about this before, though. What if he gets Manchester United back into the Champions League and gets them to the quarter-finals, the semi-finals?
What if he sulks for up until January and you don't get much out of him? I mean, they weren't even playing him, you know, saying that he's not mentally there for these games. So it's a really hard one. I admire it. I really admire it, but sometimes you think to yourself, is it just delaying?
I think you're right, probably is just delaying it, but I still, like you say, I think that there'll be more than Chelsea knocking at Everton's door next summer, so I still think he will hold his value. Like I said to you before, it'll give Everton a chance, I suppose, to identify better targets where they can spend that money over that period. But like Ped said before, the goal has got to be to try and keep your best players. Arsenal in a little bit of a different position than Everton. There's that they're established in that top four, but if Arsenal then, if you slipped out into 5th and 6th and then every time you got a decent player, Chelsea kept knocking and it was like, we've got to sell them.
We've had that over the years. Don't get me wrong.
You've still
the amount of Arsenal players that have gone, your Fabregases and Nasris and that we've lost over the years. So listen, it's happened to us many a time.
I've got some news for you in a minute, but I just want to
sign in.
No. But I just want to ask you. You've seen Delph leave this summer. Now, this is a thing I wanted to ask everyone because I think it's an interesting point. If Delph had done what he done to you, but come to Villa, would you want that player? Because I think this is a really interesting thing. It's all football fans, and we've all been on both sides of this. Do you want a player who does that to you, who's prepared to do that to a club? Because ultimately, what he's saying is, well, one day when the next level comes in for me, I'll do the same to you.
I see where you're coming from, but where's Fabian Delph?
Oh, by the way, you're signing Joleon Lescott.
Signing Dimitar Berbatov as well.
Well, there you go.
I mean, where's Delph going to go from Man City? It's not going to go up, is it? I think it depends on the player and the situation. And, I admit, if a good player like that was going to come to us, I'd be pretty happy about it. my own moral compass wouldn't be pointing in that direction, but that's not what the issue is, really. You know, I'm going to support my players that play for my club. You know, it's football. Not everything happens in an ideal way. So, but you know, I think there's a real sort of stigma about being a selling club. You know, and it doesn't really mean anything because, as Robbie said, like Arsenal have lost their best players over the last couple of years. We have.
We'll have to bring Paul back in to talk about being a selling club.
I think even Man United have. So we're all selling clubs, really. And I think it's just how we, as clubs, you know, move forward.
I know Robbie's waiting on this urgently, so I've got to, because this is going to be big news.
Well, all I was going to say was we all are hypocritical.
Yeah, of course.
We're all hypocritical.
I think Arsenal fans have organised a protest for 7 p.m. outside the Emirates tonight about the lack of signings. Robbie, best get down there with his camera.
I don't think there'll be anybody out there protesting. I doubt that. I mean, listen, I think the international breaks come at a good time for Arsene Wenger because, as I said, just looking through my timeline, fans are very, very upset. I mean, you know, because we know we're not far. Just a couple of signings, you know, and it's very and it's not only that, it's we've been here before so many times with Arsenal, the hopes are built up, we're thinking, yeah, just this one big signing and it doesn't happen, and, you know, we pay a lot of money.
Do you think you'd almost need, I mean, I'm a great believer in, even if you look at that side and you see a good 11, good 15, you'd almost need that one sign. Yeah, you got Petr Cech, and I said before, I've said that on other thing. For me, the signing of the summer, really, for what he can bring. But outfield players we're talking about, so you'd almost need that. I hate that word marquee sign, it gets on my nerves, but a player that your fans are going to look and go, I'm excited to see him.
I remember when Mesut Ozil signed, it gave the place a massive lift after a real, you know, down period at the club. And you know, you've got to strengthen. You've just, I mean, I look at Barcelona. They've got a transfer embargo. They won the treble, and they still bought players. They've still bought Arda Turan. They don't really need a midfielder, but they've still seen the need to freshen up. I look at Bayern Munich, who we've been told at Arsenal, that's the club we want to emulate, right? They won their league at absolute canter, and they've still gone out there and bought Vidal. They still bought, you know, Douglas Costa. And I look at us and I'm like, come on, you can't just buy Petr Cech and then expect to go through with exactly the same team. All right, a lot of those players were injured for a lot of last season, and when they came back, we went on this great run and we were doing really well. But you are 100% right. Sometimes you just need a bit of freshness around the place to lift the other players, lift the fans, lift the whole place.
It gives that feeling that you're moving forward all the
exactly.
time,
That's it. It gives a feeling you're moving forward, you're progressing.
Does it need to be a big signing though? Because you look at Coquelin when he came in at the new year, and no one thought he'd be in the kind of form that he was in, and then he turned out being really integral.
And that's very true as well. But I think nowadays that big signing does. If you're a big club like Arsenal, I think your fans now are looking at it and thinking, we'd like to see. You know, we don't want a Real Madrid like Galacticos, but we pay a lot of money around here. We want to see something to get us excited. And we were all excited with the Cech signing because we were like, you know, we took him off Chelsea. We know that it's been an area where we've been weakening over the years, so we were all really excited about that. I think even if they'd only made one more signing, fans would be happy. But just go through, we get all the way here now, down to the last day, we don't do nothing. And as I said, we've done this a few times before. For a lot of fans, they're very, very angry at the moment about what's happened. The embarrassing stats about being the only club in the Premier League that's not signed, or in Europe, you guys are saying, that haven't signed an outfield player. We spent the least amount of money, 10 million. We're a big club, Arsenal.
We spent the least till this morning.
You know, it's
maybe that's where the extra 4 million.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, Liverpool goes over there. You can waste your money as well, by the way. And I think the other thing is that with Arsenal that upsets a lot of fans is we're not aggressive enough. I feel in the transfer market. So, like it or not, what Chelsea have tried to do with Everton, they're showing a lot of aggression. in the transfer market, in that they've identified Stones. They know you're going to want a lot of money, but they've come and they said, all right, here it is. We want it. And they've tested you right to the limit. In this occasion, you guys have held on. Arsenal don't tend to do that. We'll wait, see if a little something moves there that will cause this to move here. And we're not aggressive enough. And that is, again, something that upsets a lot of fans. We want to see Arsenal operating like the clubs that we're supposed to be like.
Is that the manager, or is that the lack of a really good chief executive to drive that home?
I think it's a bit of both. I think it's just the way in which Arsenal operate. They operate in a certain way in which they don't do business in that way. They don't act with that aggression in the transfer market. They just don't do it. It's not their style. But I would personally like to see us get a bit more like that, where we come in and say, you know.
And Robbie will be sorting anyone out later on who's protesting down at the Emirates. We're getting to the business end of the day now. This is where all the silly stuff's about to happen. I know it's been a little bit quiet, but it's all about to go nuts, I guarantee. And the man who'll have it is Jack over there on the transfer desk.
Well, we haven't got long left now in this transfer window, but still news coming through. And the most important and probably the most exciting news coming out of the past half an hour is that Charlie Austin will be staying at QPR. This is absolutely extraordinary stuff. Charlie Austin, he's tweeted, you can see here on the screen, he's put hashtag QPR big season ahead. He's then retweeted some things from Sam Wallace that says Charlie Austin will stay at QPR this window, likely to see out his contract that expires in the summer of 2016. This is just incredible how QPR have been able to keep hold of Charlie Austin with big money bids coming in from the likes of Crystal Palace, Newcastle, and he was also being linked with Norwich City. So QPR fans, let us know in the comments and also tweet us at Ball Street. You must be absolutely over the moon with that news that Charlie Austin will be staying at QPR this season. Also, Richard Stearman, Wolves Player of the Year last year, has completed a £2 million move to Fulham, so that's a cracking deal for Fulham, but not a great deal for Wolves. They've lost a few players today, and they've also lost Nuadiko for the season through injury. Now, this is very interesting stuff. Can you remember Michu? Yeah, I thought you could. He's just been dropped from 33-1 to evens for a move to Stoke City after some maximum bets were placed on Michu to go to Stoke. So somebody obviously knows something. Michu might be going to Stoke with John Walters going the other way. He is still linked with Leicester. Norwich City are also still trying to be in for him. Matt Letizia has just come out and said that Southampton's biggest signing this summer was keeping Sadio Mane at the club. Obviously, Manchester United wanted him. He is not going anywhere. Sadio Mane looks to be staying at Southampton after a simply fantastic game at the weekend against Norwich City. And finally, some news from Hull City. They have gone untouched in this transfer window. The likes of Diame, Dawson, Huddleston, Hernandez and El Mohamady all still stay there. El Mohamady looks to be the player most likely to leave. Norwich City want El Mohamady. So we're going to cross over to the green room for more chat.
Nice one. Well said, Jack. Yeah, we're in the green room. We've got Matt Wilson here, who's taking up the reins firmly of the Ball Street Chapman 01-02 team. Matthew, how is it going?
Mass protests at the training ground.
Really?
Board confidence is low. I'm feeling it, to be honest.
Maybe we should get Robbie in. I think he'll feel a certain understanding with all this kind of stuff that's going on.
Robbie don't know about transfers and transfer deadline.
Of course not. No.
Yeah, I beat Tottenham though, so Robbie would like.
So Arsenal fans watching,
2-1. Yeah.
Team Ball Street 2-1. Yeah.
Gibriel Sis, our new signing, scored the winner, helped by a Chris Perry sending off for Tottenham. So we feel good about that, but we're struggling to attract big players to the club.
Pavel Nedved just turned us down.
Nedved turned us down, and agreed for 32 million for Christian Vieri. But yeah, he turned us down. Didn't want to come back. I've got Ronald de Boer on the hook. And Henrik Larsson.
Let's have a quick look at the league table and see how we're faring, because let's be honest, that's where it's at. In fact, I don't even remember how to do that. 18th. We're 18th in the Premier League.
Wait, hold on, wait a minute. I just want to ask something. I understand you've not been around here slagging off Arsenal. What's going on? Right, we're in a bad mood already, right? With the transfer situation. Nothing's happening at the moment.
How do you think
we're
we
getting
feel?
frustrated
Have
right
on
here.
their bed,
Arsenal fans are getting frustrated. I'm warning everyone. Yeah? Right.
7 p.m. the Emirates.
Very aggressive. That's very aggressive.
There you go.
Now, breaking news. There's Robbie. What about this?
Protest.
Are you going to the protest? That's what we want to know.
No, listen. I don't think there's going to be a protest. I think there's some people been tweeting that around. I very much doubt, but there will be a lot of very angry fans. I've been looking on my timeline. There's a lot of fans upset.
Can we just ask the comment section, right? Tell us if you think there will be or there won't be a demo at Arsenal tonight, and we'll find out what people are saying. Because I'm starting to think that there's something in it. Do you know what I mean? But would it be right to do that?
I think, you know what, I think, with the greatest respect to Robbie and Arsenal and Arsenal fans, I think that it's gained ground because people, it's kind of people, I don't know, doesn't sound too far-fetched because we've seen how Arsenal fans go mad over when things go bad. So I guess that's probably, I don't think anyone in the right mind would get up and go to the Emirates now to be like, we haven't signed anyone, boo!
Mind you, I don't know.
Robbie's like, I do.
There's
Huddersfield.
There's a lot of frustration around the place. Unfortunately, there is a lot of frustration, but.
So there's it's mixed. There's a lot of comments. The comments are coming in thick and fast. It's like a world record.
Protest time.
Protest time. If no striker before 6, then yes. Arsenal fans, cowards and spoiled. People, Robbie in, Wenger out. Robbie in, Wenger out. Protest.
Did you see the Huddersfield scum
I
comments?
did see that. I think it might have been a Leeds fan actually.
To be fair, you did refer to them as dirty Leeds.
I did, yeah. I'm sorry, but I grew up in a school.
No, actually, that was me.
I went to school with loads of Leeds fans.
Oh, go on, what?
So I'm used to it. What?
No, there was one tweet that I was looking at earlier. I was laughing at. We interview this fan sometimes on Arsenal Fan TV, and he's always wearing this T-shirt that says "Wenger out," right? And there's a guy who tweeted. He said, "Where's that guy get those T-shirts made up?" But listen, I think that would be an overreaction, Wenger out stuff and that. But as I said, there's a lot of frustration around. It's.
They want you to start the demo. They want you to start a protest.
I could see that lead the charge to the Emirates.
Well, West Ham have signed all the players, haven't they?
The problem is, look, this happens every single window because Liverpool had it a couple of seasons ago, 3 seasons ago, when we let Andy Carroll go on loan and we didn't get Clint Dempsey, and there was just mad. And the fact that you've now got an international break where people have just got 2 weeks to fester.
I think that's a good thing, though.
No,
that is actually a good thing.
I think for us, it's a good thing.
If you're a Liverpool fan,
but in Liverpool terms, and there'll be a lot of Liverpool fans watching this, and you may well feed into this, I don't know. But we have an ongoing conversation about what will be the Twitter fume in international breaks. What is going to be the random story that causes Liverpool fans to lose it while we've got no footage to talk about? So that's what we're like. I don't know what everyone else. I think we talked about this.
I actually think that the international break's going to be good for us, because if we was going into a game this weekend, as I said, there'd be loads of frustration. But I think going into the international break, that will cool it. If we come back and we get a good performance in, then fans will be like, all right, let's see what happens. But at the moment, there's a lot of frustration around because we haven't, I was just saying to those guys in there, that stat that we haven't signed an outfield player. We've only spent 10 million quid.
But who would you sign?
Well, that's, you make a great point there. There's not loads of really nasty players around.
But this is the thing though, Real Madrid, Barcelona, they don't sit there and go, oh, no one's available, they make someone available. They make it happen.
That's a good point. That's a good point, mate. But this is the difference in level. But no. The point is, the point I'm getting to.
Where you going?
No. I'm on your side. The point is, which doesn't happen very often. The point is, when you look at what Arsenal have got, you've got to go and buy someone who's better than what you've got. There's no point in you going out and buying more squad. You've got a squad. You've got what, 2 players for every position, pretty much.
pretty much, with the exception of that centre forward, maybe. But you know, Giroud's a good player. Giroud's double figures goals a season centre forward. To better him, you've got to go and buy someone who scores 20, 30 goals. They're like an elite bracket. There's like 5 players in the world.
And there's not many proven in the Prem, is there, as well?
Now, for me though, when you look at Arsenal,
Firmino is a good shout.
Very good. No, but the thing is about Arsenal, I think that pretty much all the strikers at the club, they don't intimidate like the real top players, so like a Suarez, like an Aguero, even Harry Kane now I think has got that bit of a presence whereby but whereby people are genuinely a little bit intimidated when the ball's in around the box towards the end of a game. I think people are a little bit scared, and I don't know if Giroud does that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, listen, if we'd have got Benzema, and I think the problem with Arsenal is they put all of the eggs into the Benzema basket. If Benzema was the main target, that's who they've been chasing all summer. It hasn't happened. They should have had a plan B, and if it had worked out, it would have been brilliant to have Benzema in there. I think that would have frightened defences. Where you've got Benzema, Alexis Sanchez, Walker or Ox up front, you know, Welbeck, that would frighten defences. But we do need that marquee centre forward. But if a club like Real Madrid, they're not willing to sell. Arsenal inquired about Lewandowski. Bayern said no way.
All that being said, though, sorry, Matt, devil's advocate, it's not like the manager at the time didn't really want rid of Wenger and Di Maria and stuff. So I do kind of agree with what Matt said to some extent. You can force the agenda a bit, and it's whether Arsenal have swung it round enough. You know what I mean?
I think there's a difference in when they got rid of Di Maria. They had another sort of Galactico type player to come in. They wanted to bring in James Rodriguez. You know what I mean? They normally always, Real Madrid, have somebody else lined up, some other mega. This season they haven't had that. They haven't had that marquee person out there to bring in, because basically there is no one else. All of the real top players and like that are already at big clubs. So it's trying to get someone like Benzema away from. No player wants to leave Real Madrid unless they're forced out.
Can't the Godfather make him an offer that they can't refuse?
The Godfather couldn't make him an offer that they can't refuse.
For the last 10 years, you've made them excuses about the stadium and all that. They've got the money. I think money talks, mate. I think if they wanted to go and get the big boys, splash the cash. That's what you got to do.
No, but listen, if you go to Real Madrid, right? It's not just Arsenal that have been chasing a mega striker. It's been Manchester United as well. Both clubs got a lot of money to spend at the moment. But if you go to a club like Real Madrid, Bayern Munich and PSG, they're the 3 clubs that have got the big name strikers that everybody wants. Lewandowski at Bayern Munich, Benzema at Madrid, and at PSG Cavani. If those clubs say no, what are you going to do? They don't need the money.
The opportunity.
They don't need the money, those clubs. The players are not at the end of their contracts. They've still got long contracts. If they say no, we ain't selling.
The opportunities were there. Let's go back a couple of seasons ago when Suarez, you had the money then, and they've offered 40 million and a quid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why? No disrespect to you, Paul, but why is it a club at the level of Liverpool and Arsenal want to be challenging?
Again, that's it. You're right. If they come in with 60 million,
they're gone.
Then he probably go.
Yeah, but I'm not so much talking about them, because I think we've kind of moved on Arsenal since then, because we have made big signings since then, right? But what I'm saying is the clubs that we're looking to make those big signings from at the moment are your mega clubs of Real Madrid. They don't have to. If them clubs turn around and said we ain't selling, they don't really do selling those clubs unless they want it.
I don't think we should sit here and dump on Arsenal too much. It's depressing. We can dump on Man United instead. No, we'll come to that. Robbie, I just want to know why you've got you there. Is there any signing that's been made by another club in the Premier League this summer that's made you secretly jealous?
Secretly jealous?
Payet.
Payet's a decent signing, but we got loads of midfielders, so that didn't make me secretly jealous.
It's tough, isn't it? I don't think in terms of what Arsenal needs.
That's it, because exactly.
Anyone's watching, it'd be interesting to know in the comments. We've got Carl can get it up here so we can read a few through. Is there anyone you think Arsenal should be jealous of in terms of signings that have been made? I mean, Nikita Jalovic has just moved there, mate. He scores with his first touch every single time. His second touch is a celebration.
I mean, like you just said, Schneidlin. I'm not jealous of Schneidlin, but I think Schneidlin would have been a good addition to Arsenal.
Yeah.
But I'm not. That's not the signing that's got me jealous. I can't think of a signing that anybody's made really.
The only one that would be a striker, wouldn't it? And there's none.
Yeah, a striker, and you guys signed Benteke, but I'm not jealous of that. I think he's a good player.
I think if he'd scored another couple of goals maybe in the first few games, it'd probably be easy to look and say he fits the mould again.
I think he would have been, you know, if he signed a player like Benteke, I think he would get goals at Arsenal.
There's a lot of comments actually.
But I'm not jealous of him. I don't think I'm jealous of him.
Loads of comments. Jackson Martinez.
Falcao.
Jackson Martinez is signed over for. You asked me about Premier League clubs, right?
Yeah, Vidal and Pedro are getting mentioned a lot in the comments.
Yeah, Vidal, you said Premier League clubs.
Yeah, well, there's something interesting going on here. Berbatov has apparently been spotted in France with Wenger, but that is one of those he said, she said, they said. I doubt it very much, but...
So hold on, wait a minute.
Sharing a 10 deck of goal.
He's been spotted with who?
With Wenger in France.
Well, then I'll be leading a protest. Trust me, I'm out of it.
You heard it here first. He said there's a chance.
But also, you've got Adebayor as well, who apparently Spurs are talking about breaking his contract, so he'd be a free agent, so he wouldn't need to sign, particularly if he has been heavily with West Ham.
Robbie, Adebayor back on a free.
No thanks.
That was no thanks in case you missed that. That's an interesting one because I saw something about Berbatov being linked with Villa.
Yeah, wages too high. The talks broke down.
Yeah, fair enough. Are we ready to go back over? Okay, we'll continue with this debate a bit later on because that was really interesting. I enjoyed that mainly because we put Robbie on the back foot for the vast majority of it. But do keep tweeting in. Do keep letting us know your thoughts. Who do you think Arsenal should be jealous of in the Premier League? If you just joined us, welcome. It's Transfer Deadline Day Live. We're in the green room. This is where we're having some casual discussion. We're playing Chapman 0102. We've got Jimmy over there playing FIFA 98 on his own.
Ian Wright's just been sent off.
Ian Wright has just been sent off. Righty is off. So yes, do keep watching the show. We'll be back here shortly. Anyway, we're going to hand over to the main studio again. Ped and the boys got loads of more discussion to pick up on. Lads, get on with it.
Cheers, mate. Having loads of fun in there playing FIFA 98, which is rubbish compared to Pro Evo, I'm afraid, mate. It was a kids' game. Proper people play Pro Evo. Anyway, let's move on. This is ball season. It is Transfer Deadline Day. Make sure if you're watching, you spread the stream to everyone and anyone. Make sure you get your comments as well. All it's been so far is Arsenal, Arsenal, Arsenal. Robbie this, Robbie that, Robbie deck the other fella. All this is happening. We want all the other teams to get involved in this. For the rest of this hour, we have Barry from Toffee TV. We've got Steve from the Aston Villa preview, review, whatever. We've got Robbie from Arsenal Fan TV. And it was preview or review. Surely if you're talking about the last game, it should be preview and review. I don't know. Well, let's move on. We've talked about our own clubs individually. Robbie, top 3 signings from the window so far, do you think?
Petr Cech, I think's in there.
What a shock.
No, I think it has been one of the top signings. So Cech. I think Pedro at Chelsea is a very good signing. Traore, he looks quick. He's about as quick as Usain Bolt when I saw him in one of them games. Traore. Does that sum it up? That there hasn't been. I think you've got to say Raheem Sterling. You know, a lot of money he's gone for, but I always said from day one that I think he's a real top quality player. He's very young, so I don't think, even though it's a lot of money, I think for how good he's going to get, I think 49 million for Raheem Sterling is not even that bad, especially when we're seeing the sort of money that's been thrown around for players. For a 20-year-old English player, I think, you know, those for me would be the top 3. Raheem Sterling, Pedro, Petr Cech.
Steve?
I'd go along with that, but I'd replace Sterling with Kevin De Bruyne. I think what I found so funny was that last season at Real Madrid, Gareth Bale got absolutely panned, but his stats matched what Eden Hazard's did at Chelsea last season. And you look at how many assists that Kevin De Bruyne set up last year at Wolfsburg and how many goals he got on top of that in a division that isn't, it's not a slouchers league, it's the Bundesliga, it's really tough. And he's cost a lot of money as well, but I think he's worth it. And there's going to be those that say he didn't make the grade at Chelsea, but
didn't get a chance.
And he's gone to another division and proved that he's capable of delivering the goods. So I think he's going to be a really good signing this year.
Top 3, Baz. Funes Murray in there.
Funes Murray is number 1. Just on Kevin De Bruyne, played against Everton twice in the Europa League and didn't get a kick either time. Just from whether that's English opposition, I don't know. I think Czechs, and I've said it all along, he would be the number 1 for me in terms of what he brings. Sterling's a good shout, but I'm never going to give Raheem Sterling credit. It's a good shout. I just imitating Robbie, aren't I? Because Pedro, for me, after Czech, Pedro's the one that you look at and go, wow, Barcelona, he was, every time I've seen him for Barca, he was fantastic. He's come into Chelsea. Obviously, he won't get a kick at Goodison in a couple of weeks when Funes Murray has him. But he's certainly one that makes you sit up. The kid Adama Traore, who Everton were linked with last season, looks good at Villa. It depends whether you're just going to go route 1. Someone like Falcao could be fantastic for Chelsea, could be useless. So
Depay maybe at United might be, he's looked decent.
There's been a lack of big ones, hasn't there?
Yeah,
real.
The right back Darmian at United looks decent as well. So
it's hard, isn't it? Because you qualify with different ways to look at who's brought what for what team. Are you going for value for money, or are you just going to how much it kicks them on to the next level? Ben Secker at Liverpool could be absolutely marvellous, could be a bit of a nightmare. You don't know for that kind of money.
Are there any that have a little bit jealous of players that maybe not one of the top ones, and you thought, wish we'd gone and got him? He looks a player.
I think Kabay to Palace. I mean, obviously, they've got the link with Pardew there, but we are still talking about Crystal Palace, and no offence to them, but it's not. I thought he left Newcastle to go and play Champions League football. Okay, he's not going to get that at PSG with the players they sign and the money they spend. But he was linked with Arsenal, and he could have easily fit in there. And I'm just amazed that he hasn't stayed on that level.
I think they've been good for Arsenal.
Great shout.
If you're asking jealous, I'm just jealous of any signing, as Robbie probably is as well. Any creative, attacking, centre-forward type player I am jealous of, because that's what Everton certainly need.
Well, we need it. I'd be jealous of a striker, but there's not really been any strikers that have been signed, has there? I mean, like out-and-out strikers. It's only really been Benteke, hasn't it? It hasn't really been, any others.
They don't seem to exist anymore. I think that's one of the big problems. There don't seem to be that many about. The natural striker seems to have been eroded away. The player I'm a little bit jealous of is Payet at West Ham. I think he's going to be I think he's got the potential to be a really top class player. Yeah. I think he might be one of them that moves on after a year or 2 years of playing at West Ham, but I think they've got a really, really good player there. Disagree?
These players who look boss in August, I'll hold me.
Well, no, I based that on more of the stats at Marseille. He was.
I know, but players look good in France. David Kharibi looks good in France, but when you look, you've got to see how they fit in this country, haven't you? The Premier League's tough. It's a horrible, physical, fast league, and you can go to look at Soldado. He couldn't hit the proverbial bull with anything you wanted there, for Spurs, and he's gone back to Villarreal, he's fitted back in, he's got a couple of goals, a couple of assists already, looks like he's happy playing again, because that league is a couple of degrees slower, so you get the technical players. France is even slower than that, so the Premier League, you can look at these players and say, I wouldn't mind just getting him, but look at Mitchell's the classic one, isn't he? He looked like unbelievable in that first season for Swansea, and a year later you wouldn't have him in your team, and he's probably driving around car parks like Peter Odden-Wingy at the moment looking for a club because no one wants him. So.
Strange ones for me is that Charlie Austin thing as well. I mean,
I'd have him. I'd have him right now.
Do you think they've priced them out of a move?
Absolutely.
Definitely.
But guys are saying that he might be staying. He's staying.
He's on 15 million quid.
He's on 63 grand a week, so
it's 15 million is nothing.
Yeah, but
for a striker, I mean, he's going to score you like 15 to 20 goals a season. You think it's his dodgy knee?
Well, I was going to say, have West Ham thrown the spanner in the works there by suggesting he's got an injury problem? Is that going to stick with him?
Well, he didn't go to Hull. Remember, Hull were trying to buy him before he went to QPR, and that fell through when he was at Burnley. He's a player I'd have, and I'd have him for the simple reason that, like I said to you before, we're great while Lukaku's fit, but Lukaku, the couple of years he's been at Everton, has had spells out the team injured. We haven't got anyone else. Kone, not going to, you know, he does a job, he's not going to score your goals. Everton have got nobody after that. I mean, you're talking about a striker, but you've got Welbeck, who, okay, is 8 to 10 goals a season. We've got Giroud, who gets 20. Alexis Sanchez can play that up. Theo Walcott, you know, you're talking 4 or 5. Everton have got 1.
I think that's as well why Arsene Wenger's looking at it and thinking to himself, rightly or wrongly, he's looking at it and thinking, I've got these 4 strikers who can potentially play strikers, different types of players as well. I'm not just going to go out there and just get any old striker. I mean, there's been suggestions even from some of our fans, what about Charlie Austin? Which, for me, I think no, because he's not better than what we've got. But I'm just surprised that so many other clubs, you know, Sunderland's and you guys maybe, you know, that no one's really gone in for him because, you know, he's been there, he's been available. 15 million's nothing for a striker.
You say that though, but Arsenal, do Arsenal not need, I don't really want to use this, but the fox in the box, as Arsene Wenger said about
I'm not sure Charlie Austin is a fox in the box though, is he? He's a good striker.
Don't every team that want to win the league need that type of striker who can just score goals?
For me, he's not better than Danny Welbeck. He's not better than Theo. He's not better than Alexis Sanchez. Nowhere near. He's not. So what's the point? He's already got 3-4.
I'd say it's too similar to, for Arsenal. Looking at Arsenal, I think he's too similar to Giroud. He's not got the pace.
I don't think he's technically. Yeah, and he's not nowhere near as technically as good as Giroud. And Arsenal, very technical team. I just couldn't see how he could fit in.
What he would do is, when you're talking about Wanyama before, he'd give you. He likes the physical game a bit more than Giroud does. But is that enough to make you spend 15 million?
It wouldn't be the sort of player I'd think that Arsenal. But I just look on it and I think there's, as you said, I think he'd be a good fit for you guys as backup to Lukaku. I mean, Glenn Murray, who went today to Bournemouth, I thought maybe they might have gone in for Charlie Austin. You know, so it's just really surprising because, you know, did he get an England cap last year? And the Euros are coming up. If he's back in the Premier League, he's got a chance of. You know, it's really, really surprising.
I think as well, 15 million is a lot for a player who's only done it for 1 season.
Yeah.
And you know, you'd sort of want him to.
Is it?
Well, you'd sort of want him to do it again before you're going to. You know, 15 million. That's a big mistake.
I think in the old days of the Premier League, when there wasn't as much money, someone would have took a chance on him because the goals may have guaranteed them staying up. But now the outlay is just not worth it because even if they go down, they'll still make more than that 15 million anyway. So it doesn't seem to be worth the gamble anymore to buy these players.
There's a few things. The wages, obviously, people look and think, well, is he going to come to Everton? Say for argument's sake, if he's on 60 odd grand, like you've said, is he going to come to Everton for 35, 40? He might not want to take 20 grand a week pay cut. Are Everton going to pay £15 million for someone who may or may not have a bit of a dodgy need? There might be a few teams in that boat looking, thinking we can't be saddled with 60 grand a week wages if he gets injured and he doesn't play for us. So maybe that's why, or maybe QPR have had interest at 10, 11, 12 million, but they've tried to stick it out for 15 and teams have just gone, no, we're out.
Now, obviously today's like a big day for the managers as well, and a lot can ride on today, what happened today. And I'm not coming to you on purpose, Steve, but who do you think could be the first manager to lose his job this season?
I said a while ago that it could be Kiki Sanchez-Flores at Watford. That's not because he's a bad manager, and it's not because Watford are a bad club, but it's the behind-the-scenes thing, which I think is, if their season goes wrong, that's where the source of it's going to be. If they get to that Christmas period and they have a couple of games where they're not picking up points and they suddenly find themselves under that dotted line, they have the kind of owners that are going to get pretty, trigger happy, and he'll be gone, I think.
Rob, anyone you fancy or can see?
You know what? When the season started, I was thinking Ranieri could possibly be but he's really surprised me. And the way Leicester have been playing and that, he's got them playing. So I don't think it's going to be him. I'm thinking maybe Advocaat at Sunderland. I mean, something don't seem right there as it is. And I don't know, I just feel that he could be the first one out. Advocaat. Something's not right at Sunderland at the moment. It's not stable.
But for me, and might be a bit of a surprise, but Advocaat's one of them. But I think Pochettino as well, he's on rocky ground at Spurs, because if they continue to stumble to the start of the season, fans who I've spoken to a little bit uneasy about, you know, Tottenham's dealings in the transfer market. If he doesn't kind of start getting that flow going, you know, maybe Levy will look and think, you know, can we attract a Klopp or someone like that who's available at the moment? And so could be one of those.
They've been very quiet, haven't they, Spurs? This is normally their day. Harry out the window and all that. They've been seriously quiet, and they haven't really got centre forwards either.
Bought all the right backs they can, though.
Yeah, they haven't got really that many centre forwards. You just think Harry Kane doesn't start scoring or gets an injury.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go back into Berahino.
Berahino.
Yeah, it's been very, very quiet.
They'd be a good sign.
Yeah, Pato was another one, but they just don't seem to be doing the business. So, very, very interesting. Right, I think it's time for some transfer news. Straight over to Jack with all the latest.
Yeah, it's mainly Championship gossip at the moment. Preston are looking to make the double signing of Stevie May and Owen Doyle. They look like they're going to be coming in. We reported on the Stevie May deal earlier. That looks like it's finally wrapped up. So Preston, a fantastic day for them. Robbie Brady has come out in the media today and said he would be delighted to see John Walters join Norwich City. Obviously, John Walters has been talked about a lot today, both in the media and on Ball Street's deadline day. He's been linked, he's now favourites with Leicester, but apparently Norwich are back in with a good chance of signing John Walters. It's been a very poor day for Norwich City so far. All Norwich City fans expected a very busy day for them at the moment. They haven't spent a penny, and John Walters looks like the most likely to go to Norwich City. Robbie Brady, as I said, would love to see him there. But would the Norwich City fans? I don't think so, considering John Walters was an ex-Ipswich Town player. So, interesting from that. Marvin Sordell has had his contract mutually stopped at Burnley, so Marvin Sordell is now a free agent. Arsenal, here's a stat for you. Arsenal are third from bottom on the spending, only above Swansea and Norwich City. So Robbie's just talked about that. Arsenal need to spend some money. They are third bottom in the spending list in the Premier League so far. Stoke City want Mile Jedinak from Crystal Palace. He's only played 26 minutes of football for Palace this season. Incredible, really, considering just how good Mile Jedinak is. But he is being linked with a move to Stoke City. Gary Hooper from Norwich City is being linked with Fulham, and that looks like it's gone to a medical. So Gary Hooper is most likely to be going to Fulham, which says to me that Norwich have something up their sleeves, and it looks like something might be going through very soon, because they wouldn't let Gary Hooper go if they didn't have a replacement for him. That obviously frees up the £32,000 a week wages that they're currently on. Aston Villa have completed the signing of Joleon Lescott, so that one's gone through, although they have now stopped interest for Dimitar Berbatov and Emmanuel Adebayor. That would have been an interesting pairing, but no longer going to happen. Aston Villa don't want to sign Berbatov or Adebayor anymore. And finally, some news from Watford. It was first reported that Obi Ilari was joining on a loan deal. That is now gone to a 5-year deal, rumoured to be worth £6 million. So that is all the news at the moment. I'm sure it is going to heat up very, very shortly. As always, leave your comments in the YouTube section and tweet us at Ball Street. And for now, we're going to go to the green room for some more deadline day chat.
Nice one, thanks very much, Jack. Dynamite work, as always. Apart from in the choice of shirts department. Anyway, welcome to the green room. We've been here all afternoon. We've been mixing up, trying to keep things a little bit more interesting, doing things differently from what you expect from a deadline day show. Yes, as I say this, I realise I've gone a touch Chris Pajak, a touch Eminem with my use of hand movements, but let's just go with it. Yeah, with the group we've had the FIFA 98 challenge ongoing. The plan was to have winner stays on, but it's gone so well that you can see that the space has been vacated at the moment. I think Barry in particular is still licking his wounds after his 4-0 trouncing at the hands of myself. We'll see how that gets on. Sam, you just played Jimmy Bullard's agent.
Yeah, you can see the results if you want.
Yeah, in fact, I'd have a look at that. Sam, for some bizarre reason, went Italy and won by 6 goals to 2 over Arsenal.
That was Jim. Unlucky Jim. So yeah, so we're over here as well with the lads. Sean Barry is currently handling the Ball Street Champman 01-02 team. We're going to come in and sit down on the floor.
Squeeze it.
Barry, how is it going? I know you've only just...
I've just picked it back up and I'm just wondering why Matt's putting bids in for Lucio at 22 million.
He's a good player.
He is, but he's not going to come here. However, we have just agreed to sign Ronald de Boer.
Ronald de Boer
from Rangers. I don't know how much Matt is just splashing the cash without me. 9 million, apparently.
Reasonable fee for a ridiculously old...
01-02 this is, by the way.
Yeah.
Now, Everton haven't spent 9 million in those whole years. Accumulatively.
Even with inflation.
Matt doesn't care.
But you've just done that today, so don't worry too much about it.
Okay.
So yes, we've got the lads here. We thought we'd do a little bit of a more relaxed chat and see how things are going on. I just like to see Barry smile on face more than that. So we haven't had you in a while.
Hi.
Are you doing okay? You enjoying deadline day?
I'm just waiting for the Martial announcement. Martial.
I'm going for Martial. Andy Brassel was saying Martial, and that's wrong.
It's far too European. Just call it Marshall.
Yeah, it's Martiale.
Martiale?
That's a new one.
Where's that coming from? Ridiculous. Send in any potential solutions for ridiculous pronunciations of Anthony Marshall if you can in the comments below. I've actually been... Chris, have you just given me the broadcasting finger there?
The hook.
That's it. That's all you've got. Oh, lucky lads, there's your chance to shine. Let's go. Right, okay then. Never mind. We'll be back in the green room shortly for some more interesting debate when we're not being cut short. Anyway, we're going to hand back over to the main studio and Ped in there. Ped, what's going on?
Not much, mate. I'm waiting for the big deals to happen. Simple as that. I'm waiting for the big deals to happen, especially at Everton. Come on, Bill, what's going on? Drop the Wizard of Oz and get onto the signings. Not really bothered about Dorothy at the moment, mate. Right, we're back. We've got 2 hours to go. We want some big deals. We want you to start spreading the link as well. Make sure you're getting everyone out there watching us. Forget Jim White, his old hat. His helicopter's probably broke down anyway, so forget about it. Right, in the studio we've got James Dickens from Yahoo Sport UK. We've got Neil Barnett, journalist from Chelsea TV. Boo. And we've got Jim Airwood, football agent, or retired football agent, so he keeps telling me. Right, gents, what have you made of the, not necessarily just today, but the window as a whole? It seems to have been quite quiet.
The window as a whole has been an almighty, despicable mess as far as the Premier League is concerned. And I think one of the things that fans have a right to know, as fans spend so much money following their teams, is who is responsible for transfers. Who is responsible for Manchester United spending £250 million and not having an obvious team? Who is responsible for spending all the Gareth Bale money at Tottenham, or all the Luis Suarez, Raheem Sterling money at Liverpool? The fans no longer know who makes the judgments. How have Sunderland failed to get Fabio Berahino when Gus Poyet wanted him so much, and then when Gus Poyet leaves, managed to get him a year later? Who are these people? We no longer know who's responsible for the transfers. And it is an act of disrespect to every fan who spends money in the club. I would like to see, from now on, a rota of who is responsible for each transfer. Then we'll know, A, if the transfer's a flop, who's not to blame and who might be responsible. And B, we'll know when the manager doesn't play a new signing, why he's not playing a new signing, because he never wanted him in the first place. Now, I look at some of the signings that have gone on in this window, I don't think they'll ever play. Yeah. Who was responsible for Manchester United signing Rocco? Why doesn't he ever play? He's an Argentine defender. Argentina are in the World Cup final. Why doesn't he play?
It is, or it seems to be a bit of a murky world, Jim. I'm sure you can enlighten us how it all works.
Sorry, who was responsible for all the Everton signings? I know you only made one, didn't you?
It's all right, we didn't sell any. That's the main point, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be murky, but it can also be very straightforward. So it depends on a deal-by-deal basis what you're talking about. I mean, I came on earlier, I was talking about the United situation last night with De Gea. Seems to be some sort of Machiavellian techniques going on there. I think United have deliberately slow-played that one.
You know, the point you make is a very good one. You know, no one really knows who is making the decisions, and there's that saying, and I'm going to muck this saying up now, but success has 100 fathers and all the rest of it. You know, and I think if, for example, let's just take Sterling. Sterling goes on to be 100% success. Who's going to take the credit for that? I would imagine it would be Pellegrini, but was Pellegrini the person behind that signature? Liverpool's another great example. Who's making the decision at Liverpool? I've got mates telling me it's got nothing to do with Brendan Rodgers, but then you can bet your life as soon as they start doing well, they go, oh, Brendan Rodgers, what a fantastic manager. So, yeah, I agree very much with what you're saying. And then you go to Arsenal. I mean, what is going on at this club? I mean, Arsenal is my club. I don't know what's going on there. I mean, it's just it's beyond belief what is going on at that club. How can they not see? Everyone can see it. They need at least 2 players. I mean, for me, it's very straightforward. It's been said 1,000 times. Through the spine. All right, they've got Cech, so they've got a great bit of the spine. But then they've got 2 centre-halves. OK, fair enough. They've got Koscielny and Mertesacker. They could do with another player there. Defensive midfielder. They need one there. They need a top-class striker. They've been crying out for a top-class striker. And people keep saying, well, who's he going to go and buy? It's not my job to answer that question. He has got a worldwide network of scouts that he can go and find someone that can improve that team. Oh, it doesn't have to be like a world-class player, but he can find someone who's going to improve that team. So, I don't know, it's been a staggering transfer window for me in terms of what hasn't happened.
I think it's a really interesting point. I mean, obviously I'm here as part of my Yahoo remit, but I'm a Spurs fan, and it's quite interesting comparing where Spurs are now and where Arsenal are, and the line that is being fed by the hierarchy at Spurs is that the club needs to tighten its belt and make sure that we've got enough money to develop a new stadium. There won't be big outlays on players like the money that was wasted from Bale. But you look at Arsenal, and although they've signed Sanchez and Ozil, but really they're not going out and spending any more money after the stadium's been built. And Arsenal got a lot more money from developing Highbury than Spurs will from the area around White Hart Lane, which they've actually had to buy. And it's a mess. And you look inside the club, and yesterday it was obvious that Lamela was going to go to Marseille. Pochettino pulled that deal at the last minute. Why did it even get to that point? If Pochettino wants to keep the player, why is the deal even being spoken about? Pochettino said he needs a striker. No striker so far. Harry Kane will have probably the whole season, the European Championships, and another season with no backup at Spurs. It's a big worry.
Why didn't Spurs get Hernandez? Sorry, I thought he'd be a good fit for you. Oh, Hernandez. He's gone for 7 million, right?
Yeah.
So he's gone for 7 million. But he's played at Real Madrid last year. All right, and he didn't play a lot. He did all right. And then you got United spending how much they spent on this boy who hasn't kicked a game for his national country. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Some of these decisions don't make sense.
To answer your question, I've no idea, because but there seems to be such a narrow remit about what actually fits the criteria that. And going back to your point, I don't know who is creating this criteria. Is it Paul Mitchell, who is recruited from Southampton with his mythical black box? It's got no strikers in it, the black box, that's for sure. Is it Levy? Was it Baldini? Is it Pochettino? No one seems to know, but it seems like there's a group of people making these transfer decisions, and no decisions are actually being made.
It's interesting you bring that up, because you're talking about Arsenal, and obviously Arsene Wenger seems to have the final say, but it seems like Man City and Liverpool, they seem to have this committee. So no one seems to be getting it right anywhere, apart from the ones who seem to have, the money to just go and put it on the table and say, we want that player, and that's the end of it.
I think that it goes to the fans. As a fan, I want to know who to blame when it all goes wrong.
And who not to blame.
And when it goes well, am I giving Wenger or am I giving Brendan Rodgers credit for that decision? Because that's what you want to know. You know, back in the day, I know you go back in the day and all that, but Cloughy, you knew Cloughy had got that man, got that player. Him and Peter Taylor. You knew it was those two together. Peter Taylor signed him, identified him. Cloughy brought him on. You knew who to give the credit to.
And if you're talking about the success of any club, then recruitment is such a major part of that success. Yet we don't know who's recruiting.
No. It's crazy, and I think the fans would want some sort of clarity and transparency on that. So fans can vent at them when they need to and give credit when they want to.
It's the same with the manager as well. As you mentioned with Brendan Rodgers, you don't know who his players, who aren't his players, and if he fails, has he failed because of him as a manager? And that would be the perception in the public. But are they his players? No one really knows.
You mentioned, Manchester United bringing in this young player, spending a hell of a lot of money for him. I can't even remember his name. That's how obscure it is. And yet, Monaco have got this way of doing things, a system we were talking about earlier with Andy Brassel. They go and find these players. They've got a real good scouting network, and yet that seems to be completely missing over here because we've got the money. So forget the scouting. Let's just go and pay the money at the end of, let's go and get it.
Monaco have made massive use of George Mendes as an agent, and he goes and gets all their players. So he gets the players to Monaco that people haven't heard of, and then takes them on to Manchester United and to Valencia and to Paris Saint-Germain in the last week, and makes his profit. That's just part of the agency business.
Yeah.
That is George Mendes United, Monaco.
And that's gone on for a while.
By the way, so is Middlesbrough now. Middlesbrough's George Mendes United.
Maybe we should all be buying George Mendes then.
But that
Ronaldo bought him an island for his was it an island for his 50th birthday? So I don't think
that happens on a smaller scale as well. I mean, you get that at the big clubs. You know that club is associated with that agent. That agent's bought a lot of these deals. But when I was doing it as well, I mean, even clubs like, well, I don't care. I'll say it was Ipswich. They had an agent in South America, and a lot of deals were brought through just through this agent. You think, hang about, how is this working? Who's in charge of it? And there was some sort of handshake with the owner or something going on there. But that kind of deal still goes on to this day, 100%.
Well, you've got to have an agent if you're going to get the best deals.
Yeah. And it brings to mind the two transfers Chelsea have made today. Guys who, a guy from Middlesbrough, was it, and a guy
Reading.
from Reading, and a guy from Nantes, I think. Never heard of them. It sounds like the guy from Nantes is 29 and has been
26,
27. He's been turned down by a lot of clubs in this transfer window, and then he suddenly shows up at Chelsea. It's very odd. And
do you think there's a lot of that going on? These kind of deals that are put in place for maybe the next thing to happen? I mean, you look at Chelsea's loan system. It just seems to be a money-making system rather than a player development system. Do you think that there's more of that going on that we actually know about?
Well, in Chelsea's case, I think it's both. I mean, for the major clubs, if you go through all the Premier League produced players at the top 4 clubs, none of them are produced at the top 4 clubs. But there are a lot of players produced at the top 4 clubs who are playing in the Premier League or further down in other clubs. And I think they're hoping that they'll find the one diamond in there that will make it all pay. And most signings for big clubs are around the age of 23, 24, because you just don't get into these teams unless you're Messi until you're 23, 24. So if you've got players at 21, 22 who have potential, you're loaning them out to get experience, because they ain't going to get in your team now, but they might do in 2 or 3, 4 years' time. I went to the 2008 FA Youth Cup final, which was the first time Chelsea got to the FA Youth Cup final in centuries, it seemed like, against Manchester City. And all those players now are only, in the last 2 years, from both sides, are establishing themselves. City had Sturridge, they had Trippier, who's just gone from Burnley to Tottenham. Chelsea have Kakuta, who's just joined Sevilla and is in the Champions League. Stock, who got the Puskás Goal of the Year, the FIFA Goal of the Year. So these players are just emerging now from the 2008 Youth Cup final.
Do you think we lack something then to bridge that gap? Is that something that's missing in the game as well? The B League has been suggested and things like that.
I'm going to rant here. You really get me going now. The under-21 second team setup in football is the most stupid, negative, clueless structure imaginable. In Europe, they don't have it.
Yeah.
They think they do over here, but they don't. In Europe, they don't have under-18s and under-21s. They have under-17s, under-19s, and under-23s. And if you're any good at under-17, you go into the under-23 team and you play against men, and you get kicked out.
Proper games.
You play against men. Yeah. And not this under-21s where you're playing against people of your own physique and people of your own stamina. It's just a complete waste of time. Set up by people who aren't ex-professionals probably, and who ex-pros understand the game much better than us non-ex-pros. Yeah. And they, the academy system produces graduates, not professionals.
Do you think then there should be more pressure on the clubs, or do you think the pressure should be coming from the clubs? We've seen what Manchester City have done with the Etihad Academy. Do you think it's those teams now can put the pressure on to form that league? Because I've certainly heard from Roberto Martinez, he said he likes in other managers, but they're not really doing anything about it, and I think that's half the problem.
Well, it's nothing to do with the managers. And you can plough all the money in you like. I've been to the Etihad Academy Stadium. It's soulless. It's soulless. Chelsea played there in the Youth Cup final in May. It's soulless. It would be much better to have 10,000 people in the Etihad itself rather than a full 7,500 stadium. It's soulless.
What do you think those two clubs have done to the market, certainly in the last couple of years, Chelsea and Manchester City, obviously getting Raheem Sterling for 49 million and trying to get John Stones for, you know, the best part of 35 million. Do you think they've just completely distorted the whole market now?
I think you have to say yes. I think they have distorted the market.
They've changed it.
Yeah. Is that the same thing?
Well, I think television money has changed it. I don't think they have.
But it's that as well as the premium on English players has changed it, because you need English players. So when there's a good English player that's got a Champions League, it's going to go for a premium. I think that's it seems to be a number of things, and it ends up with these clubs have got the money to pay it. I still don't know what's happening with FFP. That seems to be.
It's gone out the window.
It seems to have gone out the window.
Well, not really, because FFP doesn't apply in the Premier League to Premier League clubs. It applies in Europe to UEFA qualifying clubs. It applies in the Championship. It doesn't apply in the Premier League. But if there's that much money coming in, you're making the money. Spend it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess the other thing is it does apply in the Champions League, as you can see with Man City, who had to take Stefan Jovetic out of their squad last season. And you'd think that as a team that is aiming to be in the Champions League every season, that's something they'd address as part of their Premier League squad as well, but maybe not, don't know.
I think those clubs are just willing to spend that money more so than the likes of their close rivals like Arsenal. To a degree, Tottenham. I don't want to give Tottenham too much credit. If they see a player, I think it's a question of they'll go and spend the money.
Yeah.
More willing than Arsenal. I think Arsenal, I don't want to make it's all about Arsenal, but Arsenal have got that money in the bank and they can go and buy and spend that money, but they choose not to. Their business model isn't quite as aggressive as Man City's and Chelsea's, and I think Man City have now become the new king of the jungle, so to speak, and put Chelsea a little bit in the shade.
It's interesting you used the word aggressive. Robbie from Arsenal Fan TV said exactly the same thing before. Arsenal just not aggressive in the transfer market as Chelsea and Manchester City seem to be now. And that we had a couple of lads on before from Championship teams, and you know they're talking about 11, 12 million pound for players now in the Championship. So it's dripping down, and it just can't be a good thing for anyone else but Chelsea and Manchester City. But should they care?
Well, so in the Championship they're having to pay.
Well, there's been a couple of bids for players for 11 million from Championship team to Championship team, and it's completely disrupting. That's where it's got now. It's not just in the Premier League.
Well, the agents will be happy, but and just on that, I just want to say, because there's a misconception about agents saying that the agents. I heard someone on TalkSport, one of their main presenters the other day, saying that the agent will get a percentage of the transfer fee. Don't get a percentage of the transfer fee. It's not true. So, and they're being driven, and I kind of distorted the question a little bit here. They're being driven by their players, trust me. Because whatever level of player you're representing, if you're representing playing League 2, he wants to be in League 1. If you're representing playing League 1, he wants to be in the Championship. If you've got a Championship, he wants to be in the Premiership. If he's at the Premiership, he wants to be United. If he's at United, he wants to be Real Madrid. So those agents are being driven by the players. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, they want their commissions, but they won't be as you know, they won't make things happen as much as people believe. You know, the client will have a say, and obviously the clubs will have a say.
Poor agent.
Well, I was going to come to you next. What have you made, obviously, from your point of view of the John Stones situation this summer?
Don't blame the agent.
I think that from Chelsea's point of view, I think that technically, John Terry for 10 years, 15 years, has probably been the best defender in the world, technically, which he's had to be because he's so slow. But he is. I think he's unbelievably...
How long?
10, 15 years.
Not even that.
Well, I don't care. You
Not
support
even that.
Arsenal.
Maldini.
No. Actually,
far better.
I did a...
Glides over.
Sorry, I hate to name drop.
JT. What's JT ever done any of the major tournaments? Awful.
I did a gig in Legends in New York with Maldini and introduced him in front of about 700 Milan shirts as the second greatest defender in global history behind John Terry. I've never been so booed in all my life.
Good, he deserved it.
But he has got by on his ability, and his clearances are passes. What I'm getting at is that's not Gary Cahill, that's not Kurt Zouma, it's not Branislav Ivanovic when he plays in the centre of defence. Chelsea desperately need another defender, central defender, who can play. Look around the world, who are the best? Varane, the boy at Atletico Madrid, have you seen him? Jimenez. My God, he's a player. He is a player. He's Uruguayan as well. They're always flipping Uruguayan, these best defenders. So he plays next to Godin in the national team and at Atletico. I fancy Atletico again this year, by the way. In the Premier League, really, it's John Stones. Who else is there in the Premier League?
I'll tell you who else. Ashley Williams. I used to represent him, and he used to play. He used to play at Stockport, and he used to play. And then Rob Martinez coming from at Swansea because he used to play out the black, and he can ping a ball left foot, right foot, 40, 50, 60 yards. But when I was his agent, all the sketch saying he's not big enough. He's not big enough. He's not big enough. It was unbelievable. But watch him spray a ball. He can spray a ball 50, 60 yards with either foot. Fantastic player.
He's a good player. Is he quite a top 4 player? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But he is a good player.
Yeah, well, he's a ball player. That's what I mean.
That's why I was interested that no one really came in for Alderweireld when Spurs bought him, because he's that sort of ball-playing central defender. As you say, it's borderline whether he's a top 4 type player, but
which is why he didn't get in the Atletico team.
Exactly, yeah.
But
he's very good at Southampton, who nearly got in the top 4.
You never know someone like Ash, because Ash used to play in League 2.
Yeah, give him a chance.
Give him a chance.
Yeah.
And like the question's always over his head. When he went to Championship, is he going to be a good enough Championship player? He tore that league apart. Coming to the Premier League, people he's too small. He's been revelation. I think he's played every single game pretty much.
I think one of the problems for people like Williams,
he's not given a chance.
Yeah, I do think that, and I think one of the problems in the Premier League as well isn't just the price of homegrown British homegrown players, but also the fact that if you come from abroad, you're more exotic. I mean, at my club, we've had Mohamed Salah, we've had Juan Cuadrado, and we've had Victor Moses. Yeah. Now, you know, if you're a Colombian who's come from Serie A, or you're an Egyptian who's come from the Swiss league, or you're a Nigerian Englishman who's come from Crystal Palace and Wigan, you're not quite as exotic, are you?
You're 100% right.
But he's won the African Cup of Nations, for God's sake, which Nigeria hadn't won for years. He took penalties for Nigeria in the competition.
Yeah.
You know, he's a proper player. I think he will improve West Ham no end.
Do you think Chelsea undermined Everton's position in this? Do you think if they'd come in and offered 35 million from day one, like a little bit like they did the season before when they went out and bought players, do you think they could have got the deal done? But by dragging it out and what looks to have been unsettling the player all summer, Everton have just said no, just for more of a moral decision more than anything else.
No, I don't think they said no for a moral decision, mate. You're into the dosh as much as anybody, your club. So I would say much more. I think that he may not have been first choice, and therefore they were going in at that figure, and as the other choices went further away from from focus, his price went up.
You don't think it's a change in policy? Because the way Chelsea have handled that kind of reminds me Arsenal mucking about with players like Suarez, for example, just coming in way undervalued. Whereas Chelsea, if they really want to play normally, they would just, go on, there's your money.
Yeah, well,
is it a change in policy? Or you?
No, I think he may not have been first choice. I mean, how good is?
Do you think that matters?
Seriously, how good is he?
Brilliant, honestly. Playing for Barcelona next year, honestly, no worries. That's why I've never wanted to sell him, because as a fan, I can sit there this season, watch him, see him go in the Euros, and then I fully expect Barcelona to come in for him.
Would he get in the England team?
Yeah, easily.
Ahead of
Smalling, easily. I mean, who's the centre halves now? Cahill and Smalling, isn't it?
And Smalling can't play.
Exactly. Stones can play, and he's also got that attitude about him that he wants to come out with it at the back.
Can he defend enough?
he can and he'll get better. Simple as that.
I saw him against Stevenage, and he was fantastic. And you can't really measure him when he's playing against a League One club. But he had that air about him. You thought, oh, here's a player. That was a couple of years ago, 18 months ago.
I watched him at the weekend against Spurs, and he was outstanding. Obviously, it was again difficult to judge because Harry Kane looked absolutely knackered already, but he was imperious at the back.
And 3 days before that, he played against Barnsley, and he looked awful because of obviously everything that was going on. And yet 3 days later in a Premier League game, he looks like the Rolls-Royce player he is again. And I fully expect him to go to somewhere like Barcelona if he wants it. He can do that because he's that good.
What I did notice from him is you hardly ever see him make a tackle because he just reads the game so well. It was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, and I just think he's that good. And what you're saying there about Chelsea not being a first choice, well, how long would he not be a first choice player for?
No, when I was saying not a first choice, I was talking about signing this summer.
Oh yeah, but even with that, look at someone like Luke Shaw who went the season before, who wasn't necessarily a first choice at Man United, but their outlay was on a player for 10 years. And that's what you're going to get from John Stones. You're going to get 10 years at least.
I think the Luke Shaw transfer gave Everton their valuation of Stones, probably.
Who did he want? Varane from Real.
I mean, we interviewed Mourinho of the World Cup as one of our ambassadors, and he mentioned Varane in every interview. How he's the best young defender in the world. So I'd be very surprised if they hadn't gone for him first.
But getting someone out of Real Madrid, especially when he seems to have gone ahead of Pepe in the
and especially how they feel about Mourinho as well.
Well, the top. They like him. I mean, there's a job there for him again in time, and it might be
the fans don't like him.
It might be this December with Rafa there, but
the fans hate him.
But I go back and I actually prefer Jimenez to Varane. I think he's some talent.
Maybe you should start scouting for Chelsea then. Right, really interesting chat. Change a little bit from the last hour. We're going to go over to Jack though with all the latest transfer news.
Thanks very much, guys. As you can see on the screen here, we're rounding up the best social media posts at the moment. As you can see, a visual representation of West Ham, just going for absolutely everyone. But I must admit, they haven't been panic buying, some cracking signings for them. And also, this looks like it's going to be the best Arsenal get. Arsenal sign Messi. Great stuff there. But anyway, let's get straight into the transfer news. Michu looks like this is a pretty much done deal to Stoke. Unbelievable stuff. Was originally 33-1 at the start of the day. He's now 1-3 on to sign for Stoke City. That's fantastic news for them. West Brom have rejected a third bid from Tottenham, £23 million for Saido Berahino. It looks like he will be staying at West Brom. Adam Bayor looks like he's desperate for a move to West Ham, but West Ham currently have too many loan players already, so they won't be able to get Adam Bayor in on a loan deal. We're going to be crossing to West Ham Fan TV in a bit, so I'm sure we'll get their opinions on Adam Bayor right there. Watford at the moment are the big movers. They've already signed 3 players in quick succession. They're wanting to sign some more, so stay right up to date with the Ball Street deadline day to keep up to date with all the Watford movers. If you're a Watford fan, leave us your thoughts on your dealings so far today. A fantastic deadline day so far. Also, breaking news is that Chelsea have had 2 bids rejected from PSG for Marquinhos. It looks like they went up to €55 million for him, but they have both been rejected. And finally, some great news for Norwich City fans. It looks like Norwich City might be getting hold of Dwight Gale. They have just put in an £8 million bid. He's been linked with Norwich City all summer long, and it looks like they might finally get him. We're going to cross over to the green room with FIFA, with Robbie and Paul.
So what do you have?
Welcome back to the green room. Because like 2 people asked for it, they demanded it. It's me versus Robbie from Arsenal Fan TV. It's Liverpool versus Arsenal. Oh. It's FIFA Road to World Cup 98. We're recording. Barry,
I'm not very good
at this. Press record again.
Listen, here's my default straight away. For starters, this is ancient.
Yeah.
Right.
This is your era, mate. This is my it's my era, so it must be yours. Is it too modern?
I've not played FIFA for years.
Yeah, ouch.
Anyway,
we're off. We're off.
Playing it now.
What do I do?
Hang on, that's not working.
Here we go.
Go on, Paul. Go on, Paul.
Is that pad? Is that pad, buddy?
Is it working?
The one that you sabotaged earlier.
The one he sabotaged for me, yeah.
Oh, Robbie.
Rob, don't give him cheap calls.
You had a go there.
Working on my defence, mate. Working on my defence.
Okay, we're going to whip this one in. In fact, you know what? I'm going to have a shot. Let's see if that works out for me.
You're going to shoot?
I'm going for the shot, mate. Watch this.
Goalkeeper's got that.
Keeper's got that covered all day long. It's him at interest.
Ooh. Pressure's on, basically, because I know that 95% of the people watching here are probably Arsenal Fan TV. He's knocked it back towards his own goal. Arsenal Fan TV fans who are ready to absolutely kill me on the comment.
I think you'll find
when they get done like that.
96% of us want Arsenal to win.
Is that the 1% Everton fans as well?
Behind. Just because of what you done to me.
Oh, he's tackled him. He's into the box. It's there!
Once again, Tom has got ears.
It's all gone quiet. It's not unlike the Emirates, or in fact Arsenal's time at Wembley in the Champions League. Just bring the volume down a bit. Sorry,
It's a
Chris.
foul.
As I explained to you,
Gets excited.
just happens. It's not planned.
What's pass again?
Paul has played this lots of times.
I know, it's his game, he bought it.
I was 15 years old when this came out. Is that right? Yeah? So, yeah. Oh. Ooh. So, yeah, you tackle, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like you just your normal kick, tackle, squares, you slide and tackle.
Okay.
I'm concerned that you don't know this, Robbie.
Alright, let's get this rolling now. Oh, what am I doing? I haven't even launched an attack yet.
Aren't you meant to just pass it round endlessly and not score a goal? Isn't that the Arsenal way? You've not got that up and going yet.
Shots fired.
I know. That'll be my phone beeping with death threats from Arsenal fans. But this is when you had good strikers. That striker, you got Bergkamp and Ian Wright up front, the beast, like.
Skip.
Oh, damn.
Oh!
Only racked the bar, hasn't he?
Oh!
Still got it, Paul, but you're too busy being aghast at the shot that you did.
I know.
Head in hands. Game still continuing.
If you just tune it in, welcome. It's me taking on Robbie from Arsenal Fan TV. FIFA 98 is Robbie Fowler! Oh, whatever. Sorry again, I apologise to any headphone. Yeah. Pat's faulty.
Yeah, it's faulty. Right. If you are just tuning in, we're playing this because no one's signing for anyone. Just had a break. Just over play computer games instead.
We've let Peg go for a week and we're going to
too much info.
He's got to wash his hands.
Oh,
right, here we go.
Oh!
Good strike, Rob.
Righty. Friend of the show.
Where is he?
Righty, Ian, right, if you're watching this, where are you, mate?
Yeah. Exactly. Albert Bollard, Watson players side.
He's in France with Arsene Wenger and isn't he?
That's the worst rumour I've heard all day.
That is amazing.
That's the worst rumour.
If Arsenal signed Dimitar Berbatov, what would the reaction be, do you think?
I think the Wenger out brigade would be the majority. Dimitar Berbatov, no way.
I guess if there's anyone who could really take Giroud's languid style to another level, it's definitely Berbatov. So what FIFA games did you play, Robbie?
I don't really, you know what, I never get a time to play FIFA. I really don't. I'd love to play it more.
Too busy uploading videos.
I think I'd become an expert if I did.
Did you ever...
Because look, I'm not doing too badly against you. I've hardly ever played.
Did you play it back in the day?
I did play it back in the day.
Can you remember which one?
I think I played this one.
Baz, what about you? Are you feeling a bit down, mate? You look alright?
I'm feeling a bit down. I'm actually just texting me dad.
Is your dad alright?
Dad's alright, feels okay, yeah. We were just talking about America last week, that was all. Am I feeling down? With life in general?
No, just it's a mad one, isn't it? Because I always say, like, summer's normally amazing. And you get really up for it, loads of mad stuff happens, because you think when years gone by, Rabino being the one.
United kit on.
But you know, some mad stuff always happens in summer, and then you get that excited, and you get to January, and nothing happens in January. Whereas it's actually
This
been
feels
quite
like January.
It's weird. Isn't it? Do you reckon it's? I guess there's lots of there are things happening, but maybe is it because we're too focused on like
FIFA 98.
Well, FIFA 98, but also like I guess like the idea of big signings and all that. Whereas there is a lot of business, like Julian Lescott moving to.
Yeah, but that's not going to get you excited, is it, Julian Lescott?
Just club as well.
No, let's be honest.
Yeah. Oh. Go on! I mean, go on.
Oh,
what?
What's
going on?
Any kind of volume control when playing any kind of game. What's Retro TV?
What's the header on this again?
Depends, like attacking header, like circle, or passing headers X, or.
See, he's not revealed all this to me.
Robbie, I'll be honest with you. You've got 80% more information than I got. All I'm saying. Even shoot
Look at he's curling it in.
Just wait, matey. Just wait till ISS Pro better than 98 version.
Oh, what has gone on? David Seaman.
Hey Paul, who used to get the best out of these two teams back in the day when they used to play in 98 time?
Arsenal, man.
Yeah, was it?
I remember the last time Liverpool were any good back in the 80s, wasn't it?
No, sure. Steve McManaman scored a couple of good goals in the game. Fowler scored.
Yeah, Robbie Fowler used to score against us.
Yeah, well, there you go. Fowler scored for fun in this one.
He always used to score against us.
Yeah, the one that I remember most in the old Liverpool Arsenal games was that one where
that one in
David
89?
David Seaman, when David Seaman brought Fowler down, and he gets up and says, "No, he didn't touch me. It's not a pen."
Yeah.
And then, well, I guess
yeah.
you probably don't think it, but at the time, Robbie Fowler, who didn't miss pens, did give a rather, basically put a rather soft one back to it's a shame.
The one when he scored that hat-trick in about 3 minutes.
What? Is that record been broken now?
That was broken.
Oh! It's 4.
Mane
beat Fowler, yeah, Fowler's hat-trick record, yeah. That was using that mad, like, navy blue and teal kit he's had for...
Hey, hold on, this is getting embarrassing now. 4-0. Does anyone know how to play this?
I don't know how to play. Rob, me v you would be interested.
It's too much of an expert.
Draw on FIFA 98.
Okay. 20 minutes left to go.
He's up! You know what, Rob? You get best action of the game. Forget the goals.
That's about my first shot on target.
Jump and then volley.
Listen, you two. In cahoots. Would you back
It's probably because you didn't give us any information.
I'm sorry, but you claim to play FIFA games. You work on a retro football channel with me.
Retro was in 99 onwards. Will be all right. That's a finish, by the way.
That's 5.
Ince the danger man against me.
Paul Ince, goal scorer extraordinaire.
It's because he's got Mountfield in. Like
you know what, Robbie was having a really good afternoon. He was chilling out, looking at all the players that Arsenal weren't going to sign, and coax you downstairs. If you're watching in the comments, let me know what score you think. What score we should go for. You're never going to forgive me for this, are you, Robbie?
He's gone all Nassim Hamid on us here. I'm trying to predict what round he's going to knock you down to. I'll go for 6. It's quite funny that Paul's giving you so much stick because Liverpool haven't bought anyone. They did buy 32 players in July or early August. They've done it very quickly.
Listen, mate, it looks like we've got rid of Jose Enrique today, which is all the business I wanted. Mario Balotelli's gone.
You said last season that Balotelli was a great signing.
That was actually that was my partner in crime, Mr. Chris.
I just remembered that.
I remember it.
That was Chris going.
Great signing.
What
can go wrong? He said.
You went just a little bit early there, Mr. Page.
Chris, they're reminding people about your Balotelli video.
What can go wrong?
What can go? To calculate
that money, what can go wrong?
That's
outside the area. What's going on? Hey, you've rigged this game, man. That was outside the area.
Here's the man. Everyone just tell us all about Balotelli, Chris, after you load
Yeah.
No.
What can go wrong with Balotelli?
Paul, have you not deleted that video yet?
That's a foul in the era, wasn't it? Surely.
Even I watched it.
I think you should be more annoyed by the fact that David James had it 2 yards outside the box.
Yeah, I would be. Should have gone now.
Right, well, can we get one more?
No.
I like the way Robbie dug in when Paul said how many's it going to be. Rob's going
Yes. King Clancy hat-trick.
It's right, man.
I was 3-0 down at City and now now it's 3-3. King Clancy's got a hat-trick.
You got any chance of winning it? Are we under pressure or what?
entryway.
Ah, Robbie.
Oh, fucking hell. Come on.
Come
Come
on.
on.
Good game. Good
Come
game.
on.
There you go.
Yes, big Clancy.
Yes. What's going on, quick?
Beauty.
Thank you. We're going to check over what's going on in CM 0102 corner. Matt, what's happening?
3-0 down at Man City. Changed it around a little bit. And then 4 goals from Georgia King-Clancy. 4 goals.
4?
He scored in the 46th, the 60th, the 69th, and the
87th minutes, and that has just probably kept me in a job for another week.
For a whole other
very
Let me just
emotional
pause.
time.
Kept what? Oh, was it all you have? What's this team within the team? What was it? Was that the comments he said before?
Yeah, I thought you were watching FIFA.
I got dragged away.
You got dragged away.
We wouldn't have gone
We're playing Man City and you're over there watching FIFA.
We wouldn't have
and
gone 3-0 down about the big sat here, put it that way. Just saying.
Well, there's dissension. This is what happens with joint managerships of football teams. It's Evans and Julian all over again.
Win games.
against his former club.
Yeah, there you go. So where are Team Ball Street in the table? But if you just join us, welcome. It's Deadline Day Live. We're not talking about transfers at this moment. We're talking about Championship Manager 2001, 2002. We've got Matt from Ball Street. We've got Baz from Toffee TV.
Can swing you games.
Of course,
he's eating you just eat your crisps. You've spat all over the laptop.
Post-match potato sticks.
And we don't
other potato sticks are available.
Have they paid to have that after
No.
What have you done? Anyway, we'll check back and see how the boys are doing a bit. Keep player suggestions coming in for all that as well. I just want to draw attention.
Paul, we're 15th. We've got rock bottom. We're 15th.
Flying in the table. I just want to draw attention for one last moment again, just for any Arsenal fan TV fans watching at home. That is 5-0, which means Robbie isn't even as good as us. To be fair, I probably should have told him the buttons beforehand. Anyway, if you want to check out more of the FIFA stuff and more of the retro stuff, go and check out youtube.com/retro football TV. We played some of the best and worst football games of all time. That's for another day though. It's Deadline Day Live. We're having a great time at Ball Street. We're going to hand over to the studio. Why not? Let's hand over to the studio.
To the main studio with its transfer deadline day on Ball Street. As my missus just text me, it's a full-on nerd fest in there. As I keep saying to the lads, it's all about Pro Evo, ISS. Get that rubbish off. Anyway, we're back here. We're here with Nick from West Ham TV, Flav from The Fighting Cock, and also Kevin from Yahoo Sports. Nick, first of all, West Ham. How's your transfer deadline day been? It's just a Tuesday to you, isn't it?
Yeah, we ain't signed anyone right now. I'm a bit disappointed. You know what I mean? We've great business today, Ped. Great business.
Yelovich, happy with him? Been after him for 10 years, haven't
you? Do you know what? Yeah, I am. I am happy with him. He's playing second fiddle to people. He'll do a job. Bilic knows him, so I think he'll do all right.
And the big rumour is Adebayor wants to leave Spurs to come and play for West Ham. I mean, that must be happy for both of you, surely.
The sooner he's out of that football club, the better. Honestly, I really hope he signs for you. You know, you know what he might actually do all right. The first season at Spurs.
Well, no. Let me stop you there.
Go on.
Because he can't go on a loan.
No.
It's got to be a permanent.
Well,
and he only does well on loans.
What's being said now is that Spurs are trying to buy out his contract for the last year, so that essentially he can sign for West Ham, like maybe to agree a deal with 50 to 75% of his wages, so he can go to West Ham on a free. Anything really.
Anything. Just
get
rid of
2 years' wages.
You'd be happy with that, Kev?
I'm just not sure that Spurs are going to really allow that to happen.
No.
Because I think Levy's going to do anything in his power. This West Ham could end up with a bargain if that happens. If Adebayor goes on a free, we could pay him. He's already been paid his £100,000 a week for the rest of the year. We could feasibly get him for less, for no transfer fee. I think Levy would actually go out of his way. He'd actually prefer to pay him £100,000 a week, just so West Ham didn't get a bargain. And I'm not sure we really even need him if we've got Jelovic, but I'd prefer Adebayor to Jelovic. I think he's a better player.
Listen to you go to Anfield, get a 3-0 win, and suddenly you're like, nah, we don't need him. Forget about him.
The thing about him is, I think if he's money orientated, which rumours persisting he is, if he gets released from that Tottenham contract, he can go abroad. He can go to America and live out the rest of his life there for hundreds of £1,000s a week. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of that deal stemmed on Tottenham subsidising the wages. I think if he gets released from the contract, starts asking for that sort of money for them, I don't think we'd be interested. I think
Levy will put a clause in his contract. He will pay up your contract, but if you sign for West Ham, they've got to pay you the same as what we were paying.
I thought you were going to say, don't come back. That's in your contract.
So that'll be in there as well, yeah.
That sounds like Levy, to be fair. He's Machiavellian to the extreme, but he's just a very troubled And outside of football, he has issues as well, and it directly affects his professional business and the way he conducts himself. You know, you don't know when he's going to disappear or have to go on personal leave. I think in the last 3 seasons he's disappeared 3 times back to Africa, and you know, you can understand personal things do happen to footballers like they do to anybody, but West Ham need a player, so do Spurs need a striker that's going to be there and committed to the football club. Disappointed with today? Berahino was obviously the one linked, but seems to have gone very, very quiet today. Yeah. Power to the clubs. That's what I say. Do you know, I get you completely. I love what's happened at Stones. I love that Chelsea have been able to, you know, almost embarrass themselves, because they always get who they want. And Stones, despite putting an ad in a transfer request
by accident.
Yeah, by accident.
Remember, it was by accident.
That was weird, wasn't it? That was a weird thing. What was he getting at?
I don't know. I'd sort of stopped listening to Roberto Martinez.
But there's something about a football club being in control of their players finally. And I don't know if it's just a fluke and you don't know what reaction there's going to be. Stones looks like a model professional. He's willing to play despite handing in a transfer request. Berahino, on the other hand, is unfollowing West Brom on Twitter. So probably shows a little bit about their character.
Is that just the most modern day footballing phenomenon you never do, is unfollow your...
Yeah,
you know,
that's a done deal. He's gone to Tottenham if he's unfollowed him on Twitter.
Exactly. But they've turned down that bid, the latest bid, and I can't see us going back in again. I mean, there's an hour left. So what
do you need? I mean,
you've just put in a 4th bid apparently. It's been rejected again.
All breaking news: 4th bid rejected.
Let's put in 5.
But this is it though, because West Brom know. I mean, Spurs have got one striker essentially, Harry Kane, who's out of form. West Brom know. I mean, this is the same thing that Levy's done time and time again to try and get top dollar for his players.
Well, this is the new. This is a byproduct of the new TV deal that no one seems to be talking about. It's not how much money you've got to spend on players. It's the money you've got to reject bids now. You don't need to sell anyone because you're getting this big fat contract from Sky and BT and from abroad. You don't need to sell players anymore.
I think what really irritates Spurs fans is, despite the fact that all of this money is coming to every football club in the Premier League, we're still not spending money. We're spending the money we make off of the sales of our players. I think the Sun deal pushed us over the edge, and we've spent a little bit, something like 10, 15 million. But that's over the last 4 years. And Spurs, as a football club, don't spend money.
But aren't you going to get something at the end of it, though? Haven't you got a big, shiny stadium to show? Isn't it the same model Arsenal went with?
I want players that excite me. I mean, I'll be happy when the stadium comes in, but that's 3 or 4 years away. I want Spurs to challenge.
No, in 10 years' time, when I'm still sitting in my wooden seat, then come back and cry to me about your new stadium.
I like Goodison Park. Oh, it's a nice ground. Proper. It's better than Arsenal's ground. Who wants a big, shiny stadium like that? Sorry. It's honestly the worst stadium in England.
It's Wembley, isn't it? Isn't that what the West Ham players think? I thought it was Wembley when they were playing there last week, apparently. Yeah. They certainly played like they were playing a cup final or a World Cup, maybe. Maybe that's what got the performance out of them. But from Saturday watching Spurs, I just think they definitely need something. You just worry that Harry Kane, obviously, I'm not saying he's a one-season wonder, but he's got all that pressure on his back now. Yeah. Certainly needs something else helping him, and I thought if Everton had been a little bit more adventurous there on Saturday, could have easily took the points. And
really?
I don't want to get into the game, but you know, I just think if we'd been a little bit more adventurous, and I think if a better team goes there on the day, who's got those players, I think Spurs are going to get beat there. And I just think,
maybe. I think. I mean, we are reliant on Harry Kane. We have one fit striker. Spurs have changed Son's squad status from midfielder to striker, so that kind of solves our striker problem. We've got NG if he's ever going to play. I know he's suffering from his injury, and both of those players are untested. So we are relying on Harry Kane. He isn't firing, but his form is better than the goals return of 0 that it suggests.
You're going to have to get someone else, though. I mean, if you don't get Berahino today, it's going to be a free agent, and Colton Cole is still available. So
yeah, we'll have him. If Adebayor comes, we'll have him back. Always welcome back at Upton Park, old Colton.
I've been massively impressed with West Ham's business, massively.
Yeah, I was going to come on to the dealings. I mean, most of it's already been done. I was talking earlier in the show about we talking about player that you were jealous that you bought, and Payet it was for me. I just think he looks top draw at this early stage anyway, and I think in a couple of years' time you might make a lot of money out of him. Yeah. Sadly, that's the way football is.
Well, he's getting on, so I don't think there'll be much resale value. But fingers crossed. I mean, they seem to be building now for the future. You know, we're going into that stadium next year. I think they want to start pushing forward. I think these players coming in, you know, a couple of loans just to pad out the squad. But I think they're building, you know, for next year and going beyond that. But yeah, I think they've done fantastic business today.
Yeah, and also you've let Nolan go as well, which seems to be a good, like, you know, any other year you'd still think, oh, he's a player who can do a job.
I think
the fact that they've let him go is a big statement for me. That says, actually, we're a little bit more than that now.
I think we actually would have been happy to let him go, you know, probably a year or two ago.
Yeah.
If you spoke to the fans. I mean, he was a good player for us for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Last season, he wasn't at it. We could have let him go sooner. Myga, we managed to get rid of. And there's a couple others, like Matt Jarvis, who, especially the players we bought today, like they're really not going to get a sniff of getting in the squad. I mean, I'm not actually that, even though it might be controversial, I don't think our business today has been outstanding. I think we've mainly just got the numbers in, and people are impressed because, oh yeah, they've signed a lot of players. They've actually managed to sign players. But I think Moses is probably the only one that's going to go straight into the team, and I think he's a perfect player for West Ham, exactly the right kind of level. But he's a loan, so if he does well, you know, he's still Chelsea's player, which doesn't really sit that well with me that we've got a player who's really Chelsea's. The better he does for us,
I
the better
wouldn't
it is
worry
for
too much about getting loans from Chelsea. Sometimes they work out. I wouldn't worry about that too much. But who else have you been impressed by? Is there anyone else out there? I know there hasn't been a lot of business today, but anyone else in the transfer market you've been really, really impressed by?
I think today Bournemouth, I think Glenn Murray's a good signing. I think they've been kind of quietly going about getting a few decent players in, like Gradle. And yeah, I think that's probably one of the better signings today, Glenn Murray. I think he'll have a decent season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd echo that, mate. Yeah.
I think obviously the Man City signings as well. I know it's easy for them because they essentially just buy whoever they want and whoever they want comes. So, but you can't help but look at their team, the way they're playing, but look at the players.
It is scary, isn't it? I mean, obviously, you know, sporting clubs that are, whether we like it or not, are in that middle tier. It's scary to watch, isn't it? Just to see a team go out and just go, it's £54 million. We'll have them, thanks. And from a decent team as well, you know, from a decent Wolfsburg team, you don't need the money either. They're quite rich. They don't need that, but that's what they can do now. And that's, I suppose, if anything, that scares me most about football now.
It's the pressure, isn't it, from the big clubs when they're offering that sort of money. Them Wolfsburg, as you say, are a decent team, but when, you know, the likes of, there's a few clubs in the world can do it. City, Chelsea, Madrid, United can just go and just say, you know what, we want him.
But are you surprised? You say that though. We were talking about this earlier, but you're surprised that Chelsea didn't actually come in and do that with Stones. Didn't come in and just go, we want him. Here's your £35 million. We're not going to mess about with this. We just want that player. That seems strange to me from Chelsea's point of view. That seems like there has been a change somewhere in the hierarchy and saying no, we're going to stick by the rules, FFP, whether it exists or not. Whereas you just feel like if they come out in the summer and gone, here's a £85 million, I think they might have had John Stones by now.
You can't force him though, can you? You can't actually force it. I mean, he's under contract, and I mean, Everton, they've stuck to their line the whole time, and that's what's been impressive about it. And it shows that, yeah, I mean, if you don't need the money, you don't have to sell him. And John Stones is obviously not the player who's going to not turn up for training. You know, he's obviously a good professional. He's not going to unfollow them on Twitter like Berahino might be.
That's exactly it.
And that's it. So you don't actually.
I don't even think he's on Twitter, which is probably the best thing out of any of it.
Maybe he's going to sign up today, follow Everton, and
and then unfollow Everton.
Yeah. Maybe he's had a little bit of a change of heart. I've heard that he got pulled up in a service station and he started crying his eyeballs out or something on the way back.
Believe everything you read on Twitter.
Barnsley.
Come on, mate.
I
read on Twitter that West Ham beat Liverpool 3-0 at Anfield. I was on the internet. I didn't want to believe it. I just didn't believe it. It was too good to believe, to be honest.
It was too good. It was brilliant, to be honest, Ped. It was brilliant. There wasn't much resistance from the Liverpool boys.
No.
You know, a lot of knocking it around the back and.
A lot of selfie sticks. In the
yeah,
car as well, yeah. A lot of that.
Lovren thought he'd already signed for us.
They're not happy. They're not happy. They're not happy behind
Making us the bitter ones.
That's because you are the bitter ones. The selling club. Anyway, forget about yous.
Where's the Lescott money, Bill?
So, I mean, it looks like it's going to be Man City's title now. If we, you know, they're just, for me, it's scary how far ahead they are of everyone, just financially and football-wise. And you say you've gone in and got De Bruyne, you went in and got Sterling, no messing about, just got it done, and it looks like they're just not going to be caught now.
I think it's easy when all football fans do it, all pundits do it. They base most of their opinions on form, and you kind of. Spurs haven't won a game this season, but our form's better than that suggests. But the fact is we're 15th, 16th in the league. Man City are top of the league, and the way they're playing, it's kind of looks like they are almost unbeatable at this moment. With the way they're playing. And I remember Chelsea under Ancelotti. I think they went 8 or 9 games and won, or 8 or 9 on the bounce, or drew one of them, and you thought they were unbeatable. And it doesn't last. But the game's changed so much, and with the amount of money that they've pumped into that first 11 over the summer, you just can't see anybody else but Man City.
Yeah, 4 games in. I mean, I don't. Obviously, they're going to be favourites now, but they weren't. You know, 4 games ago, Chelsea were probably still favourites, and it can change quite quickly when they're playing each other. I wouldn't really say Man City are going to run away with it. Chelsea are still in it. Arsenal could still win. Man U aren't that many, 5 points off them. They still feasibly could do it. They've got, probably haven't got a stronger squad as City have, but Chelsea probably have, and Arsenal could always do it.
Do you think Arsenal have missed out big time though by not going out and getting a striker, because they seem so close, but yet the manager's just not willing to go and get that final piece of the puzzle?
I think today's their day when they could have made a real statement, and they could have just went, right, let's go out there and find the top forward, pay the money for him, and show that we're serious. And again, they haven't. They've done nothing.
I think they're setting their bar a little bit too high. I mean, the players they want don't want to come to them. Benzema doesn't want to come to him. Looks like Cavani doesn't want to.
But they're the only ones that will improve, and that's the thing, because Giroud is a good striker. He's a very good striker. So you can only get Benzema or Ibrahimovic or someone like that. Yeah. Even someone like Cavani's not really going to be that much of an improvement on Giroud, I don't think. So that's really their issue. The players aren't really there. I mean, Man, you've got the same problem. They would love to buy Neymar or Bale or someone else to play up front, but they just can't. So I think Arsenal, it's not, I think they could do with a backup to Giroud. Someone who could play that role when he's not fit. But I don't think they've really got problems up front, because they've got so many attacking midfielders who can play off Giroud. I think they look pretty good up front.
Well, the Arsenal fans are apparently going to be protesting tonight outside the Emirates, which is really, really interesting. If not being able to buy a striker from Real Madrid is something to protest about, then God help us all. God help us all.
So they want to buy Ozil again, who's been a flop, really.
I knew this was going to happen because I see Robbie coming in, and I said to him, "What are you doing here? It's transfer deadline day, you know that." So it happens every year with them. I've done that. I don't know what they want,
From an outsider's perspective, an unbiased perspective, there's something wrong. There must be something wrong with Arsene Wenger. I mean, he's a fantastic manager, don't get me wrong, and I can't wait for the day that he leaves that football club. But in terms of their player requirement, it just doesn't seem to be there. He just doesn't want the amount of money that must be in the bank for that football club.
It's the coat. It's cutting off the circulation to his brain. Right, let's find out if Arsenal have done anything, which I seriously doubt they have. We're going to go straight over to Jack with all the latest news.
To answer your question, no, Arsenal still haven't done anything, but we have got some news. There is just 1 hour left in this transfer window. Nothing massive yet, but we're expecting big things in this next hour. So stay tuned to Ball Street deadline day and you'll get all the latest news. The first bit of news is that Southampton will be doing no more business today. They wrapped up the Virgil van Dijk deal earlier, the £14.5 million signing for him. That's it for them. They are doing no more business today, so they've got a nice quiet evening involved. Everton rejected an £8 million bid for Stephen Naismith from Norwich City. He is going nowhere. They are keeping him, but they might be bringing another player, and Aaron Lennon looks to be finally completing a £4.5 million move to the club. That seems like funny business from Everton. £8 million for Naismith rejected. Norwich City clearly wanted him, but they're not going to be getting him. QPR's chairman has come out and said he is delighted with their deals today. How they've kept hold of Charlie Austin, I have no idea, but he is a very happy man. It seems that Tottenham have put in a 4th bid for Saido Berahino, but West Brom have rejected it. Once again, they don't seem to want to sell Saido Berahino, so good stuff from West Brom, managing to keep their main man. Some more Norwich City news. It looks like Bradley Johnson, last season's player of the season for Norwich City, could be departing. He could be off to Derby, who have made some good signings today, but Norwich City could be replacing him with Nottingham Forest Henry Lansbury, who was of course at Norwich City in their last promotion from the Championship. So he knows Carrow Road well. That could end up being a very good swap deal, or not a swap deal, a good replacement for Bradley Johnson going out. A bit of Scottish news here. Hibernian have signed Islam Ferrouz on loan from Chelsea. That is Chelsea's 27th loan deal. They have gone out of the club. So loads and loads of transfer news from Chelsea today, but mostly all of them going out. And finally, some Arsenal news for all you Arsenal fans. It looks like Ibrahimovic's odds have been slashed A bit of excitement for Arsenal. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, but the bookies are getting excited. Ibrahimovic's odds have been slashed to go to Arsenal, so maybe that might be something. Leave it in the comments. Would you like to see Ibrahimovic at Arsenal? We're going to go straight back to the main studio for some more chat.
Sorry, I'm just in stunned silence. They rejected £8 million for Naismith. What's going on? What world are we living in?
Why would they do that, Pet?
I don't know. I can't get my head around it. He's the nearest we've got to a White Walker in Game of Thrones. Spin him off. Let him go somewhere else and give money to the poor. I don't want to. Anyway, let's move on. I was also being asked, welcome back anyway, I've been asked to do the little punching thing that Jim White's been doing on Sky. Chris, you can go. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Anyway, we're in the company of West Ham and Spurs, so we're going to stick with the London theme. And Crystal Palace, how impressed have we been with them so far this season? Because
massively,
it's scary. What scares me most is you spend all this money and you think you've got all these great players, and then Alan Pardew of all people comes in and just somehow makes a team out of nothing, and it terrifies me because he shouldn't be good at being a manager, and it appears that he is.
Yeah.
And that scares me more than anything.
He's got a track record of being good as a manager. I mean, he did well at Newcastle under really difficult circumstances. He got no manager in the history of football's had a 9-year contract or an 8-year contract probably. So he's done well somehow. People do believe in his ability, and he's proving at Palace much. I really don't like him, but much to my dismay, he's doing a massive job there.
I think Pardew followed Pardew's career closely since he was at West Ham before. It's the same every single time with Pardew. When he's expected to do well, doesn't. When he's not expected to do well, when he's a bit up against it, then he's a genius somehow. Like, he's gone in at Palace, no one's really expected him to do that great. As soon as expectations went up at Newcastle, he started doing really badly. At West Ham, when we were in the Championship trying to get out, big fish, small pond, we were rubbish. We scraped up that season, got into the Premier League, no one expected us to do well. We did really well. The following season, expectations are raised again. We bring in Tevez, and that time, and we crap. And it's the same thing with Pardew every single time. He's obviously that kind of manager who thrives on that, getting his players in right. No one expects us to do well here. We can do it. So that's why he would never really succeed at a big club. And Palace is the perfect club for him because they've only really recently come out of the Championship.
He'd have to manage a big club first, though, wouldn't he? So. Not saying about Newcastle, obviously. But it's interesting what you say, because I think everything was just against him at Newcastle, everything from day one. And you're right what you say, he seems to be freed up by going to Palace. But interestingly, I think it shows how terrible Neil Warnock was as a manager, because I think he had a lot of the tools there to work with, the pace of some of those players, and he just didn't know how to fit them all together. And now he's been allowed to set free.
I think so much of this sort of stuff is about the mindset at a football club and how everyone's pulling in the same direction, and there seems to be a massively positive attitude at that football club, and he's a Palace man, and they want him to be there, and the fans want him there, and the players are reacting to him. Sometimes even with average or limited footballers, if you've got the right mindset there, you can make special things happen. And if they finish in the top 8, that's pretty special.
If they finish top 8 next season, they'll be rubbish. Because everyone will be like, Palace, we can get to Europe this season, I'll buy a couple of players. And that's what happens. It happens with a lot of managers, but it seems to happen with Pardew all the time.
He had that sort of honeymoon period after he took over, like every manager seems to have. But I think what he's done well this summer is he's gone out and got a real top quality midfielder. Kabai's come in, he's a real top quality midfielder, and that shows his intent with the squad, saying we can attract these players. And I think they're still on an advanced honeymoon period, but it can all go badly wrong for Palace. I'm not, they've done well, but I'm not overly convinced with him as a manager. I'm not. I never have been, and I never will be.
You seem to be saying that behind gritted teeth, to be honest.
I don't like him at all.
Yeah, I agree.
West Ham's probably one of the few places he's actually quite popular. I mean, the fans, because he had one very good season, got to the cup final. West Ham fans in general, they like Pardew. I mean, I don't really not really warm to him as a man, but he did okay there. But he's West Ham.
He's nailed on for the next England manager.
He is definitely.
That would,
which would just be amazing.
That won't happen. No, that won't happen.
That would be amazing.
You don't reckon?
No, I don't think he's big. He's not big enough. He's not done it like you say at a big club.
It's only England. What are you worried about? It's only England.
I think they're running out of options now. I think that's the last
He's
one.
English. He is English.
Well, this is it. I mean, they're not, I don't think they'll ever go. I mean, who cares about the England job really? But I don't think they're ever going to go foreign again. So, Pardew, we'll get Harry Redknapp back.
Aladici.
Moving on. What have you made of Manchester United in the last 24 hours? It's gone meltdown.
Shambles.
Finished with De Gea and wrong formats for files and using Windows 95, which you wouldn't think of a club like Manchester United. You think they'd at least have upgraded to Windows 98 by now, but it just seems an absolute mess. And I don't know. Put it this way: if David Moyes was in charge, I think there'd be a lot more scrutiny.
Yeah, and this player that they've signed, Marshall, Spurs were linked with him, but we were unwilling to pay anything near 34 million. It was more closer to 14 and 15, and that seems about right. I think Real Madrid were at fault for the De Gea transfer, right? Was that right? That's what I've heard.
Technically,
they're both blaming each other, aren't they?
Are they? Okay. Well, yeah, it has been a shambles for a club the size of Man United to be in a position where they are. It's
Would they be that upset though to keep hold of like one of the best goalkeepers in the world? I mean, he may now just think, well, I've got to stay here, so might as well sign a new deal, double my money or something like that.
But won't he feel like he's been done over? Like, because he's not going to believe the fact that they haven't filed the paper.
Maybe if it was Real Madrid's fault, then I don't know. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? But,
do you think he'll sign a new deal, or do you think he'll just think, well, I can go for free next summer anyway, and I'll get what I want?
I think he's going to want to play, isn't he? He's not going to want to be sitting out of the team for especially in a.
Do you think Manchester United need to say, if you're staying, we want you to sign a contract. If you want to play, we want you to sign a contract. That contract might not be worth anything anyway, but it might be a case of sign the contract, and then we'll get a fee for you at least. There's a little bit of loyalty being shown for getting played every week, because Van Gaal showed he's not bothered about leaving out the team.
But you can add any clause you want to a contract, so you can imagine them saying him any deal that he does agree, if that does happen, that if Real Madrid come into me, you have to let me go, which would make sense for both clubs if they are going to sell next year. But it might even happen in January,
Yeah, I think with the Euros in there as well, you want to be the Spanish number one, and that's a big chance for him this season. I just think
to have like 3 or 4 months where he's not playing at all. He's not. I mean, when he
might not sign for Barcelona if he wants to sit around for 3 months.
But with De Gea, he should sign a new deal just so they can get a fee for him, because he came in and he was shaky, and they've showed real I think that's the same. I was saying the same about Winston Reid last year when he wouldn't sign a new deal. They should sign a deal just so they can get that fee for him.
But it's funny enough, it's Suarez who actually did that.
Yeah.
He signed a contract for Liverpool, basically knowing he's going to leave anyway. But he got a nice bumper contract for 6 months. Liverpool got the money for him, and everyone came out of it looking good. He left the club on good terms, got his dream move, and Liverpool got 80 million for him. So it shows it can work if you play the system right.
Yeah, I don't think any player's going to do that out of the goodness of their heart.
No.
They'll do it if they're going to get some money for it as well. Which, and the thing is, it can benefit both parties if they give De Gea whatever he wants to give him more money. They get I don't know, Memphis to give him a massage every day as well or something. Then and
don't call him the pie. Don't call him the pie. Whatever you do. Is there any, as I was saying before, Pie, is there any players that you're jealous of that other clubs have bought? Not necessarily big name players, but someone you just think, I really would have liked him, whether it be because of the player or because of the fee.
I mean, I don't want to say this, and I've said it on the podcast that I do, The Fighting Cock, and it is through gritted teeth, but I think Song is a quality player. I rate him massively highly. I think he would have done brilliantly at Spurs. He is ex-Arsenal, so that's an issue for a lot of Spurs fans. But saying that's purely on footballing terms, he's the one I would have wanted.
Weird transfer that, because he's obviously someone who I think he wanted to come to London. I'm sure he would have gone to Tottenham as well. But there weren't many teams in for him, and it's obviously because he's got some injury problem. That's why we've got him on loan. We could have, essentially we've been able to buy him for free from Barcelona. Barcelona are desperate to get rid of him. All we're going to do is pay his wages. So I'm not sure about that injury situation, because they say he's going to be back October, November, but it sounds like it might be quite serious. I think it's a gamble. So I think West Ham have done it. Obviously, he's last season when he played that period, the first half of last season, he was probably the best, up there with the best 2 or 3 players I've ever seen playing in a West Ham shirt. I mean, he was just a top class player, as Harry Redknapp would say.
you can see the level that he's at when he is fit, and playing West Ham. No disrespect to West Ham at all. You could see why he went to Barcelona.
He's a touch above the rest.
But you've got to always remember, haven't you? If players like that end up at your club, there's always some little default, isn't there? There's always something. Because if they didn't have that, they wouldn't end up at one of our clubs, would they? It's as simple as that. There's always
Eddie Carroll. Spurs are a big club.
Yeah, might just be his dressing. Hang on. What I'll do is I'll go and get the league titles that we've won, and I'll bring them in, and I'll just leave them there so you can count them and see how many we've got. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
All right.
Going back to your question, Ped, player I've been impressed with, I've said in the green room, are you? Swansea.
Yeah.
I would have really liked
LA's son.
Yeah.
Abide Pele, that's.
But we would have we was in for him beginning of the set, and he's come into Swansea and he's really looked a player. So
they're paying him what, £120,000 a week? I mean, obviously he was free.
Yeah.
And I think they paid him a big sign-on fee. I think West Ham could have probably got him if they'd matched the offer, but it's a lot of money, isn't it, to be paying someone? But he's done really well. Maybe in hindsight you would. At the time,
isn't that scary that a team like Swansea can go and pay that kind of money?
It's amazing
now.
how much they're paying him.
It's the amount of money that's in the game now, and that's why the league isn't as predictable. Is predictable, and it's less. There's no even playing field anymore, and what you pay in wages is where you end up in the league essentially. So it's a shame, but there's so much money in the game now, and it's just the way it is.
Before we move on to the green room, is this the year Spurs and West Ham swap places in the pecking order in London? You know, new stadium, look like they're going somewhere. You can't even buy a striker. So
if they don't get a striker, I was saying we met up earlier on in the season, me and Flav, and I said to him, if Harry Kane doesn't get off to a flyer like he did last year, which he hasn't, and they don't buy a striker,
which they haven't,
they could be in real. I'm not saying relegation trouble, but they want to be pushing that upper, the upper half of the table. I think they're going to be having to look at the bottom half of the mid-table.
Utter nonsense. How can you come on here in front of that camera and that one there and talk that?
I normally predict Tottenham to do well. I'm normally worried. I'm so worried that they're going to do well that I think they are. I think all their signings are going to be great, and I think Tottenham are going to finish. They might finish in the Champions League. This is a bit of a concern, but this season, I can't really see many positives for them. I mean, I think they could swap places. I don't think West Ham, unless they're going to finish that high, but Spurs may end up mid-table looking at their current situation.
I've said this before, I think this is West Ham's best year since 1966 when they won the World Cup. So fair play to them when they finished 9th. And, there's nothing else I can say on that. We're going to go right over to the green room right now to see Paul. I don't know what he's doing. He's probably playing FIFA 04 or something. Get over there.
Please take the edge of jealousy out of your voice, Peter. So we're here in the green room. We're going to have more potential FIFA action at some point in the not too distant future. If you like that stuff, you can go and check it out on youtube.com/retro football TV. Anyway, it's deadline day. It's live. We're here. We're not swinging like a drunken old man in a daft coloured tie. No, we're sat here. We're going to talk about stuff that actually has happened for a change. Shadow Berahino, there's always one, isn't there, who just basically loses his head on deadline day, and it looks like it's Berahino this time around. Do you want to just read the tweet?
Of course. So he says, sad how I can't exactly say how the club has treated me, but I can officially say I'll never play again for Jeremy Peace, which is West Brom's chairman. So
I thought he was just being clever in a clever way of saying peace.
No, I think it's safe to say his time at West Brom is over.
Yeah. Well, it's not.
Good person's brilliant for this.
What was that? I missed it, sorry.
Shadow Berahino.
Yeah.
Have you seen his tweet?
What's he said?
His tweet is saying, sad how I can't say exactly how the club is treating me, but I can officially say I'll never play for them again.
Oh my God. Good.
We've got an hour to sort that one out.
Get that sorted.
No, I don't want him. I want him to stay there and West Brom to realise what they've done.
What,
and treated someone who wants to get away from there. All he wants to do is leave. Who would want to live in West Brom? Sorry. I'll put, when we do our podcast, I keep getting in trouble for coating off other areas in England. I've got to stop. I'm going to be killed one day. But yeah, no. I mean, on a serious note, it's not a bad thing that clubs are putting their foot down and saying no, we're not going to allow these players to rule.
No, it's Sam.
No.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting one with Berahino because he's clearly got talent. He's had issues off the pitch, hasn't he? I don't know if he still does, but he did have the same agent as Sterling, which never fills you with match confidence. Official. What is official?
Marshall.
Yeah, it's actually only just come through.
Has officially completed the sign of Marshall. Whatever, that's boring. Let's talk about Berahino instead.
Sorry.
Let's not talk about overpriced teenagers. Let's talk about overpriced, not quite teenagers. He's clearly a talented, but I remember, you think back to not getting this move in summer might give him that little bit more impetus if he ends up going in January. Maybe, you know, he might be more hungry for it, particularly because he's probably going to be playing footy with the kids for the next 4 months. You never know, might work out in his favour. But it's, I mean, Matt, you like a bit of social media. What is he offers Barnett? Like, I mean, I know this is the way the world's gone to some extent, like, but he's only going to get in trouble for doing that.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. You don't know what's going on there, and you don't know if his agent is saying, is encouraging him to do that in order to force their hand. We had Leon McKenzie on a deadline day show of ours before, and he told how his agent made him not go into train, cut all ties, piss off the club essentially in order to help force that through. So you don't know if that's the case, or whether he's just kind of, you know, and people do now feel that as a therapeutic way of getting something off your chest, almost. So
he's not going to chuck his PlayStation out the window. He's just going to send a really passive-aggressive tweet.
But you know, it's August, isn't it? And if it's
warm,
it's going to be hard. If that's what he's done now and a move doesn't happen, it's going to be very difficult for them to kind of let him play.
Yeah.
So you know, and he's one of them that actually could have been knocking on the door, getting into the Euro 16 squad.
That's a great chance.
I was just going to say to sort of back Matt up, he should have done that 3 days ago.
Exactly.
Don't do it with an hour to go, because now he's in room.
Well, that's just spitting your dummy out, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think he realises the move ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
I think he knows it's dead in the water, and that's why he's angry, and it is a little bit childish. You know, he's a professional sportsman.
But he's also a child.
This is a disgrace. What has modern football come to? In years gone by, he'd have just spray painted a penis on his German's cap. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, football. Have a word with yourself.
Yeah.
Go on, you got anything else? You seem to get momentarily excited there. No,
nothing to add. There was a tweet deck that comes on this tweet deck. It come through with another tweet from Berahino.
So hacked. My account's been hacked.
It's kind of along those lines.
No.
But 644 days ago, someone's retweeted it, and I thought it was new.
So what did he say? Just out of interest, because we've now brought it up, and this is television.
He said, "Clearly, people don't know me. Do I look that immature to talk about my future on here?"
600 days is a long time.
He's like 2 years.
Someone sat there and gone through 644 days of tweets to bring that.
He was 2 years more mature than that as well. By all accounts, as that was 644 days ago. So there you go, Sado Berahino, not as mature as he was 2 years ago, clearly.
Did you just call him Sado?
Sado, whatever. Yeah, unlucky Gwen. You have yourself paced, that's fine, David. That's no problem. Keep the energy levels up, it's all going up. At 6 o'clock till 6:30, we're going to be having a conversation. I'm going to be moving into the main studio. I'm going to be with Robbie from Arsenal Fan TV. I'm going to be with Sam from United People's TV. And I'm going to be with a representative from Chelsea, whose name I can't remember. But that should be good. We're going to be talking about top 4 ambitions, which will give loads of people opportunities to snipe me as a Liverpool fan. You've signed Wayne Rooney. Breaking news. Champman 0102. 4 Street FC.
He's 16 years old.
16.
And we've signed him for 10 million.
Okay.
Because let's face it, we've got the dough. So yeah, we've signed Wayne Rooney.
Everton, weren't he already
This is 2000 and 16
Yeah,
years old. 2001, 2002. So he's going to go straight in the team, and we're expecting big things.
Where are you in the league at the moment?
Well, we just lost to
to Liverpool.
You
lost to Liverpool.
Michael Owen scored.
He's good. Should have signed him instead of Rooney.
And then Danny Murphy got one.
Danny Murphy, was it a free kick against Man United?
I don't know what it was.
I want to ask some questions to people watching. Do you want to get you got the comments ready to go? We might as well do this. Let's go wild. Question I want to ask for the people who've got here now. Who is your pick for the first manager to be sacked and making his on-camera debut? Dan, I'm going to come straight to you.
Well, I think Sunderland are looking pretty bad so far. So
it's a big pressure on Advocat. Yeah, it's a decent shout. He's got to be the favourite. I think he's probably the favourite at the moment, isn't he?
Mourinho.
Mourinho. Hey, there you go. First shout for Jose Mourinho. Shocking start to the season for Chelsea. You know, let's face it, they've not got the most level-headed of owners.
He could chop that. He could bring the X down tomorrow, couldn't he?
He could.
absolutely he could. If he felt that it would get him more oil or power, then absolutely he could.
Brendan Rodgers.
Brendan Rodgers,
Bad
I
start,
think
shaky start.
No, you're absolutely right. Brendan Rodgers was, I think, going into the new season, he was the favourite to be sacked. 3 good results, 1 not so good result. Yeah.
What about Sturridge? When's he back? Because that could actually...
Reportedly, he's back. He'll be back for the Man United game, which is after the international window.
Right.
But is he going to be anything like the player we need to be fit and available by then? I think less. It'll be interesting to see if he's available to go on the bench, because that's going to be, for Liverpool, Brendan Rodgers' fortunes are going to hinge this season, I think, on finding goals in that team. You know, because that's where we fell down last season. You know, Daniel Sturridge got injured, Mario Balotelli's dreadful, Berahino's bang average.
Although this time last year,
as a fella,
although this time last year, weren't you quite excited about the Balotelli?
No, again, once again, that was Chris. Chris
So where realistically, Paul, what is your best chance of a finish? What's the highest number that you can reach?
Liverpool. I don't know. It's if you'd asked me before West Ham, I'd have said we'll finish as high as we can finish as high as high as anyone.
I'm asking you today.
It's on the board there.
Fifth.
No, I see no reason why we can't finish in the top 4. I mean, look at it at the minute. People are bemoaning us because we had one really bad result against West Ham. If that's an aberration, then we'll be fine. If that's where we actually are, then we are going to be in trouble. But I choose to look on the bright side. I am born of that mentality.
When I said Spurs were going to finish second, for looking on the bright side, for the exact same way, you laughed in my face. Like, very rudely laughed in my face. So I'm saying that you're going to finish.
Listen,
6th.
The only person who's allowed to be a hypocrite is me.
Okay.
There you go, a little bit of English language humour for you there. Go on.
In terms of next manager to be sacked, what about your lad?
Pochettino. Yeah, look, we're playing better than you. Better than me.
How dare you?
It could happen. Levy's, you know what he's like. He's crazy, and if we don't start picking up wins soon, then you can see how we'd be under pressure. But purely in terms of how we've been playing, we've been doing all right. Yeah. We just haven't been finishing games off.
I was surprised how good. I say surprised. I wasn't really surprised. I think Spurs are a good team. It's a good manager. That opening 15 minutes against Man United on the opening day, and you look to blow them away. And it's similar to us again. If Harry Kane finds his goal scoring form, he should be sound.
Yeah.
Similarly, if Benteke finds his, or any number of centre forwards in and around that area, whoever gets a goal scorer up and running first, I think of those other teams. Literally, I'm talking Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, Liverpool, Spurs. They're the ones who I think are going to ultimately finish high at the table.
You've got to find one first.
Yeah. I was gutted when Benteke signed for Liverpool. I was gutted. I love him to bits. I think he's amazing. And I hope he fails miserably at Liverpool. And I can see Brendan Rodgers being under pressure. I haven't been as impressed with Liverpool as you have been in the last.
The weird thing about Liverpool is that we've not. Our style of football's not been great, but what we wanted to do and what he needed to do was just get points on the board, because we've got all of our hardest away fixtures coming our first run of away fixtures. So our first 8 away games, pretty much we play everyone you wouldn't want to have to play, and the trick is that in that it's going to skew a lot of people's perspectives on where Liverpool actually are, because you can still draw or lose most of them, and come the end of the season still be in a very healthy position because you expected to lose them. But if they're all pushed together, it gives this false idea that the wheels have completely fallen off, when over the course of the season you probably would pick up as many points in those games, even in a good year. Go on, Matt.
I just want to ask the YouTube comments, because I like doing that, because they're instant as well. Just give me the number of where Liverpool, they're saying they can't hear shit, by the way, but where will Liverpool finish? Give me the number.
Let's apologise to those of you with small children for Matt. 2 deadline days on the road has been the first person to swear, and that's a show that's had me on,
Family show.
It's had Flav on, and it's got Chris, and I know he's not been on camera a great deal, but he's there. And Matt has been the first one to swear once again. Go on.
I want to know where Liverpool are going to finish. Like what is where Liverpool going to finish in the league in the comments? That's what I want.
Okay, do it. Let us know in the comments. Alongside.
Hang on, we got 8th, 5th, 6th, 8th, 5th, 20th. Very funny. 20th again, 5th, 9th, 6th,
What you've got to appreciate
So,
about social media, if there's a funny answer to it, you'll get that more times than you can possibly imagine.
But the average is about 5th or 6th.
No, but a lot of people have been, you're getting a few 20s, but a lot of people have been, it seems to be between sort of 5 and 8 is the one, but 6 seems to be the number that I'm seeing most.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I think, and to be interesting how many of those are Liverpool fans as well, because there is a general, like I say, there's a bad vibe at the minute because of the way in which we capitulated to West Ham last week, and barring that, it would have been, I guess it would have been okay because you keep into a game plan, and as I said, you can understand, it's fine not playing great football start of the season if you're racking up the wins. It's when you need to kick on, and if you don't have the ability to kick on, but that's where it's football, isn't it? You know, it's all a gamble, isn't it? It's all hope over expectation to some extent.
And they're saying here, like the comment, I mean, there's actually people are taking this seriously, which is good. It's like 6th, 5th, 6th. People saying there's a Palace fan here saying that they don't have a consistent scorer and that's going to hurt them. People are saying below Arsenal, and then you get the odd comedy relegated.
Can I just ask, right? I got absolute pelters when I was in there. When they had, you were talking about West Ham finishing above, and the other one from Yahoo Sports was talking about West Ham finishing above Spurs. I didn't get a chance to come back, so I'd like to. What the people are? I'm asking that. What the people you're asking on there, the comments.
Spurs, West Ham, higher.
Spurs, West Ham. Who's going to finish?
That's
higher?
Let us know in the comments. Who's finishing higher, Spurs or West Ham? It's a simple answer. If there's a comedic answer to it, by all means do it, and then have 50 of you write that answer as well. That'd be spot on.
Just repeat that again.
Yeah, just Spurs or West Ham in the comments. That'd be great. If it comes down to if Harry Kane gets back his goal scoring touch and he starts banging them in, it's that 20 goal a season striker that's a difference maker for me. And I don't, again, West Ham might well have it, but it's not. You can't say with any certainty there he is. He's at that team.
West Ham, Spurs, West Ham, West Ham, West Ham,
You've got to remember.
Spurs, West Ham.
Oh, hey!
So we got a couple.
It's all Arsenal fans.
Spurs, obviously, as much as it pains me to say, if Kane starts scoring, Spurs, but West Ham.
Arsene Wenger, idiot. We didn't even ask anyone to say that.
West Ham. There's a lot of love for the Hammers.
Yeah, but they don't know what they're talking about, clearly.
No, what I was making a point, I wasn't quite saying that we was going to finish above, but I'm just saying, I'm not saying we're going to finish up the top of the
YouTube comments have spoken. Listen, Nick, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to go on quickly in one sentence.
We wasn't going to finish 5th, but I think Spurs could finish lower. That's what I'm saying.
Sound okay, there you go on that bombshell. We'll switch it back over. I believe we're going over to Jack Reeve in breaking news. Has he got breaking news? Let's find out.
Thanks very much, Paul. I have got some breaking news, but not massive deals just yet.
Martial go through. £36 million. That deal has been completed there. And the big news that we will be crossing over to the main studio in a minute for is this tweet from Sido Berahino, pretty much saying that he will refuse to play for West Brom anymore. I'm really interested to hear what the guys over in the main studio have to say about that one.
Cheers, Jack. Maybe he just tweeted it by accident. I don't know, maybe. That's a massive one, that is a really, really strange thing to do. Unfortunately, that's like the biggest news of the day, and it sounds, we could just do with a couple of transfers, with it being transfer deadline day. We're joined back with Baz from Toffee TV, a fantastic show, you should watch it, it's great. Joined by Alex White from Holmesdale TV, Crystal Palace man. No idea where that name comes from, you will have to explain it to me. And the man simply known as Footy Writer, and it scares me a little bit that that's what I have to call him. Yeah, I don't know. It's just Footy Writer. Just Footy Writer, but he's got thousands of people following him on Twitter and he knows his stuff. So he's here. First of all, gents, how do we react to Berahino acting like a 14-year-old child?
Well, did you know that I looked at a tweet earlier that West Brom can now effectively say that that's a breach of his contract. So they can terminate his contract but still register him as a player. So effectively for the next 3 years he could still be out of contract but registered to them, so couldn't play for another team. So he needs to be very careful.
You have a lot of spare time on your hands for a boy of your age. You really need to start doing more with it. Baz?
Never ceases to amaze me, footballers and brain cells and everything else that goes with it. You can't spit the dummy, can you? You can't spit the dummy. Doesn't matter how upset you are or frustrated. He's just... Other managers look at him and just think,
will he though? This is what we're talking about off there.
You know, a player can have as much baggage as he wants, but ultimately he will still score goals and play for a Premier League team and probably Tottenham.
We've been at the end of something like this for during the summer. But John Stones, for everything that's been said, whatever transfer requests were handed in by accident or whatever, he's played the games and got on with it. And this is the other side, and you just think to yourself, this is not going to end well for this kid.
I just said that and you contradicted me, man. Nah, it doesn't matter, and now you've just said what I've said.
No, but
It's been a long day.
That wouldn't be funny. That wouldn't be funny, would it?
No, I just think going to Twitter, and he's had a little bit of a rocky relationship with Twitter though, hasn't he?
Well, this is what we're going to move on to.
Tweeted and deleted.
This is what we're going to move on to. I'm going to call him Mr. Footy Writer. Yeah. That seems a little bit more right than just calling someone Footy.
Just call him
Footy.
Footy.
Go on. What's been said on Twitter then?
Well, in 2013, Berahino tweeted WTF, which is an acronym which I won't go into detail about. Clearly, people don't know me. Do I look that immature that I'd talk about my future on Twitter? But thanks for the abuse. God bless. Now, I think social media in general has made it easy for players to make a rash, snap decision like that, to go and vent anger and send a tweet out, and where they didn't have that luxury, probably not luxury, but they didn't have that before. So I think it's dangerous. Social media is dangerous for footballers. They should all have a mute button, or are you sure you want to tweet this and it has to go via their agent?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this earlier. I mean, the fact that he stopped following West Brom, first of all, is one of the most pettiest things I've ever seen in my life, and it's just, I can't even, I just can't even go into it.
I mean, West Brom don't have a great relationship with centre forwards who want to get away, do they? We've had one that drove 100 miles and sat in the car park crying, and
it wasn't just anyone's car park, it was Queen's Park Rangers' car park,
exactly.
You know what I mean? So
if you can't get picked up by QPR, but
well, he probably started crying because he realised he was in Queen's Park Rangers' car park, right?
Nowhere else.
What am I doing?
And he just got rid of Browns and Day as well, haven't he? Who've done quite well for him this season. So
I'd be amazed if that tweet's not deleted in the next.
The thing is, it's picked up so much now, though. Like, it doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't. But I think he'll probably delete it anyway, because then it's almost like a statement that whatever's happened. But where does he go from here? Because if he is stuck for the rest of the season at West, I don't like to use the word stuck because he's under contract and the club want to keep him. That's the end of it. But if he's staying there for the rest of the season, I mean, what does this do to him? He's a lad who scored 20 goals last season. Still a prospect for England to go to the Euros, and he just looks like he's throwing that all away with a tweet.
Do you know what? He needs to get his head down. He needs to man up, grow up, get his head down, play football for West Brom, and then look at moving if he wants to later on. But now he has to get his head down and play. But that tweet has almost got 30,000 retweets. It's probably been seen by about 3 or 4 million people now. It's going to be forever etched in the memory. So he can take it down, but the damage is already done. So I think he just does need to get his head down and play football now, but will he do that? I don't know. He doesn't seem like the type of guy that can take criticism too well. So
where does he go though? That's what I think, because you think about it like this, you've got Tony Pulis, who as a Palace fan I watch very closely. He's a very old-fashioned manager and he's probably not going to be given into Berahino anytime soon. You don't play for a season, you don't play a game until January. Are Spurs still going to want a player that potentially hasn't played in 6 months?
The sad thing is, Baz, we know the football teams will take him. It's not black and white like we'd like it to be, where everyone will say, well, he's done this. He'll get another team if he really wants another team. Not many teams will really care about his attitude.
it's counterproductive, isn't it, with West Brom? If they don't play him, his value lowers, and regardless of the TV money, they need money to come in. So if they lower his value by 15 million by not playing him, all they're doing is shoot themselves in the foot.
He's going to play. He's going to have to get his head down. There's a break now, isn't it? You know, if the next 25 minutes passes and they don't let him out of jail, as they like to call it, on 20 odd grand a week. Yeah. But lock me up for 20 grand a week for a kid. Mind you, playing for Pulis.
Yeah.
But no, he'll have to just get his head down, come out with an apology. Hey, our manager came out this week and said a player submitted a transfer request by mistake. Apparently it's that easy, and so therefore, come out, apologise to the fans, say I was emotional, you know, I was frustrated, I'll give everything. This will all start again November. Tottenham and everything else, you know, and I think maybe for West Brom's point of view, come January, just cut your losses, you know.
My conspiracy theory is Lambert found his phone at training and thought, come on, let's get this box
Imagine
off.
if Lambert just comes out now and goes, I was only messing. Well, Berahino could just give Lambert a little sly one and just say it was a prank.
Just say it was me. I could see that happening.
I don't think he's sat at Stoke like that.
Yeah, I've had the password all along.
I've been here before. I've got you back for sending me to QPR. Maybe Berahino said to him, Redknapp once year, you've got to go to QPR, and that's how he ended up there. So this is like a payback. Greatest poker game ever.
Stranger things have happened in the world of football. Let's turn our attentions to Crystal Palace. What a start to the season. I actually predicted that you'd finish, I think, 9th, or I think I might have even said 7th. So impressed. It hurts me so much to say this. I've been so impressed with Alan Pardew. Honestly, it hurts me there and it hurts me there to say that. But he's done brilliantly so far, and he's making really, really good signings. And when you look at the squad and look at the players and the pace, and Crystal Palace got everything going for them.
We underachieved massively at the start of last season. Pardew did a fantastic job, but with what he had, you know, I think it was fair enough a mid-table finish. I really did think we had enough about us at that point. And again, this season, if we invested the way that we did, you know, who knows what can happen. I'm not getting too ahead of myself because it's the Premier League and a couple of bad results, and you know, he's the favourite in the sack race. It's that simple. But for me, Alan Pardew suits Crystal Palace. He's everything that we're about. Is that kind of we're the underdogs. You know, I was listening to you guys earlier talking about, you know, him not doing well in kind of situations where he's expected to do well. That's what we're about. We never do well when we expect to do well because we're rubbish. You know, that's true. It is true. You know, we want people to be all against us, and then we'll fight back and prove that
You've got good drums, though. I'll give you that. You've got good drums. Yeah. No, cracking crowd, to be honest. Really, really impressed with Palace. It's interesting, though, isn't it? Because beginning of last season, the owner came out and he said, "I'm not going to give any money." It was to Pulis, wasn't he? He said he wasn't going to give any money, and that's one of the reasons why he sort of gives to leave. And then you've got this summer, you're going out spending £10 million on Kabay. Does that say everything that needs to be said about the Premier League and the riches that are involved in it?
There's certain players that we were willing to spend money on, and I don't think that Parish and Pulis certainly agreed on the right players. You know, I don't think he necessarily agrees on paying a 32-year-old striker like Ricky Lambert a ridiculous amount of money, because it's probably not going to get you anywhere in the long term.
And also, you got to watch him with your phone.
Sadio, where are you,
mate? Players and dodgy tweets out and Lambert's around.
But, you know, I think, it's the Premier League and we've got to spend money. There was a lot of talk towards the end of last season, midway through last season, that there was going to be a takeover. And it looked very close to happening, but the club pulled out of that one and decided that they kind of wanted to invest in it themselves and keep control. But we're in a really good position financially. You talk about spending a lot of money. We've earned a hell of a load of money over the last few years, going up out of the Championship, staying up, that TV deal. We're not completely overspending our power. You know, one £12 million signing, who's our highest paid player by a long way, isn't massively going out there and breaking the bank realistically.
Yeah. You've lost one today, though, and I know you're a little bit upset.
My Twitter went mental last night when it was breaking that my hero, so I'm quite young, you see, where my hero that was growing up, it's not like Ian Wright or it's like Glenn Murray. I mean, the guy that scored 30 goals in a season and got you promoted. It's just, for me, it's silly business for me. I think that we're left now with Dwight Gale, Fraser Campbell, Connor Wickham, Patrick Bamford. If Wickham gets injured, there's no like-for-like swap there. Glenn Murray is very much, he's experienced, he tread on your toes. You saw him against Chelsea, just wound Costa up from the first minute. Costa didn't get a sniff. You know, everything that we do, Glenn Murray was kind of centred around, and us really, from being there to there, he was the type of player, you know, him, the Jedinak, the players that really got us to where we are now through that spirit and that work rate. We're starting to see those go, which is...
It's sad, that, isn't it?
It really is.
It's having a player who goes along the journey with you, and when you lose them, it's horrible. It's a horrible thing, because it is like the next evolution to what the team is going to get better. It's a process, but it is still horrible, isn't it?
It's so sad, because just everything that he, you know, got injured, came back last year, scored 5 or 6 really important goals for us, looked really good, and he's got so much more to give for me. You know, the things that I see Wickham do that potentially Murray couldn't do, there's so much that Murray can teach him. You know, that dirty side of the game, that winning cheap free kicks, winning a header, you know, winding people up. He really needs that from Murray, but £5 million for a 32-year-old striker, it's not bad business.
Definitely, I think he'll do really well for Bournemouth as well. You know, I think that's the kind of experience you probably need, Baz.
Definitely, you know, they're trying to establish themselves, aren't they? And just got up. There's, you know, got people like Sylvan Distan there, and
you give him a chance to score. That's the thing. Well, he's that type of player. You know?
He's a physical presence, isn't he? And I think most teams need that.
15 minutes to go, Baz. I know if you were to switch on your Twitter now, I know what would be happening. There'd be a meltdown, wouldn't there, mate? Because Everton just haven't bought anyone, and I can imagine what it's going to be like out there. It's
disappointing. It looks like Lennon. I mean, that looks like it's ongoing, doesn't it? And maybe there's something else that's bubbling. I don't, you know, phone's off at the minute, so don't know.
Best.
Lennon's done, by the way.
Is it done?
It's done.
Lennon's done. So there you go.
Where's the horn? Where's the horn? Hey. Do we not have horns for Everton players?
Yeah. Everton have spent about 14 million.
There you go.
Did Harpo Marx just walk in then? Hey, the Marx brothers just turn up at the horn.
There's your horn. Apparently Everton have signed a player, which always deserves a horn.
14 million.
Signed a player.
But
that's the sound of Kenred's clown car rolling up.
Yeah, but again, like we said, you know, we said before that had Aaron Lennon signed, say last week, people would have been quite happy with it. I think they've been led down the Yarmolenko exotic number 10 split striker route, and when it doesn't come off, the frustration and everything else, and rightly so, people will be disappointed.
A player who's been linked away today is Stephen Naismith. Interesting one. Depends what you read. Some people are quoting 8 million, some people are quoting 1.5 million, which is a massive difference, really. But £8 million for Naismith, do you think that's a lot of? Maybe.
8 million, I'd have taken it. I'd have taken it without a shadow, to be honest with you. I think Stephen Naismith is a good player, don't get me wrong, but I think with Roberto Martinez and the way Everton play, he's not really conducive to that tippy-tappy. Naismith, a little bit like you were talking about Glenn Murray, likes to get in. He's not as physically big as Glenn Murray, but he's the one who runs on and stands on people and gets fouls and he gets in your face. And for, you know, he was linked with Norwich City, wasn't he? So it would have been, you know, a good signing for Norwich City.
I think the thing for me is now that on deadline day, you'd let a player that might not necessarily play loads of games for you, but go to another team in the Premier League. I think that's a massive thing now, that letting another player go to another Premier League team is huge. What if he goes and scores, you know, he might not suit your football,
No.
he might score 10, 15 goals, he might score 8 goals for Norwich, and that could be, you know, detrimental to anyone.
I think when you're looking at, I mean, it's easy sometimes to switch into business mode, isn't it, and just go, well, £8 million off the wage bill, you know. The thing about it is, it's like you're saying, you know, he won't get in our first team, but he might score you 4 or 5 goals, we'll see now in January, that win you the odd game. And managers now look at it, most managers will look at it and say, okay, I can sell you, but can I bring someone else? And if they're looking and they haven't really got the ducks in a row, as we always say, don't we, and things like that, if they haven't got someone who's just waiting by the phone to come in and replace, it's not going to happen. And you know, Roberto Martinez mightn't have had, or he might have had a couple of names today, and it's not panned out, and he's thought, well, you know, we've got to pull a plug on that one because we can't replace him.
Yeah, no confirmation from Everton yet, though, that Lennon's done, but we think it's probably pretty
Sky
close.
Sports have said that it's confident of agreeing.
Yeah, take the whole back.
Hey, when I got that.
You bring a fella on here, you won't even tell me his name, and then he spills nonsense like that.
It'll be done.
Well, we'll wait and see. It's Everton.
Yeah, that's true.
It mightn't be done. Bill might be trying to find Dorothy first or something else. You know, he's doing something else done. But if he does come in, do you think maybe someone will go out? Maybe someone who's Irish? Maybe someone with a number 7? Maybe Aiden McGeady?
Maybe. Is he in a car park up in the
I think he might be in a car park, yeah, with the Dutch fella.
Possibly. I mean, that might be, it's as simple as that, isn't it? That might be, you know, Lennon's in and McGeady's. I think a lot of Evertonians, without being too disrespectful to Aidan McGeady, he's an enigma, isn't he? He's got a lot of tricks in his bag. He can do things, but he's just no consistency.
That's the first time I've heard the word enigma used for that, but...
For Aidan McGeady?
Yeah.
Well, there you go, but that's what he is, because he has got a lot of ability, but he just doesn't seem to be able to get it out regularly. His ability.
Yeah. I'm really glad you clarified. Can we have that horn again?
Enough for Paul's horn. Keep leaving where he is.
Oh, it's getting late. It's getting late. I'm getting tired.
Haven't just signed someone.
God's sake. Who have you been most impressed by in the transfer window so far?
Crystal Palace.
Now, devil's advocate to Crystal Palace, because I think you're lacking a 9. A real 9, a goal scoring. Yeah, but Dwight Gale's been linked with moves away this summer.
Not going anywhere.
He's not going anywhere, but he has been linked with moves away, which usually means that there's some unrest or. So, do you know what? When you were playing Zaha, Balassi, and Punchin as a front three last season, I thought you were dangerous. I thought if you played a false 9, that could work. I don't think Connor Wickham's the answer.
I think you're wrong.
There we go.
Because you can't have a player.
There's only one way to decide.
And see if Paul will tell you the buttons. I'm going to jump in on the Palace thing. They were fantastic last year. They had some great, so many memorable days. One in May I can think of, which was marvellous. Someone's last game, they were outstanding it. But
sorry, I've just got like a little bubble there.
He beat us as well. So no, but I think Palace, for me, I think people are overhyping them this year. I think there's good side, no question about it. Won't be in any danger in any way, shape or form, but I think I'm with you. I don't see any goals in the team. Dwight Gale he'll score like 6 goals in 3 games and you don't see him again for a week. Particularly, normally against Liverpool, he finds the net, doesn't he? Or something like that.
We're not in this segment.
No, I'm just saying. I can just remember him scoring hat-tricks and things against Liverpool. But he didn't score against us. That's Balassi, who loves Everton. But I do think in that final third, they will be lacking goals. I don't see many goals, but they are very dangerous.
I think that's exactly why they brought the player like Kabay in, though. I think that's exactly because we didn't score enough from midfield. Zaha and Balassi, between them, got maybe 10 goals tops. That's not enough. We brought in Bakary Sakho against Chelsea, an assist and a goal on his debut against Villa. We did lack goals, but it's the Premier League and everyone plays one up front.
Isn't this the madness of the Premier League now, though? You've got a team like Crystal Palace, who because of that money, you've got Palace, you've got. I'm not saying Leicester are going to do anything this season, but you've got Leicester going out there buying decent players. Mightn't be spending a lot of money, but they're getting in decent players, and that that gap under the top four now is just being eroded. I mean, Spurs aren't exactly going to flying. Okay, Liverpool have brought a lot of people in, but we're waiting to see how they get on. But below, it's just a free for all. There doesn't seem to be anyone who's standing out or anyone who's really, you go, they're a poor team. You see Bournemouth go to West Ham a couple of weeks ago, and you think this is wide open.
I think under Liverpool, I think if you've got the four and then you've got Liverpool and Liverpool at the moment, the way they're shaping, don't look cemented at fifth. I don't know. They could well jump into four, but I think after that, 6 to 15th maybe is wide open. I think Spurs look, Harry Kane thing, you know, everything he touched last year was gold, and this year he looks a little bit off, and that's the danger for Spurs. They've not got someone else under Harry Kane, and that obviously Berahino would have been that man. So they're in trouble. So it could be, you know, your West Ham's, your Palace could jump into them, but then again, could easily go the other way. And I think there's a lot of teams bunched together now underneath Liverpool downwards to about 15th.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, it's exciting, I suppose, from a neutral point of view, but being an Evertonian's not exciting at all.
No,
it's just literally.
I'm getting a nosebleed.
Just the story.
How are we doing?
Well, we're talking about this area. It's really annoying. Let's just use the word.
Don't you find it refreshing though?
No, what I was going to say is, as a fan of a team rather than being on the outside, it's annoying to see what is supposed to be a good football team with good players, and then you look at a team of Palace and you go, well, I can't really work out why they're doing well. What is it? Is they won 8 of the last 10 away games? Is it? You look at them and go,
it's unreal.
I can't put my finger on why they're so good. They don't have a lot of really top players, but they found a way. And to us, it's annoying. But if you look at some other teams who spend a hell of a lot of money, it must be just like we need to rip it up and start again.
If you look at the team as well, like you've got a right back who cost you 400 grand, a left back that cost you £2 million, centre half who nearly retired to do triathlons when he got released by Ipswich. True story. And Dougie Freeman gave him a 1-month contract, and now he looks comfortable in the Premier League. He's got down £1 million. You know, we're not a team. You know, Zaha through the youth, Balassi 400 grand. We're not a team that's kind of built of big star players.
I think that's a lot of it. It's team spirit.
It's so much spirit, and that's where I get scared letting players like Murray go and talking about Jednat and going because I don't want us to start getting away from everything that we're not. You know,
and it doesn't work. Go on, sorry.
I think I was going to say it's refreshing to a point, isn't it? But I think if you could take the top 5 out of it, it would be absolutely marvellous, wouldn't it? It'd be great because
let's just get rid of the top 5.
Send them off to a European Super League. Take your money and go to Europe with it.
Look at me when you sound you'll be second.
I was just looking over there to Chelsea and everyone else, but I think that way, I think the rest of it is quite exciting. And that the ideal would be that's how the Premier League would evolve, wouldn't it?
6 minutes to go. Can anybody see like something just popping up at like 6:30, 7 o'clock? Oh, we got the paperwork in. Some shocking deal that no one was expecting. There's normally one every year, just one deal. Can anyone see one?
No. I remember when we were under
We've got
Ian
6
Holloway.
minutes to fill it.
We were under Ian Holloway.
Make something up.
So Ronaldo game. Under Ian Holloway, we signed like 16 players in one window, and like 6 of them were on deadline day, and it was like your Mariappas, and we were trying to get Andy Johnson as, you know.
Mariappas have been there. It's good.
It's like a club.
But you know, those days are gone for us. So I don't know. I suppose like a little team like Norwich or someone could do something like that.
Oh, a little team like Norwich.
We're big.
Did you hear that? He's not listening.
It's who knows? I mean, if things like that were gonna pop up, they've been very, very well kept, haven't they? Because I think so many people are involved in transfers nowadays. Something gets out somewhere along the line, and if you're to get those deals done and over the line, then you're talking hush hush, which is
doesn't happen, does it?
Really
doesn't happen, does it, Baz?
nowadays.
We're still waiting for the dream one. We're still waiting for the dream one. McGeady to Sunderland. Come on, make it happen.
I mean, imagine how, from our point of view, from Evertonians' point of view, imagine how exciting it would be if at 6:15 Everton said they've signed at number 10. You know, and people didn't really know.
The Lion from the Wizard of Oz.
Well, yeah, but you know, it could be anything. The number 10 bus, whatever. But imagine it, you know, something like that, that gets you going, and it's like they've done brilliantly to keep that under wraps. But I just don't see it.
Just to go back to the point that you said about who I think's done the best business in this window, I want to not be anti-Liverpool and say Liverpool. Right, I know there's two Evertonians here, so don't. Right, the reason why is I think when you look collectively at the people that they've signed and the price of all of them combined, I think they've done reasonable business. I think they've identified
reasonable.
No,
It's the best of reasonable. Contradiction, Mr. FW, isn't it?
I think they've done good business. I think they identified the key areas that they needed to sign, and they've gone out and signed them. You remember last year when Chelsea did exactly the same thing.
I think the group had to get better.
Yeah.
They established the group had to get better, and they went out there and got the individuals.
I don't think he just collects players, Mr. Rodgers.
I'm trying. I'm trying. But I think Joe Gomez is probably one of the signings of the summer in terms of value for money.
He looks like a young John Stones.
He looks like a young Glenn Johnson.
And he can play across the back four, even though he didn't want to play left back.
Just for Chris, because he just disappeared after that.
And then they've got Benteke. Obviously, they needed a number 9. £32.5 million. Is that good value for money in this market? I'd say it probably is. And I think that I'm surprised that other teams didn't put the £32.5 million in. Tottenham maybe, but then they would have had to adapt their system. But I think when you look at the collective, I think they've done well, Liverpool.
Interesting stuff. I was just looking at Twitter. And it's going mad, Baz. What more can I say?
For what, Everton?
Yeah, it's going mad.
We expected it, didn't we? If things didn't work out, you know what
I
it's like.
expected a couple of like fillers. Do you know what I mean? Just at least just a couple of Satsumas at the bottom of the sack. That's what I expected today. And we've been given coal.
I thought there'd be 3 or 4.
We've got nothing.
And we've got 2, haven't we? Lennon's going to be done. You got Murray, but I would have expected 2 more. 1 or 2 more.
Could be worse. It could be Chelsea. We just signed Michael Hector.
Is he a centre back?
Yeah.
Yes. 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 Gonna sing me song now.
Stones is like a new signing.
Yeah.
Talking of Twitter, actually, he was linked heavily with Palace because his.
Twitter?
We were talking about Twitter, and his location came up as Bromley. And everyone just went mental as if he was going to sign for Palace, and about 10 minutes later,
that happened to us here in the season.
Chelsea.
That happened to us here in the season. Gerard Delafeu's wife or girlfriend put a tweet out, and everyone was like, "There's rumours that he was going to sign for us," and her location was in Liverpool. And that was it then. But 5 minutes later, it was deleted. But everyone had already started like going on Google and finding the actual location.
Formentera. Location, Liverpool.
Yeah.
Delafeu as well. Delafeu is a quality signing. Very good player.
I know, but I'd rather sign him today.
That'll be the goal.
Delafeu.
I want to sign him today.
I mean,
we could have had a big party.
Yeah, great signing. Though.
Should have just put him back by the badge today. Get them all by the badge, cleverly with
his big boots
with his
on.
black boots on there, and his crutches. Delafeu, Murray,
all of them.
Rodriguez, and then it would have looked like we signed
them. Yeah, spread them out like idiots. Like absolute idiots, right? It is 6 o'clock. The transfer window, is it officially shut yet?
Almost.
Have we got no klaxon? Have we got no klaxon of something slamming shut, like a door? Only when you're ready, like. That's it.
It's not 6 yet. I don't think it's 6 now.
That's what it'll sound like. Oh, that's it! The transfer window is officially shut. That doesn't mean we'll have a flood of transfers on because we're still on until 7 o'clock. Right, so stay here till 7 o'clock. We're going over to chat with all the latest now.
Well, there we have it. The transfer window has just closed. That doesn't mean, though, that... We've got a few things to run through here. First of all, some Twitter comments and some YouTube comments. The first one on Twitter was from Josh McMillan. He said West Brom didn't even need Berahino, even Rondon and Lambert. They have Rondon and Lambert, but need centre-back. So a West Brom fan there, a bit disgruntled that they didn't let Berahino go. They've now got a player on their hands that doesn't really want to play for them. Again, Watford making a fantastic signing. They completed the signing in the final half an hour of Victor Ibarbo. What a fantastic day it has been for Watford. Let's talk about this Martial deal for Manchester United. He's gone on to be the world's most expensive ever teenager in football. The Monaco chairman said they wanted to keep him for another season, but they just couldn't turn the deal down. £36 million for him, an absolutely enormous fee. Let's talk about Arsenal for a minute. Obviously, famous Arsenal fan Piers Morgan has come out and said 200 million to spend, and they haven't even. Wenger hasn't spent a penny. Wenger has lost the plot. So Piers Morgan not happy with Arsenal's transfer deadline day deals, and rightfully so. I think one of the big sort of rumours that's been going about today is John Walters possibly leaving Stoke. Stoke have said he cannot leave the club. He will not be going anywhere. John Walters will remain a Stoke player after really being heavily linked with moves to both Norwich and Leicester. Leicester were the favourites to go and get John Walters on the final day. They were cut from odds of 8-1 down to 2-1. So a disappointing day for John Walters. He wanted to move away. He handed in the transfer request, and Stoke didn't give it to him. Chelsea have made a signing late on. They completed the move of Michael Hector from Reading on a 5-year deal. A very strange deal, that one. Looks to be around the £5 million mark. Michael Hector has been sort of a non-league journeyman up until his move to Reading, and now he's playing for Premier League champions Chelsea. Very, very strange one from there. And finally, we've got a stat from Louis van Gaal, or a stat regarding Louis van Gaal and also Arsene Wenger. Louis van Gaal's net transfer spend in 12 months is £185 million. Wenger's net transfer spend in the last 10 years, so a 9-year difference, is £124 million. So in 1 year, Louis van Gaal has spent £60 million more than Wenger has in 10 years. That shows just how little Arsene Wenger has spent in his time at Arsenal. Also, a very disappointing day for Norwich City. It looked like it was going to be a very busy one for Norwich. They hadn't made too many signings up until today. So all Norwich City fans, including myself, were expecting a centre-back and a striker to go in and maybe let Gary Hooper and Lewis Grabban out of the club. Obviously, there can be still loan deals go through if the paperwork's gone through, but at the moment, no deals have happened regarding Norwich City. It looked like the Dwight Gale deal was going to happen. That completely fell through. He is still a Crystal Palace player. And that rounds up what's been a fairly quiet transfer deadline day, actually. Not many deals going through. Obviously, the biggest one probably being Martial to Manchester United. £36 million for him. Monaco chairman said they were very, very happy for the deal they got for him. Manchester United fans, let us know in the comments. We are very interested to hear if you're excited with the prospect you've got on your hands or disappointed at the amount of money you have spent for Martial. So that's it from the transfer window today. I'm now going to head back over to the main studio.
Nice one, Jack. Spectacular work, sir. Go have a pint. Yeah, anyway, welcome back to the main studio. We're going to be wrapping up the window. I'm Paul Machin. Welcome to joining us.
In the real world?
It's transfer deadline day live. As Jack just said, the window is now shut. But we thought we'd have a little chat about, well, as Sam put it, I was going to say the top 4 teams, but obviously that's going to leave me open to all kinds of abuse. So we'll say top 4 contenders, or top people with top 4 ambitions, and we'll forget that Spurs should probably be in this conversation as well. Anyway, we've got from Arsenal Fan TV, we've got Sam Peoples from United People's TV, we've got Neil Barnes as well. Chelsea TV,
among other things.
Among many other things. First and foremost, just want to on Chelsea's transfer business. Hector, what's that all about?
Pass. I mean, it's just.
Is it stopgap? Is in Chelsea need a body?
I don't think it will even be that. I think we need to know who's bought him, whether the first team structure's bought him or whether another structure's bought him, and he'll be loaned out. And it's
this is like the second unit on a film.
Yeah.
Kind of thing,
so we'll wait and see. Can I say something completely different?
Absolutely.
Berahino.
Yeah.
George Graham, respect, who made his name at Chelsea. We signed him from Aston Villa when he was a teenager, and I think it was a record signing actually. And then swapped him with Tommy Baldwin with Arsenal. When he was Arsenal manager, he would not sign a player unless he had been watched, scouted away from home. Because if you didn't turn up away from home, you weren't a good enough player for his Arsenal. Berahino last season scored 20 goals, of which 17 were at home and 3 were away.
Yeah.
George Graham's Arsenal would never have signed Berahino. I think Tottenham have got away with one by not signing him.
Potentially, it's an interesting one on players like him because again, he's clearly got.
He's a good player.
He's got the talent, hasn't he?
But he was a good player at the Hawthorns. I'm not sure he was a good player away from the Hawthorns.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's about what the manager can do. Well, let's stay away from let's swerve Sino Berahino for the moment. Let's talk to you first, Robbie. In terms of the window, I know we've spoken at length about it today. It's not the happiest of days to be an Arsenal fan. I mean,
Yeah.
I think talk of protests outside the Emirates were probably a little judged, but you know, it's not been. I mean, we'll judge it at the end of the season, of course, but on paper, looking at it now, it doesn't look like a great window for Arsenal.
It's a very, very disappointing window for Arsenal, simple as that. There's no getting away from it, no denying it. We're the only European team not to have signed an outfield player. It's very embarrassing. It's very.
Is it embarrassing? We say embarrassing in like the modern social media sense because of all the pelters you're going to get.
No, I think it's forget social media. I think it's for a club of the stature of Arsenal, I think it's embarrassing that we couldn't identify an outfield player. I know there's not a lot of superb quality out there at the moment, but we couldn't. Remember, it's a long window. It's not like January.
Yeah.
And we couldn't identify one target to go for outfield player after making such a great start to the transfer window by signing Czech. I just think it's pretty poor.
Will Czech not be one of the top 2 or 3, if not the top signing of this summer?
I agree that it might be. When we was asked earlier what's the top 3 signings, I said that I felt that Czech is possibly the number 1 of all the signings that have been made so far, but we should have followed it up. We've lost the momentum now by making that great signing in Czech, but not doing anything else. We've lost the momentum, and there's a lot of. I've been looking at my timeline all day, and there's a lot of ill feeling towards Arsene Wenger, the board, all over again. Why? I think we could have made at least one signing there that could have given everybody a bit of a lift coming out of the international break.
I guess the only point, it was something Ped was talking about on the last hour of like the timing of your signings to some extent, because Liverpool were the same. Firmino was a massive pick-up, a massive lift for Liverpool fans in the middle of the summer, exactly when they needed it. But then after that, then the courtship of Benteke and signing him, whatever your feelings on it, it was not a pulse racing, exciting sign in the way that you I guess you talk about like Ozil and Sanchez in the past for years, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. That's because he played in England.
Yeah, exactly.
He's Belgium centre forward.
Yeah.
And I think Benteke will be a great signing.
But the point is that if you'd signed, you talk about the momentum, if you'd left the signing of Petr Cech to now, would that have changed? Would that have made it feel like a better window?
No, it's still
even longer of what's happening.
Yeah, I still think it would have been, even if we'd have signed Petr Cech today, it would still be disappointing because we've not signed an outfield player, and I just feel that we should have improved. We all know we need a striker. That's been like the main priority. You've seen even since the start of the season, there's only one goal that's been scored by an Arsenal player. All the other goals have been own goals. Yeah. So we know we need a striker. We've left it right down to the wire, pinning all of our hopes on Benzema. That hasn't happened, and now we've been left with no strikers. So, to me, I don't think that's a good window by Arsenal. If it's a big gamble. If it would have come off, it would have been fantastic if we'd had Benzema. That hasn't come off. Now it's gone the other way. The gamble's failed. It's a poor window.
Why you sent Chuba Akpom out on loan? Surely that, to me, looking at that from a non-Arsenal fan perspective.
Exactly. Yeah.
Walcott can play up front, Welbeck can play up front, Alexis can play there, and I'm sure Arsene Wenger's looking on it and thinking, Giroud, of course, I'm sure Wenger's looking on it and thinking to himself, well, what's the point in going out and getting someone else when we've already got these? But I just think I've looked at,
you can get someone
earlier on in the season there was other targets, like I said earlier on, Carlos Bacca, Jackson Martinez. There were other players.
Are they better though?
That's the question.
Are they better? I mean, Bacca came 5th in La Liga.
Signed for AC Milan, is that?
And signed for a non-Champions League team.
Bacca, but Bacca's got over the past 2 seasons in La Liga, he's the 3rd top scorer He's got a very good goal scoring.
What was Soldado when he went to Tottenham? Jackson Martinez, because he's Colombian, everyone thinks he's good. He's a donkey, Martinez.
I wouldn't agree with you there. He's got
Strong word to call him a donkey.
He's got an excellent.
He's a good donkey, but he's still a donkey.
He's got excellent goal scoring record.
Is he a better donkey than Giroud, though? That's the question.
But Giroud's got quality.
Fair,
he's just that's
Yeah,
pace.
we all know that there's going to be a point this season that Giroud's going to be injured.
Yeah.
Same with Welbeck.
Well,
it will happen.
I mean, the most important thing for us, everyone's got fixated on this striker. The fact is, if you look back at Arsenal over the last 20 years, they never came in the top 2 for the end of George Graham's era for several years. They signed Patrick Vieira. The first year, when he was just settling, they didn't come in the top 2. Then every year Vieira was in the team, for 8 years, they came in the top 2. They either won the league or were runners-up. Since he's left, they haven't been in the top 2. Yeah. Well, come on, they need to replace Patrick Vieira. Never mind the centre forward.
I look at when you sorry, Robbie, when you sign Petr Cech, I looked at it and went, that's the signing that could turn Arsenal from 3rd in the league to the potential title winners. And because you just from outside looking in, you not signing that striker doesn't change my opinion on that. The fact that you've not been at a great start to the season has an impact on that, sure. But I think that in the same way as having Vieira, having that solid base to build from, not having a clowning goal anymore like you've had with Szczesny. This is a guy who got bombed out to the under-21s for a period a couple of years ago, you know what I mean, and then ended up back as the first choice. You've got a solid goalkeeper there. You've got a more settled backline. You still haven't got that midfield destroyer, I guess. But the wealth of attacking talent Arsenal have got is still fun.
Arsenal have got a very, very good team at the moment, right? But what I'm saying is, in my personal opinion, we should have freshened up the team. You look at Barcelona won the treble, and they freshened up.
Yeah.
Bayern Munich, right? They won their league. You know, there was weeks and weeks left, and they won their league. They've still gone out and bought Vidal and bought Douglas Costa and people like that. You've got to freshen up. Even Chelsea, right?
Haven't you got like 11 amazing kids that are going to play in your League Cup team that you're going to...
But listen, Chelsea won the league last year easily.
Yeah.
Yeah? And they have still stuttered at the start of this season because they've not really freshened up. Hence why they've gone out and got players like Pedro.
Well, let's move on to that.
They may not even necessarily 100% have needed Pedro.
Yeah.
But you know what? It adds a little bit of freshness to the lineup. And that's what I'm saying with Arsenal. Now, all of a sudden... After, listen, it's only a great start, but it's been a half-decent start. But there's a lot of negativity now around the club. All we needed to do, I felt, was freshen it up a bit and,
You know what fixes that, though? Just winning football matches, you know what I mean? And let's not focus too much on us. We've got a few other clubs to get through, of course. I just want to know from the panel, who does anyone think their club has done the best business or wants to put forward a suggestion for which of the top 4 contenders, as it were, talking Spurs, we'll throw Spurs and stuff in there, has done the best business this summer?
I think there's probably only one candidate, really, City. I didn't think City, at the start of the window, when we first all had a chat, I didn't really put City down as title contenders. And then they came in and bought Sterling, bought De Bruyne, Otamendi, all 3 of them in key positions where you could say where their weaknesses in their squad. They looked at it, they plugged the gap, they filled the gap. United did that with some parts, but we still need... Martial, is he an out-and-out striker? He's a versatile player, can play across all front 3. He'll probably play as a striker, but he's 19, he's a gamble, he's not a sure thing. Centre-back, we're 1 injury away from having a crisis. Midfield's been sorted, so we've fixed some issues. But
well, that's a problem that's been outstanding for 5 years.
Oh yeah, it's gone completely on its head from Park and Raphael playing in midfield to having Schweinsteiger, Schneiderlin, Herrera. We've got a wealth of talent there, but the gaps are now elsewhere. Whereas I think City you could take their whole starting 11 out and their reserve 11 would still be pretty.
I think the key
good.
to City is as much because the signings are the signings. Sterling, I think will be like the 4th best player in that team potentially, kind of like he was for Liverpool when Liverpool finished second. He's not a £50 million player by any stretch, or what we I guess we considered until this season what that kind of value is.
disagree.
No, but he is, when you've got Sergio Aguero and David Silva, maybe the third best player. Like Liverpool, yeah, Daniel Sturridge and Suarez ahead of him to learn from, and it took all the pressure off him and allowed him to be good. When he was the main man for Liverpool last season, he struggled. He can go back to being that again at City. But for me, it's Yaya Toure and Vincent Kompany. The fact that, because everyone, I think most of us would have looked at Man City and thought, even if they buy them, are they going to be that good? But if Yaya Toure recaptures the form from the title-winning season, and if Vincent Kompany gets back to that form, they're the key ones for me, as much as the players they bought in. I think
Man City definitely the best signings, because they've addressed, like you said, they already had a very good kind of case in point. I'm saying of Arsenal, they already got a good unit.
Yeah.
There, it just needed a bit of freshening up, and I thought Sterling was a very good signing.
Yeah.
Even at that price, he's still 20.
Yeah.
So even if they keep him for 4 or 5 years, they still get a load of money for him. De Bruyne, listen, they've paid way over the odds for De Bruyne and Otamendi, but they've got what they need.
I think a real Premier League issue at the moment is that teams know how to defend and how to counter-attack, but don't know how to attack.
Yeah.
And that is why home form has been so dire. So we've had 9 wins out of 40 games in the Premier League, 9 home wins so far. And the one team who looks as though it knows how to attack is Manchester City, because they've signed pace in Sterling.
Yeah.
And so Sterling can go outside rather than come inside. And on the other side, Jesus Navas can go outside, and I'm not convinced Kevin De Bruyne will get into this team, because I think they need players who can go on the outside in order to create the opportunities at home. And that's exactly what Arsenal don't have, because Arsenal always come into the middle. And that has been Chelsea's problem as well. But because Hazard was the best attacking player in the league last season, they got away with it. This season, against Swansea, although they got 2 goals, it was all coming inside. So they've gone out and signed Pedro. And I think Chelsea now have an attack to rival Manchester City's in terms of individual quality.
Is there a case to be made that, it's very early in the season, are we maybe getting a bit carried away with Man City at the moment? And similarly,
listen, Aguero get injured and everything will fall apart.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think I'm not a Bonnie fan.
Fall apart's a bit.
Well, I'm not a Bonnie fan.
I wouldn't say fall apart.
They're not going to fall apart, but I'm
have...
saying this. Look at the teams that finish higher. Look at last season as the perfect example of it. If you've got one goal scorer, just one guy who can score your goals, can cover a multitude of sins. We had that the year before. Having guys who put the ball in the back of the net. Look at if Spurs. You take Kane out of Spurs last season, they'd have been nowhere near where they ended up finishing. Aguero hasn't exactly been firing on all cylinders, but it's not necessarily him scoring the goals, it's the fear of him scoring the goals that has allowed a lot of the other players around him to do the work.
But Aguero, for me, Aguero and Suarez are by far the best centre forwards in the world at the moment.
Yeah.
When you take him out, I just don't think they're the same team.
In terms of Chelsea then, obviously it's not started exceptionally well, but similar to the Man City thing, Chelsea are going to turn it around. They're going to pick it up. It's inevitable. Chelsea are not going to be...
Chelsea normally start so strong, so hot at the start of every season. What's different? What's changed?
Well, what's different is that Mourinho decided to have a 3.5-week pre-season instead of the standard 6-week pre-season. So everybody is 2.5 weeks or 2 weeks further on.
It was a great decision.
Now, well, you say that, but of course, at the end of the season,
they died of death last
you
year.
might find exactly the opposite. And if it does come right for Chelsea, you might find that every top club in the world will be reassessing its entire pre-season. Because if Chelsea go on a roll and Manchester City do stutter, we'll wait and see. It is literally revolutionary, and nobody's talking about it sufficiently.
But is it revolutionary, or is it just the fact that they were touring all over the world?
No, because most clubs came back between July the 1st and July the 4th. Chelsea met on July the 15th, flew out to America and had the first training session on July the 16th. On the tour of America, in agreeing to tour, Mourinho insisted not only on the opposition, obviously, and where they play, but on the specific dates. He would not budge. He had planned his pre-season that the games were training sessions beyond what they normally would be. They were simply training sessions.
But so you're saying that he's it's been a master plan to get off to a poor start.
No,
or a
that wasn't
start
planned.
to the season.
That wasn't planned. But what I'm saying is, it's been a master plan to move away from the traditional pre-season and give his players more rest. We'll see at the end of the season if it is a master plan that's a success or a total disaster. But it is utter revolutionary, and nobody's talking about it.
It'd be interesting to see, though, because obviously Chelsea went so... It's not like they've needed that before. It's not like it's hampered them in league title challenges in years gone by. I think it's because they went so hard at the start of last season. You know, they look like they tried to blow the league out the water, you know, by Christmas, essentially, which they essentially did, didn't they?
But Chelsea went out in the last 16 of the Champions League, and Chelsea faltered badly in the semi-final of the Champions League the previous season, and he's got bigger targets.
So is that what he's... Do you think that's Chelsea's focus for this season?
No.
Far more Champions League than
No,
Premier
I think
League?
both are.
You think both?
Yeah, and therefore he's just wanted this greater rest. We'll see.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The only issue, I guess, with that, look, every chance, Chelsea's next game, they pick up again and they go on a good run. But
You're only saying that because it's Everton.
But the thing is, what I've noticed from Liverpool's stuttering seasons in recent years is sometimes, and it's happened to Arsenal as well, like not having that bright start to the start of the season. Yeah, you can recover it, but if you're playing catch-up, that takes an incredible amount of mental strength.
I agree.
And you back Mourinho for it, and you back there's a squad of winners, but it is very tough to if you there's nothing like points on the board. You know, when you look at where Liverpool had the platform for that second place finish a couple of years ago, was we just went out and we ground out a load of 1-0s at the start of the season, and we had those points to build from. Then the next season we had none of that, and the closest we came was needing to beat Man United and Arsenal pretty much back to back to have a sniff of playing top four, and that's, you know, you're stacking the deck against yourself to some extent. So that's going to be important for Chelsea to turn that round.
But isn't
regardless of any master plans in terms of fitness.
Yeah, you're talking about master plans and fitness. Surely a simpler solution would be just to rotate the squad better instead of going with the same starting 11 every single week.
You've got to trust your squad to do that.
The same Mourinho doesn't trust his squad.
I'm saying that the evidence last season was that he trusted about 15 players at most. That is the evidence.
Well, do you think he's made sufficient signings this season so he can trust?
Well, there haven't been many signings.
That's what I mean.
There's been Pedro, and there's been Falcao.
I think it's telling that Pedro went straight into the side as much. Think about that.
Well, I talked earlier on about who makes the signings. I think it's telling that he went into the side over who made the signing.
Well, there you go. Because I think Chelsea have had that rotating bench spot, haven't they, for about 3 or 4 seasons now, of that really expensive player that was kind of courted by someone else but ended up. And Pedro looks like he could have been another Cuadrado, another Salah, another... I mean, ultimately Mata ended up there for a while, didn't he, I guess? But it's important that he's actually gone in there. He is a good signer. Can
I just say, Pedro at Barcelona should never have lost his first team spot to Alexis Sanchez on Barcelona form. Sanchez never played better for Barcelona than Pedro, ever. Neymar, maybe, but not Sanchez.
I can't see them, but I can only imagine the Arsenal fan fume in the comments.
You can feel it probably like waiting to explode.
Listen, I don't care how he played for Barcelona. I know how he plays for us, and he's and I know that.
Has he played against the other top 4 clubs for you?
What I'd say is, like last season, he was the best signing.
How does he play against the other top 4 clubs?
Best signing in the Premier League.
How was he against us? How was he against Manchester United?
It was his first season, and he was the best signing in the Premier League for me last season.
I'll see you down the pub.
Yeah, but we've got a few minutes left before we go into our final half-an-hour wrap-up, but we might as well talk about Liverpool because I'm here. And it does feel a little bit like we're kind of tugging at the tablecloth of the top table at the minute. Like,
why do you get all negative about Benteke?
I'm not negative about Benteke. What Benteke represents is everything that Liverpool this season represents, and it's that if it works, we will be right up there. I don't mean title challenges per se, but I think we will be easily in that top 4 conversation. If it doesn't work, then it's another... Rodgers will lose his job halfway through the season. It'll be another season. It'll be a new manager, a new season of transition. I'm the eternal optimist, but even the last few seasons are starting to wear on me.
You have spent a lot of money, though.
We have spent...
Even
it's about
this
net
season.
spend, though, Robbie. It's about net spend.
You spent 70... Was it 77 million
the
pounds?
problem we've got, well, you know, we are playing catch up on Arsenal in realistic terms, in terms of financials and in terms of like, look at like the stadium, we're starting to invest in that.
Way more money than
No, yeah, but again, and I hate saying it, but net, we don't spend masses of money. We don't spend more than like £30 million net or something. It just doesn't happen. But we're now in that point where we ridicule Arsenal and we have a laugh about it, saying like the top 4 trophy, and all you ever do is finish 4th. Albeit 3rd last season, you know, and that's all you do. Liverpool are just aiming to get back into that bracket for a bit, but we're playing catch up on you. You've now got the massive stadium, you've paid all that debt off, you're able to go and throw 50 million pounds at individual players if you so require.
Can you explain to me, we talked about, you know, Arsenal's different kinds of players and maybe some of them are a bit too similar, but they can all play. Everyone at Arsenal can play. What can Jordan Henderson do apart from run? Why is he in the England squad? Why is he the Liverpool captain? Why is he at Anfield? He is an elite athlete, respect. Go and do athletics.
No, I don't.
Get out of football.
You see how many scouts?
My new favourite Chelsea fan here.
No, Jordan Henderson.
I like this guy.
Hang on a second. What's Alexis Sanchez done against the top 4 teams? The thing, Jordan Henderson for me, I'll put my point across on Jordan Henderson about the captaincy more than anything else. Is that
he's a nice fella.
No, not even that.
He's quite a good-looking boy.
He looks great on the Nivian advert. Surprisingly decent actor. I was quite impressed by that. But the thing about Jordan Henderson and why he makes it, he's the right person to be the captain for the type of Liverpool side that we are. He's not the best player at the side, but what Liverpool have had for too many years with Gerrard is an example. It's this mentality that clubs that aren't the ultra mega clubs in world football, that you give your captain's armband to your best player to keep your best player. Man United have done it with Wayne Rooney. Liverpool did it with Steven Gerrard.
Wayne Rooney's not doing bad as a captain. Might not be doing well as a player.
No, but the point is...
He did better than anybody expected last season.
But the point is that Jordan Henderson is the first time in years Liverpool have actually given it to the guy who is the most captain-like on the pitch, rather than saying, dear God, please don't leave us. Here's the captain's armband to kind of give you more of an affinity with the football.
So you think Carragher should have been the captain?
So Carragher was absolutely the Liverpool captain, and in any other circumstances he would have been Liverpool captain. But Steven Gerrard and the transfer requests, and you know, again, sound familiar? But you know what I mean?
I'm told by Liverpool people that I know within the club that Gerrard was, although quiet, was a good captain. And for instance, he was absolutely central the year that Liverpool came second, the summer before, to keeping Suarez at the club.
Oh, absolutely. But the thing about Steven Gerrard, and having been on the receiving end of a withering Steven Gerrard glance and known how it stops you dead in your tracks, you know what I mean? Sometimes you need that guy who, you know, what he was when he became the captain was that cover every blade of grass, all action midfielder, lead by example. Well, when your captain is the guy who, when someone bombs past him, he has to go, oh yeah, I'm meant to be tracking him back. Now, he wasn't that guy anymore by the end. And yeah, he had the influence. Who's not going to listen to Steven? You're a young footballer. Steven Gerrard's there. He's up there with the greatest players ever to play the game. You know, so... so of course he's going to have that. He's going to have that impact around the dressing room and what have you.
Mr. Hollywood.
For Liverpool.
Yeah, no, well, in general, Steven Gerrard as good as any. Listen, single-handedly won a European Cup. And
he had a lot of great Hollywood moments, but
it's easy to say. Hang on a second. That's not even. I'm not even going into a Frank Lampard discussion there. We've got 1 more minute and we're going to wrap up.
Steven Gerrard or Patrick Vieira?
For influence on a team and in terms of what he did for a team, Patrick Vieira.
Okay.
It's no point in asking me that.
Let us know in the comments, Steven Gerrard or Patrick Vieira. How many goals did he score?
Not nearly as many as Frank Lampard. Something like 70 less Premier League goals than Frank Lampard. And would you believe 10 fewer assists than Frank Lampard? To be honest, for me, he wasn't on the same planet.
He's 2 years older. Played more games.
Yeah, but they got out at the same time.
Yeah, so do by all means nail these guys in the comments, Liverpool fans, that'd be absolutely terrific. I want to know quickly, then, before we move on to the next segment, top 4 predictions. Yeah. 1 to 4, 1 to 5. Give us 1 to 5.
Sadly, the top 4 will be the same as last year. Perhaps not in the same order, but it'll be the same 4. Sadly, just for football in general, not for the Cubs. In order, depends on Aguero's fitness, and Touré's fitness. Yaya Touré. I'll go 1 City.
Okay.
2 Chelsea. 3 Arsenal. 4 Man United.
Okay. So?
I'm definitely agreeing with the top 2. And I do agree that fitness, but you could say that about every single club. Fitness pending of their best players, if they don't stay fit for the season.
Yeah, but Aguero has a history of not completing a season.
Come on, boys, top 4 predictions.
City, Chelsea, United, Arsenal.
Okay, Robbie?
City, I'm going to have to go now after the window. Arsenal second. I think United third, Chelsea fourth.
Okay.
I think Chelsea are on the slide.
I'm definitely seeing you down the bottom.
You still think you might finish second?
Absolute shout of bastards. I think one of... who's given up their top 4 space for Liverpool? 1 to 4. I think Arsenal are going to win it. I think City are going to finish second. I think Chelsea are going to finish third. And I think Liverpool are going to finish 4th.
No Man United.
It's been a long day for Paul. See the sweat running off his face.
That's what I'd like it to be anyway. Let us know your top 4 or top 5 predictions in the comments. Right, it's the final half hour of the show. Thank you to everyone who's been watching us this entire time on Transfer Deadline live on Ball Street. Gents, thank you very much for joining me in this room. We're all going to move over momentarily for our final half an hour wrap-up / melee in the green room. We're going to hand over to the man, the legend. He's been carrying it all today. Peter McPartland. Ped, what's happening?
Well, I've been carrying you, mate, for a start all day. We've had a great day. It doesn't mean loads of transfers, but we've had an absolute scream doing it. So thanks to everyone who's been involved. If you've liked the videos, make sure to subscribe on YouTube. It is Ball Street. Get on there, subscribe. You never know, we might do more videos, you know. Tell us, we'll do more videos. Right, as today...
content!
He said it. Ball Street North. Let's see if today's changed our Premier League table. Let's go in the green room, speak to all the guests and see what the top 20 is going to look like at the end of the season. Let's go. Come on, lads. Come on.
Jim White entrance.
Right, here we are with the table as we predicted it a few weeks back. The window's now closed. So, who thinks the Premier League is going to finish like this? Don't all shout at once, boys. Come on. Got half an hour to fill here, lads. Come on. Baz, come on. Come on.
Bring your means.
I'm telling you. Tell me how it's going to finish.
Right. I'm not having... Where's Robbie? Because he's not having them there, mate. Can we move these?
Go on. Go on, I'll do. I know you're a bit short, so I'll do that.
Yeah, you do that. You go for something anyway. I think we've moved Chelsea up to second.
Chelsea up to second.
Yeah. City will walk it. Arsenal third.
Arsenal third.
Yeah.
You're happy with the bottom 3?
I think Watford. Ooh. Right, Barbo.
Sunderland bottom.
Too many signings too quickly.
Norwich too high.
Yeah.
How come when I asked before, and now all these are shouting at one?
They're all like,
Baz, come up here. Tell me the bottom 3.
Well, I think Watford will stay up. I really do. I think they've fought well. West Brom, they're my most hated team now. After keeping him prisoner, poor lad. Berahino.
Hashtag free.
Free Berahino. I think Watford might stay up. I think Bournemouth are going to be fine as well.
So if these two can stay up, who's going down?
I think Sunderland are definitely down. I think... No, you're probably right actually. Watford probably will go down. Put Watford back in. No, you're probably right. That's the 3 are going down. I can't see it. It's a tricky one, isn't it? The bottom 3, because you'd think that Watford would struggle and Bournemouth, but Bournemouth looks all right. I think they've done well. They did well against Liverpool.
Has anything happened in the transfer window that would suggest?
I think Watford have bought well, and I think out of the bottom 3 there, I think they've strengthened their team sensibly, although buying that many players in that short amount of time, and as a Spurs fan I'm well aware of that, how bad that can be.
Anyone else? Anyone else think there's going to be changes to this?
Chelsea top.
Chelsea top.
There you go.
After the start? Well, go ahead.
You don't get a vote, you haven't got a real name.
Everton will be higher.
How high? Come on, get in here.
We're definitely top.
It's just a free for all now. It's gone.
We do realise that all of the fans' channels are going for their team and
Spurs are not going to finish 9th. Alright, if we're all mucking about.
It's gone mad. It's gone mad.
It's all gone wrong.
For me and Laney as well, because we're the only 2 teams in here who aren't Premier League teams, so we've got no sort of kind of agenda at all. So the 3 teams that we're most interested in are Watford, Bournemouth and Norwich, because obviously they pipped us to promotion this season. So I was interested to see how they'll do. I mean, Laney, what do you think?
Well, I think Bournemouth.
Come in, mate. Come on.
Yeah. I think Bournemouth.
Where is mainly?
Bournemouth, I think.
This is far too organised.
There's goals in them. Yeah? You need goals to stay up. There's goals in
I said there were no goals in them the week before. Scored loads of goals. So, yeah.
Jack
and Watford just. I think Watford just over the top. No.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think Bournemouth would survive. Bournemouth are a wicked team, you know, and they bought wisely. Callum Wilson, you know, he was playing for Coventry 12 months ago.
I just think these teams have got more experience than Watford, and I think that's going to stand them in good stead. Watford, technically they're a good team. They play good football, but they're struggling to score goals. Three draws and a defeat so far.
West Brom,
they'll be higher.
They'll be 14th.
So, is anyone in here you think could be shocks that towards the bottom end of the table?
I think West Ham have had a brilliant transfer window, haven't they?
That's not going to, it's not going to revolutionise anything.
Welcome to the new world order.
What's this? Who's done this?
Stickler for detail.
West Ham. I don't know. Behave yourself. Let's have a bit of order restored.
Can we have some shouts for who thinks who's had the best?
This is what will happen.
Who's had the best window?
Messing about.
Chelsea, are they really going to make up the points gap?
Yeah. Palace there. Swansea there. I'm telling you. And listen, if you're there, if you've swung onto there.
Can I just point out that this is the guy who said, we're defo getting something from City. We always get something from City.
I also said we wouldn't get anything from Southampton. We won 3-0. So there you go.
Well, come on, have some shouts then. Who's had the best window?
City.
West Ham? There's a shout for West Ham. Anyone?
Yeah, Watford have done one as well, I think.
Yeah?
I think we've had the worst.
You think you've had the worst?
Yeah, I'm going to come in here. I think we're being slightly harsh on Sunderland. I think they've had a pretty decent...
We've got to be harsh on someone though, Jack.
Yeah. I hate to say it.
Sounds like he's going to relegate himself.
I think we're going down.
It's been a bad day.
This is what happens when you don't sign Stephen Naismith.
We've just let our player of the season go. I don't know what's happened. We've had an absolute mare. It looked like we were signing Dwight Gale. That's fallen through. And we've suddenly sold our player of the season. So
everyone was signing Dwight Gale, weren't they?
I've gone from Mr. Optimistic to back to the Championship.
You've got Andre Wisdom on the bench though.
Yeah, but do you see him at the weekend? Oh, Jesus. No, but Sunderland, in all seriousness, have made some decent signs. I think Berahino will do well for them. I still think they're going down, but
so what have you moved them over there for then?
Well, Norwich, I think, are going down, unless we do well in January, but that's talking ahead. I think Bournemouth are going down, personally. We're going to move them down there.
How many teams are going down?
Alright, we'll have Bournemouth there, Sunderland,
and Watford survive.
Watford to stay up. Whoa. I think they've had a really good day today, so...
Can I change the bottom 3?
Go on then.
Villa.
Villa to go down?
Yeah, awful team. I agree. Tim Sherwood does not have a scuba. It is ridiculous.
What you've done there is you've actually just emerged.
I've actually relegated everyone from here.
It's a merger. You've got sort of a merger in Sunderland, Villa.
So, if they're going down, who's staying up?
Norwich will stay up.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we played them on the opening day. They've got enough. Apart from they got Cameron Jerome up front who couldn't have
You scored a worldie against you?
You did score.
And high foot, wasn't it?
Right, I need that.
Look at the rule book.
Villa
Look at
staying
the rule
up.
book.
Norwich are going down.
Who's
just changed it again.
All of the bottom now.
This is just getting
matter, they're just going down.
So I just love that bit. Don't get off. Get off now.
Oh, it's been a stressful day.
It's been a long day.
Right, I'm pretty happy with that.
I'm not happy about that. I don't think it'll be any different, but I'm not happy about it. I said it before, we've done this in the past. Liverpool, for me, I've faith. I have faith in my football club. It's been often misplaced over the years, but I think we have the potential to break into the top four. I'm not saying it's absolutely nailed on in any way, shape or form, but I think all you've got to do is look at the poor start Chelsea have had, and look at the fact that Liverpool, everyone was saying after West Ham, oh, they're absolutely shocking, Brendan Rodgers needs to go, blah, blah, blah. And yet we're on the same points as, like, what, Man United and Arsenal, and we're still ahead of Chelsea in the league. You know,
you're only as good as your last game, mate.
Well, no, but the point is, the Premier League's mad, isn't it? And I think everyone's looking at it, and I think it's very easy to go, oh, it'll be City, Chelsea, Arsenal, as in whatever order. But, you know, the people, look at fancy football, the people who win the most points in those ones are not the ones who go with common logic. They're the ones who take a gamble. They have a bit of faith. Football's magic.
I'm going to.
Are we all going to jump?
I'm going to step in there because you just asked who had one of the best transfer windows. I think United have had one of the worst transfer windows.
Come from an Arsenal fan.
No, look, I'm just talking about United now. I think it's been a horrific transfer window.
I absolutely agree.
Is that
Jim.
enough though to move them from four? When I watched Liverpool play at Arsenal, I thought they were, and I couldn't. No one could see the West Ham was at the weekend. And I watched them play at Arsenal. I thought they were solid. I thought they had a good squad, and I think United are one injury away, especially up front, from being bang in trouble. Sam,
I've said that since the start, but everyone knew that anyway. But we've definitely now got a better squad than we had at the end of the season.
Yeah.
So technically, we should improve.
What happens if Rooney gets injured? Who's going to bang your goals in? Because Rooney ain't doing it.
Well, Martial is going to score 30 next season, isn't he? Well, no one knows. It was a massive gamble by United.
Wasn't he? And he's got Memphis to play. He got Fellaini.
Well, Memphis scored 23 last year, and he scored 2 banging goals in the Champions League.
To be fair, he used to get a really good goalie overnight, I heard. So that's a start, isn't it?
No, if you asked me to start the sum up, my number one priority was keeping David De Gea at the club. And by hook or crook, we've done it.
Where's his head at?
His head's going to be there. As I said, it doesn't really matter what's going on. He wants to get in the Spain squad for the Euros. He's going to be on his game next year. And I think Arsenal started off the window fantastically with Czech.
What if there's one lesson that Man United's boards have to learn from this window, though, what is it?
Get a better fact.
Stop getting rid of Windows 95.
Windows.
Go on. As a fan, you look at it and for the good things and the bad things. What is it that needs to never be replicated again?
No, it's the strange thing because United started off the window so smartly. They were plugging the holes that we had in the squad, and then they just stopped. 2 players short of an out-and-out striker and a centre-back. So I can't really complain about the window too much. I think we've had a great window. From a United fan's perspective.
Do you?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Darmian's a great right-back.
Yeah.
You never heard of this player yesterday. You spent 35 minutes.
Well, I didn't.
You never heard of the geezer. No one had. And then suddenly...
I mean, no, honestly, like, from an Arsenal fan, it's not talking about United here. You put you third. Why are you third?
But you said you got a better squad.
Yeah, we do have a better
Arsenal
squad.
come third, and we've added Czech. So if we're going down that argument, we've got a better squad. Am I happy as an Arsenal fan? No, I'm not. I don't think United fans generally will be happy with the performance of their board in this transfer window and their manager.
No, I think that United have made some great signings, but on the pitch, I don't know what's going on at the moment. It's all very static. And as I said, they started off so well, but then they just stopped. They just stagnated, just 2 signings short of a perfect window. So something must have gone wrong. The players weren't available. They tried to get players. I don't know.
Maybe they had the same problem. Arsenal and United had the same problems.
Well, what's the thing Arsenal's board have got to learn from this window then?
Jesus.
You've got to spend money.
Just the one. Can you just pick one thing?
I don't know. I mean, he's got a whole scouting network throughout the world. You'd think he'd be able to find something to improve the team. I haven't got the questions. All I know as a fan is they should have got someone in. Yeah. Should have got someone in.
Do you think it's just pure stubbornness, the fact that he couldn't get that top level signing? Is that right?
Well, I think the policy was, because they got Ozil and they got Sanchez, so I think in Arsenal fans' mentality they thought, okay, every transfer window now we're going to get a marquee signing. And all right, Czech, I guess he's a marquee signing, but he's not the one I think the Arsenal fans were looking for, and I don't think that player was available. Benzema obviously weren't available. The fellow up front, Cavani, I don't think he was available. And I think after that, Wenger just drew a line under it. Went to Paris yesterday on a little cheeky holiday.
I think probably the only team out of the top 6 contenders who are looking out the window and saying thumbs up is City. I think everyone else is going to look back at it and say there's regrets.
Is that the big thing to take out the window? Is that Chelsea, Arsenal, United, even Everton have failed to get their number one targets really and improve the team?
Oh, who was our number one target then? As if from.
Well, I would say a striker.
I would say our number one target was a centre back.
Well, when you ship out Van Persie and you gain your left Falcao goal, your number one target has to be a centre.
Yeah, we needed goals. We needed. There, as I said, there's
to be
still,
fair,
there's still holes in the team.
You fixed the midfield, haven't you? And you've identified there were a lot.
It's very hard because United had so many holes in the squad. It's very hard to plug them at the same time.
What about Spurs and what's the board got to learn from this window?
Oh, just to take it a bit more seriously. I mean, yeah, I mean, he's got this track record of signing players in the last day. Van der Vaart was the last time that worked well, and that was literally the last minute. I think we ain't had that bad a window, really. What we have left ourselves with is Harry Kane up front, and everyone knows how good he is. But he's not going to have the same season.
My fantasy dream team doesn't.
Well, you got him in there, really?
Yeah.
Well, that you don't deserve to do.
I knew he'd play 90 minutes. I knew he'd play 90 minutes every game.
It'll be all right. It'll be all right. He's carrying the team a little bit, and we're yet to see what Son's going to do. The kid we bought from Bayern Leverkusen, but according to YouTube, he looks like the world's best player. And obviously this kid from NG, the Cameroonian geezer. But I love signing players that I've never heard of. It's my favourite thing. It happens. I've never heard of Chadley before we signed him, and Son. I mean, it's Mitchell and his black box.
What's the fun of knowing who your players are going to be?
It seems obvious to me though that there's parallels between City and Chelsea. Chelsea last year did their business early.
Yeah.
They ran away with the league. It looks to me that's what's going to happen to City. City have done their business early, identified the targets, gone out and got them, haven't mucked about, no last minute deals. And I think everyone in the room here agrees they're going to run away with the season. So if the likes of United, Arsenal, Tottenham, all the other guys, why don't they? Is it too easy to identify the targets easy? Bosh, go out and get them, but maybe it's not as easy.
I wonder how much the extra money and the fact that everyone had that extra money and you don't want to be the one to tip your hand and be like, we're absolutely loaded here for fear of getting, you know what I mean? But we've seen it happen time and time again. When you know you've got money, the prices go up and up and up. Well, it's happened to Man United, hasn't it? This time again, and the City similarly. But whether because everyone's got money, they've all gone. And basically, a lot of clubs have messed it up as well. But we were talking, Ped, about in terms of Everton, having that money, I guess, has that allowed them to stand firm, I guess, more, you know what I mean? No, the theoretical money that Everton should have along with everyone else. Go on, what would you...
we were talking about this before when we were saying that actually now what the money is allowing clubs like Everton and West Brom to do is not buy players, it's to keep players.
Yeah.
And that's the number one thing, and that's where the prices are going to become even more inflated. So it's a strange one because those prices are going to keep going up and up and up, and I don't really think it's going to help. So it's a strange market because it's only going to help City and Chelsea because they can afford to go out there and spend that money. It's not going to help anyone else. It's not going to help Arsenal. It's not going to help Liverpool. I'm not even sure it's going to help Man United. It's just throwing money, and I can't wait till they all sod off to the European Super League, to be honest. And
I'm telling you, mate, the City, Chelsea, Arsenal and Man United are going to be going, and you're still going to have to deal with us.
Yeah, but I can deal with you though. That's fine.
It's him you can't deal with.
Yeah, I can deal with the selfie sticks and all the rest of it that we get at Anfield week after week. I can deal with all that. I can't come down here and argue with Cockney Manx every week, can I? So,
costs too much steam.
Yeah. And the thing about that table, I just don't buy that's going to be your top 5 or your top 6. It's like, because no, what happened, it's not all about you, Sam. I know you're the people's person, it's not about you. But it's like, it seems that last year, though, and what happened last year for the first time in a while, is that teams started to believe, actually, we can do Man U, we can beat this side. And that fear seems to have been the thing that's changed now. And this season started, so all these kind of middle third, like all these teams now, actually, I don't think that they go to these places with the same fear as before, and I think that's a really important thing. I don't buy that that's going to be your top 5. I don't know who it is. I'd like it to be West Ham, but Palace, even so, I can see some of these teams actually kind of getting up there and getting involved in that top
What do you think
five.
they got the legs to last until the end of the season?
I don't see why not. Yeah, I mean, what you've got legs. You're up and down every week. You have been for the last 2 years. As are Liverpool. To be honest, Chelsea have started that way a bit. I can see someone getting in.
I think you might be right. I think it's the transition period, but I don't think we're there yet. I think maybe next season. I think a lot of the teams like Stoke and Palace have made good signings, and then they need a season to adapt. And now I think next season, with the difference, especially with Chelsea and Arsenal, who haven't signed players, I think that the difference will close. But I think it'll be at the end of this season or towards the end of this season.
Maybe, but there certainly is a bit of a fear factor that's gone, which is very healthy for that middle of the table.
I think particularly, yeah. I mean, Man United's the big one. I think out of that, you know, that old Trafford thing. Just look at, I'm moist at that. To be fair, you know, or rather, Ferguson did it by appointing him. But no, it's that thing. You know, look at particularly Old Trafford, because it is just such a, you know, it's the biggest stadium. You know, Man United have been so dominant for so long. The fact that so many teams can go there and have gone there in the last couple of years to get points is a bit. I think is exactly what Matt's saying. And similarly us as well. You know, everyone thinks they're capable of getting points from Anfield, which is a big worry. And you know, people go. I guess it's probably really City's the only one where you well, but then no one's going to see it because they don't fill the stadium anyway, so it's not really an issue. But you know, you do fear that. You fear Aguero, don't you? And you fear Silva because they're two players who can hurt you no matter how good your defence is.
Do you fear Sterling?
At the moment, yeah. You have to.
Yeah.
I was asking Paul.
He does all the time. He has nightmares about him.
I just think when you talk about those players there being scared of Aguero and Costa, I think now you're seeing some of the other teams pick up players that bigger teams can be scared of. As a Palace fan, you know, Kabay, Zaha, we can go at these teams. You know, Leicester, Mahrez, look what he's doing to some of the other teams. Now it's kind of the standard of football in the Premier League has been dropping and the defence has been getting worse. Maybe that's, you know, starting to be seen now.
I think it's a shame actually, because I think the real interesting conversation, we've had some decent shouts for what the best window's been, but it was mentioned there, Stoke City. What are they going to be? Everyone still kind of has this mentality of them being these yard dogs, and they've got a bit of it in them. Like, but what's the fact about like the amount of Champions League?
Most Champions League winners in their squad throughout the league.
Yeah, you know what I mean? They exactly what you're talking about there. There's quality throughout the league table.
How many men did they end the game with on Saturday?
9.
Has anyone got any more shouts for clubs to the
I'm just wondering, again, just flipping back, giving a bit of a championship head on, you're talking about the relegation zone, 18, 19, 20. Obviously, there's been a bit of a window. Any thoughts there on who, after this window, might actually come up and replace those teams?
No.
What it needs, all my feelings are, there needs to be two teams that historically are Premier League teams, and then one mad team. You know what I mean? Like mad, like never been in the Premier League before. Nothing I love more about
like the Bournemouth.
Like exactly, Bournemouth or
Brentford.
Exactly. But you know, it was Blackpool back in the day, many moons ago. Swindon and all that.
The instructions to Scrabble as they attack.
Bradford, Barnsley, these teams that come up and you go, yeah. Go ahead, have a good laugh. You know what? Because the thing that annoys me most about the Premier League is ultimately the focus all gets put on those big teams, the top of the table. I don't think I'd ever want to experience a relegation. I don't think there's probably a few things worse in football, I guess. Like, but I would love to be able to I would love to be able to enjoy every game of football I go and watch.
We went into administration a couple of years ago. It was my kind of pinnacle as a Palace fan. In the playoffs, minus 10 points, lost everyone, your managers walked out on you, your players don't want to be there, they're not getting paid. Sheffield Wednesday away, Hillsborough, 1-0 up, 2-1 up. They scored 90th minute, 2-2. We've got to hang on to a draw. Darren Purse has everyone cleared off the line. Come on, Matt Lawrence, get rid of it, Paddy McCarthy. This is what it's about. Yeah. And that's as good as beating Chelsea. That's as good as beating Chelsea.
But I don't like all that, like the plucky underdog nonsense that the Premier League ends up packaging it as. But my God, it winds me up going to Anfield every week and seeing these opposition fans just actually enjoying the footy. Yeah. And it happens even, to be fair, mid-table. Look at us in the FA Cup last season. We got to the semi-final and all the Liverpool fans turned up to Wembley like, yeah, I've been here before, this is sad. Villa were walking around with stupid hats on, and you know what I mean, and hugging and taking photos with group of mates and having a great laugh because they absolutely loved being there. And to be honest, like I say, if it means that, you know, I really do hope that as long as Liverpool stay roughly up that end, that a few other people drop out for a few of these teams like the Palaces of this world. Look, the atmosphere you guys get at that stadium is absolutely out.
Again, you talk about that enjoyment, but the whole experiences of just staying up and being in administration, that kind of, you begin to enjoy your football rather than just go, you know, wanting to get 3 points. 3 points is great, but actually knowing that your club's a football team and it can survive, and you know, you've struggled with money and things like that.
Same thing as well. And I mean, you're talking about Palace. I mean, you're a Palace fan. I mean, the team that's obviously started very well in the Championship is Brighton. You know, I know, sorry for the same, but you know, new stadium, they were rubbish. They played brilliant football last season, like brilliant passing game football, but they got beaten every week. But Chris Hughton's come in at Christmas time, he's turned it around, it seems, and you know, they've had a really good start to the season. So you could see a team like Brighton actually back there after
another team with B. What is going on with that?
Yeah,
it's every time, isn't it?
And also you've got Mick McCarthy.
Dynamite drop in, Matt. Thanks for your input.
It's annoying because Bradford and Barnsley are both Bs and they got up.
Burton Albion up there in a couple of years.
Exactly.
Where they're going at
Brentford,
yeah, I'm thinking of a B word too. Another shout, Swansea. Great bit of business this summer. I mean, obviously the main team have been businessing their kecks over it over the weekend. The guests but you know, you can't look past that. You know, you sell players, they keep selling players, and they keep replacing them with ones that I said this before. If Liverpool had signed he'd have never been anywhere near as good as that as he's been at the start of this season. But you know, they've got a young manager. They're coming up to playing a great brand of football. And they're the model now, aren't they? They're the model. If you're a championship team, you're looking at Swansea and going,
They definitely are our model, Brentford model. They're looking at Swansea, the way they've done things and thinking out of the box, you know, and stuff like that. So yeah, you know, they've done well over the last few years.
Look
Good
how
ethos.
Southampton are then. Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
Southampton
yes.
at the start of the end of last season, we would have had them 6th, 7th, you know.
Well,
they've actually signed already.
They've actually dropped out of Europe as well. So
they haven't signed badly. They've actually signed quite well, but that's 3 results in. And look, look where they are. They're 12th now. All it takes is a couple of good ones and a couple of bad ones for Palace, Swansea, whoever. Start dropping out of there.
So is this the table we had left from doing the predictions? This what we could our conclusion. So the people who were here the week when we kind of formulated this table. Anyone? I mean, Ped, do you think there's any mad changes?
I saw that table. Everton have jumped up 6 places. Now I'm here. Really am.
Yeah, that's why you've been in Florida for 3 weeks. That's why it is.
Well, just before
you still got that happy feeling in you.
Just before you go on, just talking about what you were saying before about watching football without that. Obviously, I was over and went to the Orlando game. I follow Orlando and all that, but it was great to be at a game of football that you just watched and enjoyed, and it was fantastic. And you forget it because your team, no matter what.
I don't understand.
Exactly. If you win,
no idea what you're talking about.
You wouldn't know. No, well, Saturday it was quite joyful. But you know, if you're watching a game with your team, you're nervous, or you win and you're hanging on, you get beat, you're angry. You don't go to a game and just watch it and enjoy it and everything else that goes around it.
Yeah.
That's gone.
Check on more positive buzz vibes on the MLS show.
I'd have Everton up there as well. I mean, I looked at their team starting at Spurs at the weekend, and 6 of them would have got in our side.
But how?
Just
honestly,
6?
I don't believe Spurs should be that high. No, sorry, I don't believe that. Other than Eriksen, I don't believe they're better man for man than West Ham, Palace, Swansea. Who, you know. Other than Lawrence and
West
Eriksen.
Ham players would get in our first team?
I reckon a lot of them.
Nah.
I reckon a lot of them.
Well, name a couple. Anyone? Moses, would he?
Yeah, probably.
No, he wouldn't. We would have bought him. We would have taken him if we needed him.
It cost too much.
Yeah, probably. Look, Tottenham finishing 9th is ridiculous. Like, is everyone agreeing that Tottenham finishing 9th?
Yeah, that's not
going to happen.
I've seen nothing this season to suggest they're going to finish in the top 6.
There has been 4 games. We're above Chelsea by quite a bit.
I just haven't seen any.
Yeah, but let's speculate what I'm
saying is, I think the tendency, particularly around days like today, is to get carried away with transfer business and start looking and go, West Ham have done marvel. Yeah, West Ham have bought some good players on paper, but we don't play on paper. Bournemouth have gone there, done them.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's have a quick look down at it then.
Do Man City have enough goals in that squad?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Do Chelsea have enough goals in their squad?
Yeah, they get it together.
Do Arsenal have enough goals in the squad?
No.
Yeah, if they get it together.
Yeah.
Man United?
Yeah, if they get it together.
Not really. Liverpool, it's going to depend on Sturridge. It's going to depend on Ben Secker.
Nearly good enough.
No way.
Swansea, at the minute.
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
Some goals.
Everton, goals.
Dead silence.
I'll let Tom Cleverley's out injured. I'm not.
Hang on a sec, so you'd have Gomez over Lukaku?
No, I'd have Gomez and Lukaku.
Yeah, but Gomez will score 6 goals, stop it, mate. Naismith will get more than Gomez.
He's got a great celebration now.
Yeah,
West Ham enough goals?
It depends.
If they
Dead
can
silence speaks louder than actually saying no if I could. Spurs.
They're eggs in one basket.
Is the goals in
No,
Spurs?
look, there's an issue at Tottenham, right? We didn't score enough last year. We relied heavily on Kane.
So you didn't sign him?
Our biggest issue is our defence, and we've signed 3 decent defenders. Alderweireld, it looks the part with the Tongan who's played with before. I don't think conceding goals would be our problem this year. And if we score as many as we did, we'll be all right. We'll easily finish 5th or 6th.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to let you all in on a little secret that basically, in terms of like the top 6 and 7, is almost always entirely dependent upon, if you look at your goal difference, the goal difference normally pretty much decides who it is. So, like I said, that's why we're going for the goals. Palace, enough goals. More goals than these teams, I'd suggest. Or would you be happy with
I think it's conceding more goals than the other teams because we're probably one of the most gung-ho teams in the Premier League.
Palace is going to be when the games start getting thick and fast. Did you have the squad to cope with it? Will you be able to keep those players fit?
I think that's what we've done this summer, though, and that's why I think we've had a really good summer. I think our squad potentially now is actually too big at times, other than up front.
If those fans get like whiplash injuries off the flags and stuff like that, it might knock them off.
Well, at least we're not like Chelsea and pay people. Bring them ourselves.
I'm being victimised here all day.
Well, so you don't have a name.
Chelsea, we got Southampton. I guess it'll depend on Rodriguez whether he finds any fitness this season and any.
Pella as well.
Pella again. Is he patchy? Is he got enough? It's a weird one because I think Pella reminds me a lot of like I guess kind of Harry Kane. Harry Kane's a bit more skillful, like, but he's not lightning, is he? He's solid. He's good in the air. He's got good feet. Can he do it again over the full length of the season? I don't know. Leicester. It's all about Riyad Mahrez.
Yeah, he'll get found out.
You reckon Leicester?
Yeah, probably left foot, and they'll be onto him. He was a surprise package. I think he's had a few games. I think they'll be onto him.
Ranieri though, been there, done it.
Yeah,
I think you can get found out and still comfortably finish there, though.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Haven't he just got Dyer as well today on loan from Swansea?
Yes, that's a great.
Dyer's
That's a
a
great
good sign.
What's happened to him? Because he's been great for Swansea for years.
On the verge of it, and then.
Is he still doing the comedy circuit? This rock, isn't
he? Newcastle. Does anyone ever know what's going to happen at Newcastle?
Who cares?
Mitrovic looks like a ticking time bomb.
Yeah. Villa. Sherwood, another one.
I think they're really shaky.
Death to all Gile.
That Traore, is it?
Traore.
He looks the part. He's very skillful.
I just think though on those when it comes down to it.
Whenever you see Villa and Coupon, you think the best they can get is a draw.
Yeah, I just think when it comes down to it, down the dog end of the season, they don't have.
I think they're banging trouble.
Loads for me. I think they could really struggle this year.
Every year, when past 2 or 3 years, they've always managed to survive. They always go through
any team there. Who do you fancy Villa to beat? I wouldn't fancy to beat anyone.
I'm not
bet West
Brom.
No.
West Brom will be higher than that under Pulis.
Do you know what I think is important? I think you can take, it doesn't matter who you are, you can take from here to here and nobody will have the same 5 to 20. Yeah. Absolutely nobody. There's too many variations, too many permutations, and everyone has a different opinion, and you're always going to be more biased towards yours.
Everyone's opinion other than mine is correct. Right, we're going to have to wrap that up there, guys. Thanks very much for coming in. It's been a boss laugh on it, Pez. Well done, mate.
Yeah.
Big shout out to everyone. I got this written by just close that. Subscribe now. We'll wait. Yeah?
Go and subscribe to the Ball Street YouTube channel, and we'll be back with another Deadline Day show in January. In the meantime, thanks to everyone. Obviously, go check out Toffee TV, check out Footy Writer, check out United People's TV, check out Jim on reruns of I'm a Celebrity, the Fighting Cock Podcast, more Toffee TV, Beesotted. Danny just hangs around here. Channel. Holmesdale TV, Palace Supremos, bit of Aubrey, more Beesotted, and the rest. We're going to head back over then to the main studio for one final time. Chris has got something planned apparently.